All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It's the first of the month, April 1st, 2026, and we have a wild day ahead of us. Why? Because we are still holding up that rally from yesterday. Yes, there was talks of the off-ramp, and things started to develop, and they held some wild comments yesterday, even from Trump and nearing the end of the war. Trump even made a couple comments this morning saying that it'll be done in 2 to 3 weeks. He even said that Iran asked for a ceasefire, but he's going to keep bombing them. But then also, a lot of people are talking about just in general that you still had a lot of positioning, a tactical bounce. This could have been the news as much as it could have been quarter end and everybody kind of just taking advantage of now a sizable downside. So we're going to play a lot of back and forth. Trump is going to be addressing the nation tonight at 9 p.m. So that is going to be the most important thing. A lot of people are already speculating whether this is going to be good or bad. So we're going to find out how all of that plays out. It should be an exciting time, and what you got to really be looking out for is, do the Iranians all come out in tandem, and do they start denying what we had yesterday? Because for now, you heard from Pajekian. He made a couple of comments. You heard from the Iran army. Again, they did attack an Amazon facility, believe it or not, and they also attacked another oil tanker. So you're still getting some of the stuff you've heard. It's not as if this conflict disappeared, but we are definitely trying to see if we get a shift or not. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're locked and loaded and ready to go. And here at the Cult, my friends, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice more than most of us ever have, ever will, and they are doing it right now. Literally, man. The veterans of the United States of America, active service, past service, everybody out there right now, man, I hope y'all could show some love and appreciate it, even for your own sake. I hope you could appreciate the freedom that you have here, man. It is a very beautiful thing, but don't take it for granted, man. We read all these headlines, we go through all of this, but there is real people out there. There's real people fighting for your freedom and putting their lives on the line, working day in and day out for all of it. So whether or not you agree with the war, I'm not here to force you on that, man, but I do believe all these soldiers everywhere, man, they deserve their honor for what they are doing and what they are giving up for their fellow man. So God bless the veterans. God bless the active service. Thank you to every single one of you, and big shout out to your families as well. God bless every single one of you, and big shout out to the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh my goodness. Chatadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? I hope y'all feeling good. So I got a couple of plays for you, and then I don't know. You guys got to tell me if you like this one. But yeah, so I'm going to be watching TH. They got some deal for like a data center. It's a small cap in Encino. They were doing some buybacks, and it's also related to software. So keep your eyes on that. Gold, USO, Nike, those are the ones that were on Instagram and YouTube. We talked about those. And then NVIDIA, Amazon, Google, Mag 7. Depending on how this war plays out, that would be something that I would keep an eye out for. So we only got a minute and a half instead of your Jesus song. Tell me if you guys like this. I don't know if you guys want this, but would you guys like your news headlines? These are your news headlines in the morning. So yeah, good luck, baby.
Trump says he expects
almost 1 minute, baby. Just over a minute.
Deal with Iran not necessary for conflict to end.
White House says Trump to address nation about Iran conflict Wednesday night.
Rubio says US can see Iran war finish line. Views potential for direct talks with messages currently being exchanged.
UAE preparing to assist US open Strait of Hormuz by force.
Lobbying UN Security Council for resolution authorizing action.
China and Pakistan propose 5-point peace plan to end Iran war and reopen Strait of Hormuz.
Iran launches drone strikes on Kuwait International Airport, hitting fuel storage tanks.
Two-thirds of Americans want quick end to Iran conflict, even if war goals not achieved.
Energy. Iran war triggers severe energy supply shock across Europe. US stocks log best day since May 2025 amid latest off-ramp hopes for Iran conflict. Bond traders see growth risk overshadowing inflation. Concerns with swaps market back pricing in Fed easing. Wells Fargo pours over 200B into repo market after RSEC cap lifted.
Josh AI remix, dog.
Big corporate deals at their best quarterly, showing on record in Q1. OpenAI completes funding round, raising 122.
All right, 5 seconds. I don't know if you're happy April Fools, man. But yeah, I don't know if you want the rest of the headlines. But 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, Chattadonia. Let me get this SPY up again. Oil was even $4 lower, so that came back. But yeah, so those first comments from Trump. Otherwise, you got another gap up around 0.5. You were up as much as, I believe, 0.8 at one point. Russell's up 0.8, NASDAQ 0.6, and then the Dow is around 0.8 too. So let's see. And Staples, Giggle, these guys, the Mag 7, Oracle, all right, 2 of those. Where's Nike? So again, Nike, it's literally 48 to 45 and then 45 to 40. But again, it's already at 1 standard deviation. It's actually 1.5 standard deviations. So see how that plays out. Nike chain is not open. Uh-oh, hot dog. Let's see where we're at. Nike Elliott Hill tells staff we got work to do. And then TikTok applies for dual fintech license. Happy April Fools. So yeah, again, keep that in mind. Let's check the USO premiums. Because again, the SPY 2, they're still gapped up a little bit, but not as much. Damn, those premiums are higher from yesterday. So the ones that I have from free are actually still up, which is surprising. And then I'll give it a little bit. I'll wait, we'll give it the first 30 minutes. We'll let some of these things work out. Even big tech is already moving. Where's software? So yeah, software is not doing as good. Again, they ended up going 3%. Yes, dude, yesterday was the biggest day since May 2025. Yeah, you do get the ISM manufacturing today. So that's going to be important. I'd keep an eye on Bitcoin as well. I do think we're going to be focusing on some of the war stuff because, again, but then if we get 3 months in a row of that ISM, I do think that'll be a great sign. The Iran threatened companies is legit. They hit Amazon yesterday. I think it was in Qatar or Kuwait. There was one of the Amazon, like a data, not a data center. I think it was smaller. Market didn't really react, but there was some sort of attack on a Amazon facility. XBI. All right, Nike. Did the chain open up yet? Nike's. Yeah, Nike chain is opened up now. Every single one of them has gone. Oh yeah, damn. The options hold up. Yeah, some of them only go to 40. So yeah, the chain doesn't even run that deep. Oh, the market's closed. All right. Just in case if it starts making the 4, those might not move as much, but literally, yeah, they're unchanged. You could have got the one above it for the same price. Not a recommendation, but be careful on that one. I wouldn't go big. That's how you're going to be careful on that. But yeah, think about it. Tomorrow's the last day of the market. I didn't even think about that. Pay the plug for all the lessons, baby. Amen. Woo! Yeah, those are again, if it comes back, those are not going to hit, like I'm telling you. Whoa, 50? What's up, Homo business? Oh, are you kidding me? Habibi. Habibi, that's how we're opening Ummu business, bro, with the 50? A 50 bomb on him? Oh, man. I like the 50 is not bad. I think, you know, that is a very good sign. We do ceasefire, Ummu business. Wow, Habibi. God bless you, bro. Good morning. So yeah, good morning. Keep the place small. Oh yeah, they came back to the cheap pipes. Cheap. Again, those are not gonna hit, so just keep that in mind. The only way those are gonna hit is if everything just keeps dumping further. So yeah, you're already over 1.5 standard deviation. Wait, it is April. And again, the options weeklies expire tomorrow. So keep that in mind. Pay the plug, too big. What are you guys doing today? What the fuck? Oh. Yo, man, good morning. What the fuck? Did y'all just wait till the plays from yesterday settled? Is that what the hell just happened? Oh man, well God bless you, bro. Devin too with a hundo bomb. Yeah, bro. Good morning. Well, good. And then honestly, bro, Ummu business with 50 of them, bro. That's crazy. So I'll even tell you now. I mean, in honor of Ummu business, you guys have a unban form. So, he's gifted a lot of memberships. I pinned it in the chat. If you want to get unbanned, I will unban you. But you have to fill out the form. Not because I want you to go through the DMV, but also I do need you to, I need to have your URL to be able to unban you. And I want it organized. So, yeah, if you want to get unbanned, you want to participate in Ummu business and all the other chat activities, you could definitely get your shot. We were gonna have the great unbanning in June, but I figured, with the war going on, we might as well speed it up. We'll get the unbanning in 2 to 3 weeks, maybe sooner. Until then, I'll keep banning. That's it. You gotta do it the right way. That's it. Chad Xylem. I saw Tim's joke in the morning. All right, I got Nivdot. EM on the high too. Nike shares fall to 13%, decade low. I wish you could ghetto spread those. You can't if they go too deep. Nike had bad earnings. They forecasted a 20% drop in China, which was pretty bad. Space stocks are going up. Keep those in mind. Again, you guys said XBI. That was actually on fire. 2.2. Adobe dump. What is it? Software. Software is barely holding on. Staples are not doing hot as well. Verizon and AT&T on the low. So yeah, we're starting off a little bit slower. SPY is coming up. You're back to the 0.7 though. So that again, 0.8 was where we were at until that later Trump comment. Snap and Meta, again, Intel had a headline too. Something about like an Ireland facility. So they keep going up there. And Vitis. Yeah, bro. Intel's like actually launching. Again, all the memory stocks are. Yeah, so Intel's up 6.5. Check EWY too. Again, Korea. Some of you asked me about that. Russia, Iran agrees. Iran constructively agrees to passage of some ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So Russia is saying that. Again, keep in mind how we reacted to some headlines yesterday. So again, you have to decide which headline you're going to want to take if it's going to react. Otherwise, or you could wait till everything else moves, and then you got to be a little quicker on that window. I don't know if that's going to hit. I do think like a parliament member, someone in Iran saying that, I think that'll hit a little bit harder. But for the most part, that's the first one coming out. Sounds like good news. Again, Iran constructively agrees to passage of some ships. The source is Russia, though. So again, they're not necessarily... Russia and Iran are not hostile towards each other. And then Nike's still low. There's Meta. Alright, we're still holding up, bro. So be very careful. Will that be May? Let me check. J&J still on the high. Habibi. Check one more. I do again, the fog of war is very heavy, so just keep in mind, like, this can all of this could get unwound just like last time. This isn't the first time you guys have dealt with an off ramp or like the potential of an off ramp. So last time it ended with every single branch of Iran coming out being like, yo, we're not down with this, stepping up the attacks as well as stepping up the rhetoric against it. AFP, massive explosions in western Tehran. Again, Russia headline, spy went up a little bit, oil drop, but nothing too crazy yet. You're not watching any panic off of that. Like I said, I would prioritize Iranian leaders' comments, and then obviously anything that comes from Trump. And then too, you got to think about it all day. Everyone's going to be speculating on what Trump is going to be saying. Oh, the Microsoft. I forgot about the Microsoft. You know that? You know there's a Microsoft and then a Metasoft. Microsoft's still doing actually pretty weak. Let me see these. Yeah, after yesterday's move, that jacked up premium. CYCN. And then Nike's still at the low. This thing's up 300%. Jeez. What was that other one in the morning too? TH. That was a small cap. They got some data center deal. That one's still holding up at 35. The petrodollar at risk. I mean, ironically, if you get a deal, yeah. So, because again, I know a lot of people have said that, but this oil crisis was one of the best things for the dollar. So if we do get an off ramp, a ceasefire, this war ends, the dollar is going to come back down, and then that you could see if people switch away from it. But for now, I mean, the dollar has been extraordinary the last month. Jim Rickards, Met C, Trump acquisition speculation. What do they remember that we heard that one yesterday? That one private company bought, was it gallium or something? Or I forgot what they bought. But yeah, Jim Rickards, likely a Trump acquisition, stock with incredible setup. The new king of rare earth materials. I haven't heard rare earths in a minute. Yeah, NASDAQ is at 0.99, SPY 0.7. Dow came down. Dow started off good. Again, SanDisk and memory. They are recovering very nice. So yeah, well, you might want to get rid of that last Micron too. Let's see what we got. So SPY coming to VWAP. Bank of America cuts McCormick target. Oh, no way. Some of these are really cheap. ISM in 3 minutes. So yeah, get ready for that. Is it ISM or is that the PMI? Because sometimes the PMI comes out the same time. Let's double check. ISM at 6 at the top of the hour. So yeah, that's going to be the PMI that comes out. So that's not the one. The S&P PMI is going to be different. But ISM, again, anything above 52. That'll give you an idea. SPY just went down though. Four candles there. You gave up that first 10 minutes of moving. Aragachi says only Iran and Oman will decide the future Strait of Hormuz statement. And then the Strait of Hormuz won't reopen based on Trump's absurd displays. So that's the first set. You're getting oil up. So again, that's your first comment, Aragachi. And then one's a statement. It says Iran, but I still think you got to hear more, both Army as well as everyone else. But that's the first set of it. You're finally hearing it. And then Golubov. Golubov had a comment an hour ago. He said, out of context quotes plus manufactured FOMO equals war profiteering. 101, do your own research. Did Golubov said DYOR? Yo, what the fuck? I can't believe that, bro. That's what, yeah, he is a pumper, bro. That's what some people were saying. They're like, if you read his post, it's literally like it's an American. They're like, it's coded so much by like somebody kind of embedded in American culture. Because that's not, I'm telling you, bro. He types like he's on fucking Wall Street Bets. He said DYOR, bro. Do your own research. Oh, man. Microsoft dumping. That's going to take down software. Software is now red. Staples are already red. Where's financials, too? Financials, they were up in there, about to go red, too. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, 52.3 versus 52.4, so that's still expanding. Brah, brah. I like these and I don't. Silver, oh, where's gold actually? Gold up, CYCN, whatever that one was, that's still holding up. I mean, we're still up by 0.5. It just sucks. That gap up, again, yesterday was one of the biggest days for May, and then you're still holding a pretty large margin. The difference is that oil's actually lower, but oil is still just this whole week, whether or not the markets went up or not, oil has been extremely high. But yeah, gold is still holding up at 1.2. Silver is chilling out. What's the other one? Oh, Oracle. Asymmetric war prepared for decades. Interviewer, according to a former British diplomat who has extensive experience, West assumed Iran lacked modern technology. Yes, to a degree. I could agree with that. Trump is going to drop a bomb. Well, people have said that. I mean, they don't know what the speech is. Initially, some people perceived that the speech was going to end up positive and that Trump is going to announce something big. But then, you know, you gave it a couple of hours. Some people are thinking it might even be, he's either going to announce a more credible end to the war or do the opposite and then announce that, yeah, that we're about to go fully boots on the ground and try to rally everybody to say this is a cause you must get behind. So again, SPY going lower. A couple names are lower as well right now. Let me get the checkup. Netflix. Fastly still holding up great. Again, those again, a lot of, dude, I don't know if I've been hearing it. They're saying that the bot traffic now outweighs humans so far. And then Dow 17 green, 13 in the red. NASDAQ 54 green, 43, 47-ish in the red. Yeah. And then SPY 300 green, 200 red. Honestly, the market's kind of 50-50. You would think with half a point, almost 0.75% gap, we'd be doing a little bit worse. But yeah, it's holding up pretty decent. He's going to say the exact same things he says in a more official way. I could see that as well, too. That definitely is a possibility. And then everybody just gets hyped up. And then if he does do that, it'll kind of be a letdown. Because he might just want to message the same thing. They blocked off times for like TV slots and for everybody to get some. So I could see that. I could see that. tell me why. All right. Excuse me. It's just that Mag 7 play I was telling you in the morning. So not a recommendation. I'm scaling in on it too. I think it's early, so I didn't go with the full size of it. But that would cover earnings. Not a recommendation. I just don't like how we're still gapped up, but that's the only one that didn't go too nuts. Yeah, the Oracle thing, that's again, people popped off that. Oracle was doing good in the morning too. Bruh, bruh. Some option premiums are. It just depends what you're buying. So again, the oil plays, those are still up from yesterday to the downside. I mean, the SPY, unless you're on, let me see the dailies. I think the dailies now after that move, first 10, 20 minutes, they were jacked up, but now they did calm down. But they're still, probably half of the dailies are still green from yesterday, which is insane if you think about that type of move. And then anything with time to the upside, it has a lot. Again, yesterday was a wild ass move, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was the biggest move since pretty much Liberation Day, May 2025. Or I guess Liberation Day was April, but yeah, that had a very interesting effect. Fastly, are we in the money on those yet? No, that thing just keeps going down and up, but it hit a new high today. Bruh, bruh. Filled that too fast. I took another Fastly off the table, just under 400%. I still have a couple more. But yeah, I'm going to trim a little bit at the new high. Bruh, bruh. Oh, yo, dude, those hymns plays are still up too? I forgot we had that. I was part of yesterday as well. Dude, we didn't hear anything else on the peptides. Those are up 130% still? Interesting. Alrighty. Futures decided by Iran. Yeah, that was the Press TV and then the Aragachi statement. I was around here again. We kind of hit the low on it. You brushed off the what's it called, the Russian comments, and then we're kind of still chilling, but still doing quite well. Again, 0.6, 0.5. We were as low as 0.4 in the pre-market, and then as high as 0.8. Then you had the Trump pre-market comments, and then that was about it. Play on the high. Why is play going up? Dave and Buster's 18. China's dumping. JD Baba on the low. I don't know. Software too. It could be. I don't think it's the Claude leak, but just in general, I mean, software has been weak after that failed squeeze, essentially. And then again, Microsoft, Adobe, Palantir, those are the ones weighing on it the most. And then people did freak out, last week on the, what was it, Mythos? Yeah, Editas. Again, biotechs are doing very great this morning. Fed bar, Iran war persists. It could impact inflation. And then what time is it? 5 minutes till ISM. So yeah, just keep that in mind. The ISM. Again, you're right near open. It's 50-50 already. So just keep in mind, a lot of these days that we've had so far, when the market's like kind of holding up. Excuse me. Oh man, I'm very stuffy today. But yeah, like in the mornings when we would be gapped up, dude, it would be like 70-80% green. Today you're already 50-50. So again, we're kind of chilling here at open. But yeah, most of everything is kind of you got half the market up, half the market down. There's a slight tilt towards positive. So yeah, we'll see, man. We will see. Bruh. Chevron makes final investment on Equatorial Guinea Asing gas project. Why is it so hard to say? AXTI, DHR. Hold on, I'm looking for one more. Uno más, habibi. Uno más. I think that might be it. I think we just gotta wait. I like the first play. And then where's Nike? I forgot about that. I took some Fastly off the table, but I still think that's great. None of that shit's moving. So yeah, we're gonna see. Don Lemon suggests he'll run for president if the opportunity presents itself. I think I could be president of the United States. I could run this country better than Donald Trump. That's awesome, bro. That's, you know how much shit I would talk? That would be awesome. Don Lemon. I mean, hey, listen, bro. As long as they, like, if he gets nominated the right way, I'm so down. I think, you know, I would be way more down with that than Kamala. I'd even be down with Kamala if Kamala got nominated the right way, but above all else, I mean, maybe I run for president now. You know that? Me against Don. That's it. But then again, like, his name, the only thing I don't like about Don is, like, you rearrange a couple letters. It's like demon. Just, you know what I'm saying? Don Lemon, demon lemon, demon Don, like, demon. Like, it's crazy. But I'd be down to run against Don Lemon. He's older than me, though. You guys know that, right? He's, like, a lot older than me. I never got a fucking $40 million CNN contract. Yeah, lawn demon, dude. How crazy. One letter off. I would technically be the president if he got elected. I think I would, actually. Yeah. It's a good way to look at it, bro. Good way to look at it. All right, where is it? Oh, the page! What a morning. You had Humble Business. You had Devin. All the chats. And now Bradley Fresno and the page. Hard. Oh my gosh. Let's do it, bro. Bradley, let's do it. Let's form the Peach National Party. That's it. Me and Bradley Frizzle versus Don Lemon, and James Charles. I don't know who his running mate would be, man. I don't know who he'd select, but maybe he could pick anybody. But I think we could do it, Bradley. I think we could do it, Bradley. That's it. We could campaign on the peach. ISM manufacturer, is that 52.7? Oh, 52.7 versus 50, dude, again. Yeah, bro, the economy's still fucking hot, dude. Are you kidding? Man, that was an ISM peach. Employment was even hotter. New orders at 53. Prices went up a lot. That's the bad part. Yikes. So again, though, that says something about gold as well, too. Gold and silver. But yeah, prices shot up. Remember last time I was tweaking out on the prices? That February print was high, but now that's even higher. So the pricing on ISM was terrible. But other than that, though, dude, 3 months in a row of ISM breaking out like that, new orders, everything. I'm a fan, dude. Check big. Yeah, bro, this isn't like, you guys realize this isn't normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't, like, you are definitely in a different economy. Again, last time you ever saw numbers like this, I mean, I guess there was a shit ton of money printed, but just think about the last time you ramped up like this. You know, 3 months in a row. It was literally August. That was the reopening of the damn economy. So yeah, I guess 2017, and then you had a way different China impulse, which is kind of nuts to think about. So yeah, I do think that is. I think it's really good now. I'm starting to turn more and more as a believer. Because like I told you, 1-2 months, you can't really say much off of it. But 3 months in a row, that you've at least had 1 quarter of solid expansion. You know, it sucks that you have the war and everything else in the way. Why did my chart break? Bradley Frizzle, did you break my chart? Oh, there it is. Don't break my chart. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I like puns. But yeah, SPY working up. Again, ISM came. The prices is not good at all. Prices is the only thing. So that could say stuff about gold, silver. I mean, I think it's interesting that prices are up, what that says about the dollar, but then you have the dollar now going up because of the conflict. But I do think if the conflict's over, that might reflect a little later. Micron on the high, Boeing on the high, Bradley Frizzle. Yeah, Nike, dude, Nike's giving up a decade, bro. A decade low on that one. That's why it's kind of fascinating. I think the ISM is good news for the economy. So the pricing isn't good news. That's where some of now, again, the stagflation fears come to life when the price, you know, people don't want to see high pricing metrics right now. But then again, the ISM also kind of disproves stagflation. But then again, it is a little bit, for March. That was for last month. So last month you had higher prices, but then you had higher economic activity. So stagflation would be higher prices and then the economy stagnating. More or less, the ISM, if the ISM was going to show stagflation, ISM would be a contraction with those same higher prices. So if the ISM starts contracting and then those higher prices stay elevated, that's going to show more of a stagflationary impulse right there. But if you're getting high prices, high activity, and then the activity keeps going above expansion and keeps growing, you're getting high prices that's coming with higher economic activity, which isn't the best thing, but it's better than stagflation. So yeah, I think it's just surprising we've had 3 months of that. Again, since 2022, the ISM has been contracting. So I have a video on it. I mean, the ISM is called the grandfather of economic data. It's the first set of data that comes out on the month. And, you know, it's a broad macro indicator of the cycles. So it does show something broadly in terms of economic cycle. Think the run it hot theme and then all that BBB money that's hitting, you know, that's kind of how that's how I perceived it. And it does look like first 3 months of the year that is actually hitting. Iran would welcome Russia as a mediator. So there's a second Russia-Iran headline we've gotten. Oh, wait, wrong chat. I meant to type it here. LYB on the low. Is it a pump fake? Yeah, so now with 3 quarters in a row, I think the odds of a pump fake start to go down because now it'll probably slowly decline, but it's not gonna be. I was more worried about the pump fake the first 2 months. That's why I said just keep it on watch, because first month it could have just been a green shoot, hockey stick, and then comes back down. Same thing for a second month, but now 3 months in a row, this is like you're building escape velocity essentially. It's getting up there where now object in motion stays in motion more or less. So it's not, again, things could change still. We'll see as we get into April. It's going to monitor pretty much the next 4 weeks, but yeah, it's a better sign than not for the economy. Now, again, that doesn't account for global or geopolitics. That's not accounting for oil prices. Software is going to be a little different, so not bad. But then even the employment went up. But I like it so far. I'm not I think it was a better sign than not. But now we're also getting a trend. That's the thing about today. 3 months in a row now, the first couple ISMs, we were just monitoring it early and we were watching it build, but we do have a trend now. Micron on the high. Mushtaba has not been seen in public since his father was killed. The delay in his public is due to wartime conditions, Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Bagay says. That's kind of good, though. If you're hearing from different people than Aragachi, and we're hearing more from the Iranians, but then they're not necessarily being, aggressive about everything that happened, I think that's a better sign than not. And I don't know if this is good time to say this, but shout out Mushtaba. I feel you, G.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
All right, well, Spy dancing around that VWAP. Let it dance around. Bow, 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 now, now. All right, okay, that flipped to green real quick. Airlines coming up, and then Marvell again. Chip memories are doing great. What's it called? Nike heading towards a low, but WDC, Micron, they're all moving up. Again, 1% on the Russell, 0.97 on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on the SPY, 0.5 on the Dow. I say, well, I kind of need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go through, we'll get some of you guys unbanned if you filled out the unban form. Do you guys want to go over the forms? Do you want to see what everybody put? Because I asked them why they were banned and explain in detail why you believe you should be unbanned. So some of them are good answers. Somebody said, I'm too old for this shit. Too many comments. I won't comment much and follow along with commenting. I'm down, bro. I'm down. I'm unbanning everybody again, unless you're like a chronic. I don't know. Even then, even if you're a chronic person who got banned, I might be down. Feeling very gracious. Because y'all saw the last month, bro. We were letting everybody talk out their ass. So I hope you guys do understand, though. You guys have increased the demand for locked in. Because I'm telling you, the chat is clean, it's informational. I do believe that's how it should be. So I do encourage you to make the most of your opportunities here. Healthcare, CNC. Interesting. Yeah, CNC is running. All right, but I got to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You had a watch list song, and then I guess I'll play you the morning headlines. There's a morning headline song. We'll start from where we left off.
Beat into repo market after
I'll be right back.
Big corporate deals at their best quarterly showing on record in Q1. OpenAI completes funding round, raising 122B, valuation of 8 feet 2 ECB.
SpaceX working with at least 21 banks on IPO. That is estimated to value company at 175T.
Microsoft enters energy supply agreement with Chevron and Engine No. 1. Underpinning 7B West Texas gas power plant. Nike forecast surprise, 20% drop in China sales for current quarter.
Anthropic inadvertently releases Claude source code due to human error. No sensitive details exposed.
Apple testing feature that would let Siri process multiple requests in single query. Google developing basic subscription Fitbit band with AI health coach features. Perplexity AI sued for allegedly sharing user data with Meta and Google, even in incognito mode. TSMC to start 3 nanometer chip production at a second factory in Japan by 2028.
Tesla March registrations signal strong European sales recovery.
AT&T agrees to 2B deal for FirstNet upgrades and lower government rates. Slick Blue Out Capital closes 2.9B asset-backed opportunistic credit fund.
RH reports tariff and weather hit to revenue. Forecast Q1 decline.
Kansas City Fed Schmid says Fed should not look through Iran war oil price shock.
Yahoo Finance.
ECB policymaker Dolan warns adverse scenario may already be the new baseline as Iran war responds to second round inflation.
UK Chancellor Reeves rules out immediate help on energy bills. BBC.
German economy minister basic news further measures to ease surging fuel and power prices amid Iran war. Private survey shows China manufacturing growth slows, pricing pressures intensify. Australian PM Albanese to address nation on response to Iran war energy crisis. Asia factory activity weakens.
You want the rest of the headline? Should I let it finish?
Chip demand boosts South Korean manufacturing.
South Korea export growth accelerates.
President Trump is sitting in first row of public section at courtroom at Supreme Court. What? Are you kidding me? Hold on.
Theory of jurisdiction.
Well, starting
so
with
this
that
is this
theory,
is the birthright
you obviously put a lot of
citizenship.
weight on subject to the jurisdiction
Dog,
thereof.
Trump is sitting in.
But the
There's no
examples
video.
you give to support that
But there's a
strike me as
report. He's
very,
sitting in the front
quirky.
row.
You know, children of ambassadors, children of
That's crazy.
enemies during a
He
hostile
didn't even do that at the
invasion,
bro.
children
Imagine
on warships, and then you expand it to
rule to my
the
face.
whole class of.
Can you do it looking
illegal
me in the
aliens
eye?
that are here in the country.
Look at me.
I'm not
Look
quite
at-
sure
look me
how
in
you
the
can
eye.
get
Look
to
at
that
me.
big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
There are those sort of narrow exceptions for ambassador foreign public ships. Tribal lineage is an enormous one that they were very focused on in the debates as well. But what I do is I invite the court to look at the intervening step, which is the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And there they didn't say subject to the jurisdiction thereof. There it says not subject to any foreign power. Now, if you go back to Blackstone and Calvin's case, they say it does not matter if you are subject to any foreign power. If you are born in the king's domains, you have this indefeasible duty of allegiance to the king at any time. So there's a clear repudiation in the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act is this breakwater which makes it very, very clear that they are not thinking about allegiance in the terms of like the British common law. They've adopted the Republican conception of allegiance. So it's from not subject to any foreign power, and then the debates just a couple months later make it very clear that they're recodifying this same conception. They were dissatisfied with the potential ambiguity in the phrase Indians not taxed, and they adopted subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And one of the strongest statements of this is Senator Trumbull's statement that I quoted at the beginning, where he says, he's asked, what does that mean, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? And he says, it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. And this court picked up on that in Elk against Wilkins when it says, it uses, completely subject to the political jurisdiction, not mere regulatory jurisdiction.
What do you do with Wong Kim Ark's quote of Daniel Webster, who said, independently of a residence, with intention to continue such residence,
probability, not a
independently of any
recommendation.
domiciliation, independently of the taking of any oath of allegiance or renouncing any former allegiance.
Ran foreign ministry.
It is
Trump
well
claims.
known
I think that's
that
the
by the
Aragati.
public law,
But yeah, I see that.
a
No
non-citizen,
truth to
while
Trump's
he is
statements.
here in the United States, owes obedience to this country's laws. Now, the examples that Wong Ark Kim used as exceptions are situations in which there was not temporary allegiance to the United States. The children of foreign diplomats whose only allegiance was to their foreign country, and or occupied territory residents, including those citizens in Maine who had been occupied by the British forces. The U.S. had no control over them. And the whole theory of the Indian tribes was similar. The Indian tribes were analogized to foreign diplomats. So what do we do with that?
I'd say two things. First, as the Indian tribes, we think that's a case that strongly supports us because, of course, by 1866 and 1868, there was strong understanding that the Indian tribes were subject to the United States' regulatory jurisdiction.
But not the same way that temporary foreigners were, meaning there was a real debate going on whether the U.S. actually had jurisdiction over Indian tribes. That's why our cases, for the longest time, until that was finally settled, said, absent some act of Congress, our laws don't apply. U.S. laws don't apply to Indians on Indian lands, correct?
I believe you look at the Rogers decision, for example, that we cite in our brief, where they say that they are subject to the United
That's
States
later. I'm
regulatory
talking at the time.
Yes, at the time. So as to
All right.
1817.
So what do you do during the debates of the 1866 Civil Rights Act and of the 14th Amendment, with the entire discussion of the people who opposed the amendment?
Marvell
who
on
kept
the high
saying,
106.
we can't pass it because we're making citizens of gypsies who have no allegiance to anybody, and we're going to make citizens of Chinese people who can't be citizens because we're not going to permit them to be citizens. What do we do with those debates and the fact that the proponents of both acts said everyone who's born in the U.S. will be citizens?
First, as to that particular exchange, page 2890 of the congressional record from 1866, Senator Cowan gives this virulently racist statement where he says that. And what does he say right at the beginning of that sort of offensive speech? He says, we can't have children of gypsies, children of Chinese immigrants, we can't have them become citizens. And he says, quote, have they any more rights than a sojourner in the United States? So he's trying to persuade the Republicans to his view by appealing to a common understanding that sojourners do not have children who become citizens. So there's powerful evidence there that everybody understood this to
I'm only
not
listening to
sweep
this
in the
'cause Trump
temporary
is
sojourner.
in
And that's
the
why you
front
see
row.
for 40, 50 years, you see every commentator who
ever,
addresses the
bro.
specific question of temporary presence saying it's not covered by the clause, including for decades after Wong Kim Ark.
General, can I take you back to the Chief Justice's question about the specific exceptions to birthright citizenship that everybody seems to agree were recognized under the common law? And it brings up an important principle about how we interpret the law. When particular problems pop up, lawmakers may enact a general rule. When they do that, is the application of that general rule limited only to the situations that they had in mind when they adopted the general rule, or do we say they adopted a general rule, they meant for that to apply to later applications that might come up? Justice Scalia had an example that dealt with this situation. He imagined an old theft statute that was enacted well before anybody conceived of a microwave oven, and then afterwards someone is charged with the crime of stealing a microwave oven, and this fellow says, well, I can't be convicted under this because the microwave oven didn't exist at that time. And he dismissed that. There's a general rule there, and you apply it to future applications. And what we're dealing with here is something that was basically unknown at the time
besides
when
the
the 14th
first set of
Amendment was
denials,
adopted, which is illegal
you haven't really
immigration.
had anything.
So how do we deal with that situation when we have a general rule?
Yeah, I strongly agree with the way that you framed it, that there is a general principle, that's a broad principle that's adopted in the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And we submit that our theory of allegiance and domicile-based allegiance is what explains those specific exceptions that everybody was aware of, but it is broad enough to sweep in future situations. And as you pointed out, illegal immigration did not exist then. Now, the problem of temporary visitors did exist. And it's very interesting that as you look at pages 26 and 28 of our brief, commentators going from 1881 until 1922 are uniformly saying the children of temporary visitors are not included. Now that logic, we say, it naturally extends. It's really an a fortiori case. If you have someone who enters illegally by the 1880s, there are restrictions on immigration. If you've entered illegally, it's kind of, a well-established principle of law going back to the Code of Justinian that says you're not allowed to be there. You don't have the legal capacity to create domicile there.
But I think, General Sauer, that what you just said suggests that you can't be arguing in the way Justice Alito suggests, because
and if you
most
filled
of your
out
brief
your unbanned
is
form,
not
you have been
about illegal
unbanned.
aliens. Most
I think
of
there
your
was only
brief
2 that I
is
didn't.
about people who are just temporarily in the country.
One
where
of
there
them
was
you
quite
weren't even
clearly,
banned.
An experience of,
I
an
don't know if somebody
understanding
banned.
of that they were
And
going
the other
to be
one, he was like, I don't know
temporary
why I was
inhabitants.
banned.
And your whole
I don't
theory
think
of the
he literally-
case
so if
is
he
built on
said
that
he didn't
group.
get
You
banned,
don't
so I'm
get
like, we can't-
to talking
we
about
can't find a resolution
undocumented
here in the
persons
I think it's
until
fitting.
quite
We're
later
listening to the
and
Supreme
at
Court.
much lesser, I think it's like 10 pages to 3 pages or something
My
like that.
favorite one, he was like, I
so
think I got
you
banned
can't
for saying
really be
something
going
about
with Justice
weed.
Alito's
Yeah, I
theory.
don't
You
even
must
smoke
be
anymore.
saying that there is a principle that developed, that was there at the time of the 14th Amendment. Isn't that right?
We agree there's a principle there at the 14th Amendment. It is jurisdiction means allegiance, the allegiance of and this is very strongly reflected in the 19th century sources, the allegiance of an alien president in another country is determined by domicile. And that goes back to the Venus and the Pizarro. It goes through the Katza affair.
U.S. military planners are preparing ground operations, including possible assault on a car.
That are decided shortly before Wong Kim Ark.
That could be what he talks about today.
I also respectfully disagree.
That's what I was
and I
saying.
guess
We
Mr.
might get
General Sauer,
some of these updates. American fighter jets prepare to carry out operations in Iran.
Where does this principle come from? Allegiance, domicile. Allegiance, I think you point to a Lincoln funeral speech as your primary example of where this principle comes from. It's certainly not what we think of when we think of the word jurisdiction, and I appreciate that jurisdiction has many meanings, but the first meaning is like, if you're subject to jurisdiction, you're subject to the authority of. One doesn't say what that means is a certain kind of allegiance that domiciliaries have and nobody else does. So the text of the clause, I think, does not support you. I think you're sort of looking for some more technical, esoteric meaning. And then the question comes, okay, if the text doesn't support you, if there's a real history of people using it that way, but as far as I can tell, at the time of the 14th, you're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this.
It's on the other stream.
Concept.
You're not even banned. Why do you
take
care?
it straight from the framers' mouths.
But yeah, I have it
for
linked
example,
in the
Senator
description of the
Trumbull
other
was
of the
asked,
mainstream.
what does jurisdiction mean? He means subject to the jurisdiction. He said, what does that mean? He says it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. He is the principal framer of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Representative
There's no
Bigham,
way Trump
who's
is going to
the
sit through
framer
all
of the
of it.
14th Amendment,
It
is
should
asked,
take like
what does
an
it
hour,
mean in the
that's
congressional
crazy.
record at page 1291? He says,
In the middle of
within
the
the
war, the
jurisdiction of the United
conflict,
States of parents,
he's there.
not
It's
owing
amazing.
allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. And we've cited many, many examples where the congressional debates reflect that. Then you refer to the
it's by
oration of
moving
George
up and getting
Bancroft.
led
That's
by
one of
chips,
probably
even
16
Apple now a little bit.
sources, but there's at least 13, counting that one in the 12 treatises we cited, pages 26 to 28 of our brief. There is over a dozen sources that specifically address temporary sojourners. In the 5 decades after the enactment of the amendment, every single one of them says, well, temporary sojourners, their children are not included, including for 2 decades after Wong Kim Ark.
So if domiciles,
I made a sheet. I don't think you realize we have like.
Argument,
I think my last time when I started,
do we look at how domiciles
banned like over 1,000 people. I don't.
Do we look at it how it's understood?
I'm like proud of
today
it and ashamed of it at the same time because I can't believe
the 1868
people really are like
understanding.
that,
I'm not
at the
aware of a
same
strong
time.
difference between those.
Well, here's where I'm going with it.
have
I'm
to
just
enforce
working
some
within
things.
your argument for a
We
moment.
had to build the border wall last year.
Today, you
So if
can
you go
point
through
to
the right
laws
process,
against
we'll let you in.
immigration that are much more restrictive
very
than they were in
Trump-coded.
18. We really didn't have laws like that we do today until maybe 1880. So if somebody showed up here in 1868 and established domicile,
And let me put it this way, you
that
guys.
was
If you're
perfectly
like,
fine
I
without
can't
respect
unban
to
you if you're like, I did
any-
nothing.
any immigration laws. There they
That's
were.
not, I don't think that's
and
good.
so why wouldn't
what's
we,
the word?
even if we were to apply
I
your
don't think
own
that's
test,
good
come
self-awareness.
to the conclusion
So
that the
unfortunately,
fact that
it's
someone
hard
might be
to,
illegal is
it's hard.
immaterial.
It's easier to say the people who say what they did. It's so easy to unban them.
Mark says you're.
Well, I'm not sure how much you
like,
want to rely on Wong Kim Ark.
But there is a statement in there that says, so long as they are permitted to be here.
Peloton raising
keep in mind that by the time they decide Wong Kim Ark in 1898.
Style ad-supported
1898.
membership.
Now I'm looking at 1868. You're telling me is when I should look, and the test for domicile, and the stuff you have about unlawfully present. It's like Roman law sources you're going to.
First and second restatements as well, and decisions of this court.
So it wouldn't be the INA that would control whether you're capable of having domicile. It would be whatever the law was in 1868.
I think that this is addressed by my exchange with Justice Alito from earlier, which is that this concept, jurisdiction, baking in allegiance and domicile is applied to.
So Congress could continually restrict who may lawfully be present more and more, and you would say that would be incorporated into it, even though you're telling us to apply the original meaning of 1868.
The original meaning of domicile. And so the question is there any argument that the framers intended to preclude Congress from dictating who can and who cannot establish a lawful domicile here? I don't see any evidence of that in the congressional record, so it's a natural extension.
Whose domicile matters? I mean, it's not the child, obviously. It's the parents you'd have us focus on. And, what if, is it the husband? Is it the wife? What if they're unmarried? Whose domicile?
Well, in the executive order, it draws a distinction between the mother and the father. And it's really the mother's domicile. I think that would matter.
Well, but 1868 matters, you're telling us. So what was the answer?
The 1868 sources talk about parental. I'm not aware of them drawing a distinction between mother or father, but they say the domicile of the child follows the domicile of the parents.
And how are we going to determine domicile? I mean, would we use contemporary sources on what qualifies as domicile in a state, or do we look in 1868? And do we have to do this for every single person?
And again, I don't see a strong distinction between those because, of course, domicile is a high-level concept, has been pretty consistent over centuries, which is lawful presence with the intent to remain permanently. That domicile, when you come to a new nation, you say, I'm here to stay, you become part of their political community, and you become akin to a citizen. And that's reflected very strongly in the case I cited before.
And just to circle back to Justice Kagan's point, it's striking that in none of the debates do we have parents discussed. We have the child's citizenship and the focus of the clauses on the child, not on the parents. And you don't see domicile mentioned in the debates. The absence is striking.
I think the 19th century sources would say a newborn child lacks the capacity to form a domicile, so they're imputed the domicile of their parents. So I don't think they would have seen a distinction between children and parents. And I point out that their position, like ours, is forced to look at the domicile of the parents because if you look at the exceptions that they accept, like
I'm talking about
tribal Indians and so forth.
I'm talking about in the debates over the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act. It's striking that these concepts aren't discussed in them.
I think domicile is discussed. I mean, it's brought up in many.
Allegiance, jurisdiction, complete jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, here's just a few examples. Page 1679 of the congressional record, President Johnson vetoes the first version of the Civil Rights Act, and he says, I can't sign this because it would extend citizenship to the children of, quote, all domiciled aliens and foreigners, even if not naturalized. And you have all the other sources we cited that say, this is a deeply rooted 19th century understanding. It's reflected in the Venus. It's reflected in the Pizarro in 1814 and 1817. It carries through the 19th century, and this court is talking about it in 1892 and 1893 when it's discussing the Chinese Exclusion Acts. Domicile is the key concept that creates allegiance. That's
General,
you said in your reply brief that the children of slaves who were brought here unlawfully, in defiance of laws forbidding the slave trade,
Iran media targeting a shipbuilding company
in citizens. And we can imagine that their parents were not only brought here in violation of United States law, but were here against their will, and so maybe felt allegiance to the countries where they were from. And you say that the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to put all slaves on equal footing, newly freed slaves on equal footing, and so they would be citizens. But that's not textual. So how do you get there? You say it in just a few sentences, so can you elaborate?
Sure. If you look at the 19th century sources, what you see is that even though their entry may have been unlawful, 19th century antebellum law never treated their presence as unlawful. In fact, quite the opposite. One of the amici, in fact, points to like a Mississippi statute, which probably is replicated throughout the South before the Civil War, that says slaves in Mississippi have an indefeasible domicile in Mississippi. In other words, even if they run away, if they get away, Mississippi says, nope, you still live here. Right? And so it would be astonishing, in other words, for the opponents of the 14th Amendment to say, oh, you know, these people were not domiciled and therefore it goes the other way, because actually U.S. law, even if they were brought in illegally and through an illegal slave trade, once they were there by
their intent is to return as soon as they can, let's say. So they're here, they're resident, and maybe under your theory, I mean, which says, well, lawfulness for a different purpose, but they're here, they're resident, let's take your assumption that they're not here unlawfully. But let's say they don't have an intent to stay. They want to escape and go back the second they can. Are they domiciled?
Under the 19th century law, I mean, I think this is the flip side of the hypothetical that we talked about earlier. Under 19th century law, they are treated as domiciled in the United States, so it'd be astonishing. And the debates in the congressional floor talk about not this specific case, but to say, look, slaves who have been forced to come here and have been here are lawfully domiciled here. I mean, they don't use the ways domiciled, but like they use allegiance. They say they don't have allegiance to once they've been forced to come here. They don't have allegiance to a foreign or African potentate, and therefore they're.
General, that goes. How would that apply to the children of illegally trafficked
Department of
people
Energy
today?
numbers?
Would the
It
same
might
reasoning
be
apply?
the
It
what's
would
it called?
turn on whether
It might be like I was saying.
Are lawfully domiciled.
There might, as everybody's.
So if they're brought
the big
in
news is after the
illegally,
bell today, so there
but
could
then
be a
they
reason why we
choose to
stay
remain
pinned.
and they want to remain and they're
then you did have 2
domiciled,
days of,
you would say that their
this is
lawful
the second day
presence
of a
is
pretty
not
big move.
dictated by whether they were brought here lawfully or not, and that's different from someone who, say, crosses the border unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful.
General,
in other words, obviously there may be many other important things that could be done to assist people like that. The question is, if they give birth to someone in the United States, that person naturally a citizen, that would turn, based on the original public meaning of the clause, on the lawfulness of their presence. Are they domiciled?
General, can I ask you a question? To follow up on what Justice Gorsuch was exploring with you with respect to domicile, did I understand you to say that domicile is going to be eventually or is controlled by Congress? Who is domiciled? I'm struggling to figure out who is domiciled in your argument.
The domiciliaries are people who are lawfully present and have an intent to remain permanently. So that's a kind of black letter, understanding of domicile. Now, Congress can dictate that certain classes of people, legal entrants and so forth, cannot lawfully lack the legal capacity to form a legally binding domicile.
But if that's so, then doesn't it
highs, you're at 1.18. NASDAQ was higher in the morning, or Dow, but it's at 0.6, and SPY was up too, though. But yeah, NASDAQ and tech is actually doing the best.
That the framers did not intend.
We're kind of chilling. Now you're getting a candle on oil.
Put this citizenship clause into the Constitution to prevent future Congresses from being able to affect citizenship in this way. We've heard a lot of different things already.
You got the Russia response, you got Aragachi response. I mean, it's only been an hour.
Very briefly,
1 minute
no,
above.
I don't think so, because it is up to the alien whether or not they want to be domiciled here. Now, there may be collateral
I thought you just said Congress can make determinations as to who counts as being domiciled here. So if that's true, then it ultimately would impact, in your theory, whether or not this person can claim that they have citizenship for 14th Amendment purposes based on Congress's determination. And I just thought that's what the 14th Amendment was trying to get away from.
We'll see, if we make a breakout and it starts to move, it might get more active.
Yes.
Otherwise,
very briefly, I just
if you get one more big drop and then we bounce back up, before you know it, half of the day is gone and everyone's still anticipating what happens.
The British common law,
and then literally, Trump is watching this right now.
Conduct and are passing through the
so that changes. Think about it. You're not going to get a Trump comment. All the other comments this morning, Rubio, everything else.
The rule of birthright citizenship.
Thank you, Counsel.
You're going to kind of be on ice.
You mentioned in your briefing and also this morning the problem of birth tourism. Do you have any information about how common that is or how significant a problem it is?
It's a great question. No one knows for sure. There's a March 9th letter from a number of members of Congress to DHS saying, do we have any information about this? The media reports indicate estimates could be over 1 million or 1.5 million from the People's Republic of China alone. The congressional report that we cited in our brief talks about certain hotspots like Russian elites coming to Miami through these birth tourism companies. And I mean, here's the facts about it that I think is striking. Media reported as early as 2015 that based on Chinese media reports, there are 500 birth tourism companies in the People's Republic of China whose business is to bring people here to give birth and return to that nation.
Having said all that, you do agree that that has no analysis before?
Dissent where their interpretation has these implications that could not possibly have been approved by the 19th century framers of this amendment. I think that shows that they've made a mess. Their interpretation has made a mess of the provision.
Well, it certainly wasn't a problem in the 19th century.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and as Justice Scalia
that's
said,
a bar.
I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to,
that was
you've
a
got a
bar.
constitutional provision that addresses certain
Supreme
evils
Court
and it should be
guys,
extended to
they
reasonably
go hard
comparable evils. He said
sometimes.
that about statutory interpretation.
Car
I
on
think
the
the same
high.
principle applies here,
It's
and
a
I think we
new
quote that in
world,
our
but the
brief.
same
Thank you, Justice Thomas.
Constitution.
Anything further?
General, you're getting a
Hyundai
lot
plans
of
to build new
questions
pickup
about
truck
immigration,
in the U.S. by
and
2030.
they harken back, of course, to the citizenship, which is defined in or set out in the 14th Amendment. How much of
are
the
they chewing
debates
ice?
around the
What is that
14th
noise?
Amendment had anything to do with immigration?
I think that the principal focus of those debates it has to do really not with immigrants, but with the Indian tribes. I mean, obviously the main goal, the one pervading purpose, as this court said in the slaughterhouse cases, was to establish the citizenship of the freed slaves and their children. But they were very concerned about the problem of
OpenAI demand
something that they
sinks
all
on
accepted
secondary
as a given,
market
which is
as
that the children of
Anthropic
tribal
runs hot.
Indians are not within the rule of birthright citizenship. So I think that's what they focus on. And we draw an analogy to that, to the issue of temporary sojourners. But there are mentions of temporary sojourning multiple places in the congressional debates, and all of those quotes go in our direction.
It looks like all the tech stocks are dropping.
Justice Sotomayor
Oracle's
brought
on
up
the
Long
low.
King art.
Microsoft, Apple even.
There was
Damn.
no question in that
It was all
case
Mag 7. Meta's doing pretty decent.
about domicile.
You're
Was
checking
there?
to see if you are unbanned.
I disagree.
You are unbanned.
The court says at the very beginning
You
of its
are
opinion, here are
unbanned,
the
my
accepted
friend.
facts. These are
Yeah, if you
lawfully
filled out the
domiciled
form
here.
and
when it
you
states
had
the question
a
presented,
reason,
it talks about domicile. When it
you're
recites the
willing to
legal
give it some
principle
thought,
at page 693, it says
down, bro.
domicile 3 times.
Freedom.
And at page 705, at the end of the opinion, it says here's the single question
Now,
we
welcome
decided.
to the Wild
we
West,
decided
though.
that Chinese immigrants with
Keep that
a
in mind.
permanent domicile and residence here fall within the rule of birthright citizenship.
Justice Alito?
Under the minimum definition of domicile, which I think existed in 1868 and continues to exist today, a person's domicile is the place where he or she intends to make a permanent home. Now, normally, you would think that a person who is subject to arrest at any time and removal
Yeah, you got 4 or 5
could not
candles. You're back. This is a
establish
lower end.
domicile.
Like I said, though,
But
you
we
need to
have an
we need
unusual
to break one
situation
way or the other.
here
Because if this just
because
taps the
our
low, goes a
immigration
little lower,
laws
then
have
bounces
been
up, I mean, we're going to burn another hour.
ineffectively
Sadly,
and in some
Israeli media
instances
several rocket attacks from Iran and
unenthusiastically
Lebanon on
enforced
Israel. You had
by
oil numbers
federal
too.
officials.
But oil didn't really react.
So there are people who are subject to removal at any time if they are apprehended and they go through the proper procedures. But they have, in their minds, made a permanent home here and have established roots. And that raises a humanitarian problem. And I wonder if you could address that.
If I may, one legal and one humanitarian. The legal point is, if you look at those cases, for example, Carson against Reed, Park against Barr, this court's decisions in Elkins and Toll against Marino, they talk about the legal capacity to create a domicile, excluding someone who may have the subjective intent, which otherwise would be determinative, as being excluded. On the humanitarian point, I would point out, as I said at the beginning, Justice Alito, that the United States rule of nearly unrestricted birthright citizenship is an outlier among modern nations. It's a very small minority of nations that have that rule. For example, every nation in Europe has a different rule, and the notion that they have a huge humanitarian crisis as a result of not having unrestricted birthright citizenship, I don't think is a strong argument. And I point out, obviously, for reliance-related reasons, this executive order applies only prospectively, and we ask the court to rule only prospectively.
Justice Sotomayor?
I agree with you what
Press TV's
the
reiterating
European
the other
nation's
stuff
rule
from
is,
earlier.
but England was always different, wasn't it?
Not until in 1983 it changed to the
That's not quite true. The Wong Kim Ark does a wonderful job of laying out the English rule. And you claim it was different, but there isn't any treatises or scholars who say it's different. English rule was always by birth.
Again, I don't know if that Malaysia headline is legit or not that you popped around that time. I don't know if the timing of it.
The implications
Fastly's
of
still
what you're
going
asking
too.
us to do. You are asking us to overrule Wong Kim Ark? Well, Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the U.S.
5 minutes down, 3 minutes back up.
To China. They eventually returned to China. So they didn't have a primary allegiance to the United States.
Oil didn't move, only the SPY.
Are you asking us to overrule then our cases, one of which said that a child of illegal aliens was a citizen? You're asking us to overrule that.
Yeah,
no, first of all, we're not asking you to overrule Wong Kim Ark. We agree with only of Wong Kim Ark in much of the reasoning. And then as to those later cases starting in 1966, where the court makes sort of, unreasoned references to this
Wait a minute, Hin Top You Loose. The respondent unlawfully overstayed her visa and gave birth to a child here. The court, Harlan II, wrote, the child is, of course, an American citizen. That person wasn't domiciled here lawfully. So you're asking us to overrule that case?
I wouldn't say we're asking you to overrule. We think that's similar to a drive-by jurisdictional ruling where there's a simple statement that's not debated. There's no...
Trump directed Vance to communicate privately that he's open to ceasefire as long as certain demands met, including reopening of Strait. Source, it's Reuters. Vance delivered stern message that Trump was impatient and warned of growing pressure on Iranian infrastructure unless Iranians make a deal.
Who had been sworn in as citizens. You asked us to concentrate only on the prospective nature of the
Vance has been talking to intermediaries about Iran conflict as recent as Tuesday.
Of your position, if accepted, is that this president or the next president or a Congress or someone else could decide that it shouldn't be prospective. There would be nothing limiting that, according to your theory.
If, as we asked, the court confines its ruling to prospective relief only, which it did in Sessions.
No, I'm saying to you, that's what you're asking us for relief right now. I'm asking
So again, it's one about another ceasefire talks, but then also the fact that he's been talking since Tuesday. But I don't think it's going to, I don't think that should have spiked you like that.
Could move to unnaturalize
so see, just keep watch though. You never know after yesterday.
People who were born here of illegal residents.
No, we believe the court should do what it did in Sessions against Morales-Santana, where there was a ruling that would have deprived people who are already citizens of citizenship, and the court said this applies prospectively only, and we think that's the appropriate course here.
But that's not what we did in Trin.
We think that Sessions provides the proper course here, and that's what we're asking. We are not asking for any retroactive relief.
Justice Kagan?
General, I think even your brief concedes that the position you're taking now is a revisionist one with respect to a substantial part of our history. And I think that that's in large part because of Wong Kim Ark and the way people have read that case, which of course was in the late 19th century, and have read it ever since then. And what that case suggests is, there's a very clear rationale. You say, it says the word domicile a bunch of times, which it does. It's a long opinion. It says a lot of things. But the rationale of the case is really quite clear. It says there was this common law tradition. It came from England. We know what it was. Everybody got citizenship by birth, except for a few discrete categories, which were the ones that the Chief Justice mentioned at the beginning. And that tradition carried over to the United States. And then what the 14th Amendment did was accept that tradition and not attempt to place any limitations on it. And so that was the clear rationale, a clear rationale that is diametrically different from your rationale. And everybody took Wong Kim Ark to say that and to say that as a result of that, of course, birthright citizenship was the rule. And I think everybody has believed that for long time.
So hear me out.
And I guess my question is...
So they're saying a smelter shut down, aluminum. Remember, MP, Alcoa, they moved off of that last time. I think the attack was old, and then that annauncement's coming in now.
And given the long history of this country's understanding about birthright citizenship, what would it take, what do you think it should take to accept that story in terms of the magnitude of the evidence that we would need to see in order to accept this revisionist theory and in order to change what I think people have thought the rule was for more than a century?
Let me make 2 points in response to that, one historical and one legal. Historical point, I disagree with the way you've characterized the understanding of Wong Kim Ark, and I would point to something that's emphasized in their amici's briefs, which is in 1921, Richard Flournoy, who becomes a senior State Department official in the Roosevelt administration and pushes their theory as to temporary sojourners, writes a law review article in 1921 where he says, I think that children of temporary visitors should be citizens. But he admits that is not the understanding of Wong Kim Ark. He admits Wong Kim Ark did not hold that. And he admits that there's an array of authorities that go against him. He talks about careful and reliable, high authorities. And that's referring to the consensus that we point out in pages 26, 28 of our brief, where you've got 12 treatises from 1881 to 1922 that all say, including for decades after Wong Kim Ark, that say children of temporary sojourners are not included. What happens between 1921 and the 1930s? Well, Mr. Flournoy became a senior State Department official, and he adopted that as the policy of the Roosevelt administration. So their argument is basically saying there wasn't this consensus going back to 1898. The consensus, as their own author admits, goes entirely in the opposite direction. For 50 years, right? For 50 years from the framing of the clause through the 1920s, maybe 60 years, the general understanding when it comes to what's at issue here and was not at issue in Wong Kim Ark is the children of temporary visitors do not become citizens under the clause. And then the legal point, you referred to this sort of concept of temporary local allegiance, and they rely on the Schooner Exchange, this theory that you've got temporary local allegiance. But if you actually look at page 572 of the congressional record, right at the beginning, introducing the Civil Rights Act, Senator Trumbull says, I said not subject to any foreign power. I wanted to say born in the United States and owing allegiance to the United States, but I was aware that there's a, quote, a sort of allegiance from persons temporarily resident in the United States whom we have no right to make citizens. So Senator Trumbull says the reason I haven't adopted the language and meaning that they say should be packed into these provisions is that everybody knows that the children of temporary visitors should not be citizens.
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just to follow up on that point, General, one interesting counterpoint about the understanding of Wong Kim Ark that followed with respect to temporary sojourners. And I take you've got your well-taken points. But there was, of course, John Marshall Harlan, the great dissenter, who dissented in Wong Kim Ark and later gave a bunch of lectures. And he posed the question about the sojourners. Suppose an English father and mother went down to the hot springs to get rid of the gout. And while there, they have a child, now back in England. Is that child a citizen of the United States, born of the jurisdiction thereof by mere accident of birth? And he says, under Wong Kim Ark, he is. And he continues, I was one of the minority, and of course I was wrong. Now, I'm sure that was tongue-in-cheek.
Restoration's still going down. That was bad earnings.
Now, what do you do with that?
I'd say two things in response to that. First of all, he gave a speech, but we have 12 uncontradicted treatises that say the opposite, that is not what Wong Kim Ark means, and that's not the meaning of the clause. But also, I'd make a more fundamental point. When you're looking at Wong Kim Ark, one of the dissent has this dominant theme.
Estonia is planning to buy back Skype from Microsoft.
We all agree, it's obvious that the children of temporary visitors do not become citizens.
Intel ripped
how does the
too.
majority
Watch if
opinion
the
address
other
that? It says domicile 3 times when it recites the legal rule. It says permanent residence and domicile when it decides the holding. So the court should be bound by what it says. This is what we're deciding. And again, on page 75, it says this is the single question. Now, there's been a lot of discussion up to that point.
This fucking
At the very end, they said the single question we've decided is the citizenship status of children of Chinese immigrants with a permanent residence and domicile in the United States.
Do you think Native Americans today are birthright citizens under your test and under your friend's test?
I think so. I mean, obviously they've been granted citizenship by statute.
Inside the statute, do you think they're birthright citizens?
No, I think the clear understanding that everybody agrees in the congressional debates is that the children of tribal Indians are not birthright citizens.
I understand that's what they said, but your test is the domicile of the parents, and that would be the test you'd have us apply today, right?
Yes. So if a tribal Indian, for example, gives up allegiance to...
Born today, birthright citizens.
I think so on our test, yeah, if they're lawfully domiciled here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I have to think that through. That's my reaction.
I'll take the yes. That's all right.
So I can...
and then I just want to ask you quickly about the INA.
You guys got to fill out the
adopted in
Unban
1940
form,
and 1952. It
Some
uses
of you
the
are
same
emailing
term
me for it, but
as
I just
the
checked.
citizenship clause.
Well, yeah, there's the
one
form.
might
It's in the
have a pretty
description
good
of the
argument.
video.
I'm sure you got some arguments along just these lines that it should be understood to mean whatever it meant in 1868. But there was a lot of water over the dam between those two things. And as your brief points out, by the Roosevelt administration, there's a pretty strong
10%.
juice
Again, that
solely
Italian
move,
buyout thing, they gave a bunch of updates this morning.
That is to say that the thin concept of jurisdiction, power over, is enough, a broader understanding of birthright. Would there be an argument
they bought the
for
Apollo
reading
stake in
that
Irish
statute
Venture for
under
$14
its
billion.
original
And then they
plain
were to
meaning at the time,
repurchase 49% equity.
1952,
That was
perhaps
it.
have a different
I thought there was
meaning
another update
than the Constitution?
We don't think that's the best interpretation. I give two reasons. One is it would be very surprising if a statute that says exactly the constitutional phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof were interpreted to mean something totally different or to ossify.
By now, new high. NASDAQ is at 1.3. NASDAQ went up a quarter on all that.
The best analogy here is probably
By
state
hitting a new
long-arm
high,
statutes.
NASDAQ kept going.
Take a sort of non-controversial example. State long-arm statutes routinely say we're going to exercise personal jurisdiction to the extent of due process. It takes the constitutional standard and it puts it in the statute. And nobody thinks that those ossify, are limited to the precedent, this court's precedents at the time they are enacted. Everyone thinks that phrase, due process, incorporates, the developing law of due process and minimum context and so forth, including from this court. So we think that's the best analogy when you're looking at the constitutional phrase itself and you take it out of a freighted context. The natural interpretation is to say this reflects the objective meaning of the Constitution, and the objective meaning of the Constitution is its original public meaning in 1866 and 1868.
See any notable counterpoints to that argument?
I'm sure there are arguments on the other side. We addressed them in their brief.
So you're really, at the end of the day, then, this is a straight-up constitutional ruling you want from this court, win, lose, or draw?
Yeah, we think that the statute and the Constitution means the same thing. If the court disagrees, obviously we prefer an adverse ruling if the court's going to do that on a statutory basis and a constitutional basis.
But you just disavowed that in your responses to me by saying that that's not an available option, is the way I understood it.
Yes, the court would have to disagree with our statutory position, which is that it means the same thing as the Constitution. But if the court were to do that, then the natural course would probably be to rule on statutory grounds alone. Now, we think they mean the same thing, and we've got arguments for that, including, I think, the analogy I just referenced.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
General, how should we think about the text of the 14th Amendment, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, as distinct from the different language of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which refers, as you know, to persons not subject to any foreign power? Those texts are, on their face,
well, I can see you in the chat, but
different.
fill out the form.
And the history that Justice Kagan referred to might have developed
it's
quite
not
a bit
hopeless,
differently
dude. It's
if the
not
14th
hopeless.
Amendment's
The way to do it,
text
man.
had
The way to
used
do
the
it.
phrase that was in the Civil Rights Act.
That's an excellent point, and this court has held in multiple cases, Heard against Hodge and General Building Contractors, has recognized that they were intended and they did mean the same thing, and that's powerfully reinforced by the
high ticker's
debates.
almost fully gassed.
Really what they're discussing is they said they were dissatisfied with the language in the Civil Rights Act because the phrase Indians not taxed they thought was ambiguous, and so they switched to the affirmative statement as opposed to the negative statement. The affirmative statement is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but there's express statements in the congressional record essentially that we're doing the same thing, and that is what this court's case law has reflected.
Why didn't they say the same thing?
Explosions in Jordanian
again,
capital?
it appears they preferred the sort of positive formulation subject to the jurisdiction thereof as opposed to not subject to any foreign power. And again, there's a deep concern and lengthy discussion of the potential ambiguity in the Civil Rights Act thing. They want to eliminate an ambiguity, but do the same thing. And I think that's very strongly reflected in those debates.
By the time of the 1940 and 1952 congressional actions, where Congress repeats subject to the jurisdiction thereof, given Juan Kim Ark, one might have expected
there's
Congress
Kavanaugh. You
to
were
use
saying
a
you didn't hear
different
him.
phrase if it wanted to try to disagree with Wong Kim Ark on what the scope of birthright citizenship or the scope of citizenship should be. And yet Congress repeats that same language,
market's brushing off
knowing
everything,
what
though.
the interpretation had been. So how are we to think about that?
I think baked into that question is an understanding. I think that was reflected in Justice Kagan's earlier question, that everybody understood that Wong Kim Ark meant that in the history I talked about. I think refutes that. Really, there's a consensus that goes our way.
SPY new high,
decades
NASDAQ at
and decades
1.4.
after the adoption of the
Russell is actually
amendment, and after Wong Kim
148.
Ark on the specific question of the children of temporary visitors. And it's really not until, and again, and their author in 1921 is saying, hey, the other side is the consensus.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
But there's executive branch interpretations and others. And if you're in Congress in 1940 and 1952 and you want to limit the scope of Wong Kim Ark or to eliminate ambiguity, why do you repeat the same language rather than choosing something different? For example, you could use the language from the Civil Rights Act of 1866 or some similar formulation if your idea in 1940 and 1952 was to not have ambiguity or not have an overly broad scope.
I think if you look at the structure of that statute, where it's 1401A and then B through H, A, and it says these are the people who are entitled to birthright citizenship. A is the constitutional standard, and then B through H are all the categories that Congress has super added to that. I think the natural inference is that Congress is codifying, which it was consciously doing in 1941, pulling all the naturalization rules and immigration rules together into one statute and said, you go to one place, here's who is a birthright citizen. A, those who are guaranteed that right by the citizenship clause, and B through H are the ones that Congress has added through its naturalization power. So that inference to me says A is merely, it's not trying to change or alter the Constitution.
Why are y'all so
saying,
mean,
hey,
bro?
the baseline is what the Constitution says, and we codify that, and then we move on to the new categories.
Of what relevance?
I'm glad y'all
if
aren't
any,
stabbing
do you
me,
think,
but what did
Section
John
5
do
of
to
the
you,
14th
bro?
Amendment has here that gives
Mr.
Congress
Sauer.
the
His name's Sauer.
power to enforce
It makes sense.
the
His
article,
name's
the
Sauer.
14th Amendment,
Sauer.
by appropriate legislation. Does that give Congress room here, or do
Can
you
I
not
call
think
you
so?
guys? Can I see how
I
you
do
sound?
think that a ruling in our favor
wanna
would
see
leave
now.
room
I'm
for
kinda
Congress.
curious.
I don't think you'd have to rely on Section 5. I think that Congress has its own inherent power to grant citizenship by statute. So if the court were to rule in our favor for the classes of individuals that they say should be covered, Congress has the latitude to do that.
How much room do you think Section 5 gives,
I'm
if any?
confused.
and
Why
it may
can't you
not
fill
be
out the
any,
form?
Congress to
What's the
interpret the
big deal?
phrase subject to
What
the
am I missing?
jurisdiction thereof, or to
I feel like we're getting lost.
define that? Is that
weird
relevant at
sticking
all?
point.
It's a great question, and I'm thinking about it for the
you wanna
first
get
time. I assume it would
unbanned,
be
but you
governed
don't
by
wanna
the
fill out
congruence and
the form,
proportionality
and then
test
you're
from this
already in
court's
the
case
chat
law.
anyway?
How that would apply here, I don't know. And I don't think it's presented
not
because our
following.
contention is that the statute means exactly the same thing. If anything is congruent and proportional, it's that. And I think the court held that in the United States against Georgia.
The form link works
You've
easier than the
mentioned several
Streamlabs
times
link
the
for some
practices
reason.
of other countries.
Yeah, Meta's starting to go.
And that's obviously,
Fucking
as a
fastly.
policy
It
matter,
just went up another
supports
10%, dude.
what you're arguing here. But obviously, we try to interpret American law with American precedent based on American history. That's certainly what I try to do, and I think you try to
even
do.
Microsoft
So
climbed a little bit.
why should we be thinking about, even though
Well,
as a
we're going
policy
up.
matter,
Just
I
it's
get
the
point,
hangover from
thinking
yesterday,
about,
both positioning
European
as
countries
well
don't
as
have this, or most
this
other
off-ramp
countries, many
stuff.
other
Even though there's
countries in
been
the world
attacks,
don't
the
have
denials
this,
have been a
doesn't
little
that-
less than last
I
time.
guess I'm not seeing the relevance as a legal constitutional interpretive matter.
I mean, to put it into context, last time there was like the credible off-ramp, the first one, within 2 hours of the morning, an hour of the morning, everybody came out, and then they even stepped up the attacks, and like you had a lot more stuff. This time around, you actually haven't had anything too crazy. So yeah, we're gonna. I think that's why we keep kind of melting up, and then the other part is positioning. Just after a big ass move like that, you know, people are setting up, and it's gonna kind of have a little bit more momentum. But then also too, it's people are getting ready for whatever Trump is gonna say tonight.
That's
part of it.
Are dealing with a constitutional precedent like
Cisco,
this, you might
data
argue we
stolen, and
disagree
source
with that
code.
interpretation, but if you adopt their interpretation or agree with their interpretation of that precedent, you should overrule
When you put it
it.
like that,
And you haven't made that argument here, and I'm just giving you an opportunity to explain why you haven't.
Because we think it's totally unambiguous in Wong Kim Ark that the holding
go through the process,
relates to domiciled aliens. And so we strongly agree with the holding. We think domicile was the touchstone, and we think that's not a coincidence for the reason I maybe speculate a little bit when I was talking to Justice Gorsuch about how the dissent raises this, and then the majority's like, well, we're putting domicile in there, so we know that the absurd conclusion that they say would come from this isn't there. But also, domicile as kind of the sort of relationship that creates this relationship of allegiance that makes you part of a political community if you're an alien from another country. That's deeply rooted in their understanding when they're doing it. They talk about domicile in Yickwo against Hopkins in the 1892 and 1893 cases, and there's this deeply rooted understanding, again, that goes all the way back to the early 19th century. So we think that's a really important conception. So I mean, we disagree with some of the dicta in Wong Kim Ark that we discuss, and we think there's dicta that goes our way that the other side overlooks. And we're not asking the court to overrule dicta. We just say don't follow erroneous dicta and don't apply it to this brand new situation that was not decided in Wong Kim Ark.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So General Sauer, I want to zoom out a little bit and think about jus soli and jus sanguinis. So as I understand it, at the time of the 14th Amendment, those were the two dominant approaches. Jus soli, the English common law, roughly following the soil. Jus sanguinis, roughly citizenship following the parents. Now, jus soli was very generous on the soil, the English common law, and so it extended citizenship to those born there who may not have been born of parent citizens. But jus sanguinis, if parents who were citizens and had a child abroad, then that child's citizenship followed the parents. So one thing that's puzzling me about your argument when I think about the ratification of the 14th Amendment, in many ways it would have made sense for them, and you acknowledge the jus sanguinis in citing Vattel. It would have made sense in some ways for them to say, okay, we're going to follow, if they wanted to accomplish what you're saying they wanted to accomplish. You could say, well, we're going to follow jus sanguinis because we're going to make it all ride on parentage. But instead, I mean, the 14th Amendment, we're talking about subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but it also says born in the United States. So you have the jus soli kind of point there, but you're saying it narrowed that point by tying it to the citizenship of the parents, at least as to soil. But I take it you're not arguing that United States citizens who have children born abroad would qualify for birthright citizenship. So it's kind of a narrower view of both the traditional jus soli rule and a narrower view of the jus sanguinis rule. So why would they have done that? And if they were going to invent an entirely new kind of citizenship, like an American brand, why wouldn't we have seen more discussion of that in the debates?
I think you do. And I would say, I think the right way to conceptualize it, it is a modified jus soli. Because even the British sources don't just say you're born here, you're a citizen. They say you're born here and you have to be under the protection of the sovereign. You have to have a relationship of allegiance. Allegiance is the word in Calvin's case.
But they don't focus on the parents. It's the child. And your approach focuses on the parents' allegiance.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true of the 19th century sources.
It seems a little ambiguous, and I'm going to ask your friend on the other side that question.
Let me point out then that there are two criteria. One is birth on the soil, and the other is legiance or allegiance. What we have is birth on the soil remains the same, right? And so they are, and that's why so much of Wong Kim Ark is actually we agree with, because they are adopting a modified British rule. They are not going the French rule, that Vattel talks about, where it's like who's the citizen. That had to be done by statute, as you pointed out, which it was in 1401.
Team on the high.
But what they've got is they say birth in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That is talked about as allegiance, allegiance, allegiance in the congressional debates.
And then,
but they were clearly not incorporating the
slowly
British
melting towards another high.
Monarchical
no real
crazy
headlines. I mean, you've heard of attacks, the Argosy, all that stuff.
Our nation had repudiated the notion that citizenship is indefeasible. The expatriation statutes for the late 1700s reflect that. And again, you look at the 1868 congressional
23 green on the Dow, 7 red. So half of them went green.
Congressmen, Republican congressmen,
NASDAQ 72 green. Another 10, 20 names went green.
Is proof that
and then SPY 50 names
Blackstone's
turned
theory
green.
of allegiance was not accepted.
150,
so they accept
359
birth
green,
on US
150 red.
soil, but then they take the
So
concept
a lot of the red names
allegiance
are slowly
and give it its
shifting.
Republican,
You are at
Democratic,
1% on the S&P
American
now.
understanding, and that's very, very. I think that makes a ton of sense.
Okay, and let's talk about its applications. So, there are some, I can imagine it being messy in some applications. So what would you do with what the common law called foundlings? the thing about this is then you have to adjudicate. If you're looking at parents, and if you're looking at parents' domicile, then you have to adjudicate both residence and intent to stay. What if you don't know who the parents are?
I think there are marginal cases. That one, I think, has the benefit of being addressed in 1401F, where it talks about...
Yeah, but what about the Constitution?
Under the Constitution, I mean, look, domicile is a constitutional standard in all kinds of other situations.
Well, and it's hard.
Diversity, jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction.
You think they're mean to him
in the personal
of
jurisdiction,
I
mean, 1332, diversity,
you think
jurisdiction.
They get annoyed too?
And the thing is, it has to be litigated because it turns on intent.
And she's like, shut up already.
Both the virtue of both jus soli and jus sanguinis, whichever one you pick, it's a bright line rule.
So
how would it work? How would you adjudicate these cases? You're not going to know at the time of birth for some people whether they have the intent to stay or not, including U.S. citizens, by the way. I mean, what if you have someone who is living in Norway with their husband and family, but is still a U.S. citizen, comes home and has her child here and goes back? Joke? How do we know whether the child is a U.S. citizen because the parent didn't have an intent to stay?
I'd say make 2 points, one practical, one legal. The practical point is under the terms of this executive order,
Costco?
You don't have to, because the executive order turns on objectively verifiable things, which is immigration status. Are you lawfully present but temporarily present, or do you have an illegal status? So those kind of taking evidence, so to speak, under subjective intent wouldn't be done. And as to the constitutional point, obviously domicile is baked into a lot of constitutional and legal concepts, and there may be situations where facts are determined, but if you look at the guidance that all the agencies did after this court in Costa said the agency could go forward and issue guidance, the guidance provides, I think, very, very clear, objective, verifiable approaches to doing this.
I'll finish the news headlines.
So as a practical matter, I don't think it's
I'm starting to get tired of this too.
Order.
It's not his voice, it's just
Justice Jackson?
I like the tariff case better,
Good morning,
to be
General.
honest. All right, so here's the rest of your news headlines. God bless you.
Conductor momentum remaining strong.
Japan manufacturer sentiment improves. Outlook among large firms weakens. Iran war. Strong AI demand and capacity constraints driving up prices across electronics supply chain.
Iran war
gives opening for China exporters to win market share in countries hit by higher energy cost supply constraints.
U.S. Customs making progress.
On 666B tariff refund system. Portal nearly ready.
Taiwan, Iran and trade probes test U.S.-China ties amid delayed Trump-C summit.
Nissan seeks U.S. tariff relief from Mexico. Made cars to keep entry-level models affordable.
Trump says he is strongly considering pulling U.S. out of NATO after Europe's refusal to help in Iran war.
U.S. Secretary of State Rubio says Venezuela needs transition phase and free elections after Maduro ousted.
Trump signs executive order tightening rules on mail-in ballots.
Republican Senator Moreno to introduce bill tightening ban on Chinese automakers in U.S. market. Fed's bar warns on stablecoin reserve risk to money laundering concerns.
Coin shares to begin trading on NASDAQ via SPAC merger with Vine Hill Capital.
EU plans to centralize crypto supervision under ESMA opposed by Malta.
There you go.
Trump.
That was your morning news, bro. It kind of is the remake. It's just Josh AI. It's what I put into Josh AI, but then he just turned it into a song that doesn't rhyme. It's fun though. It's fun. It's kind of distracting though, but like it's fun. That's it. Like some of them I remember just because it hit good with the beat. Well, here I need to get it. Did you hear the Watchlist yesterday? I gave you guys a Watchlist song yesterday. I don't know if you all saw that one. But I'm gonna go give me a carbo.
Iranian president made that shit pop. That was hours after Trump said the war would stop. We don't need the Hormuz. Get your own oils. This was the second credible off-ramp. We should hold unless we hear from the camp, the parliament, the army, and even the president. As long as they don't start screaming that to America, don't get distracted. Think about the plays. Trump addresses the nation. Think about what he'll say. Market will anticipate. Might be a reason to stay unless Amazon or Intel catches a grenade. The story sounds good. I'm glad you weren't missing it. The sad part is this could have been positioning quarter and down 10%. It's the fall you're not a homo. Let's still a play if tomorrow's FOMO. Oil at 100 is very high, so you also puts if the war trade dies.
I was vibing, dude. That's your watch list. That's a watch list in a minute. I don't think it's bad, bro. It gave you plays. It explained it. That's it, bro. You got it. Again, we do got a little bit of FOMO. Oil did drop, but it's still it's actually much more calmer. I think we are on ice ahead of young Trump. I still can't believe he's sitting in the Supreme Court. I don't think he didn't even do that for the terrorists. But yeah, we keep melting up, man. SPY, you got to wait till a headline. I mean, if we get one at this point, it's probably, like I was saying, you haven't heard anything besides our gotcha comments. And now we're chilling. A couple of melt-ups, though, too. It does sound like Flo Rida. I know, Nike. Because the bad gets bad. So, yeah, say 45. It needs to break 45 to get worse. 10-year low. This is how Gen Alpha will listen to the news. I hope people could process it, though. It's kind of quick. But yeah, that is all what happened yesterday. JP Morgan expects Bank of England to hike rates by 25 in June versus forecast of April and July. And then where is gold? Gold is still melting up, so that did work actually too. That took another 0.5%. Then it's actually Euro close in 20 minutes. So not bad, Chatadonia. Not bad. Again, Core Weave was dumping. I just had that up. Because the bad gets bad. Yeah, Core Weave down about $1. Where are we? SPY 1%, Russell 1.5, NASDAQ 1.4, and then the Dow at 0.89. We're closer to having books in school. You put on a helmet and have it uploaded in 5 minutes. That's it, man. It sucks though, because like, I'm never putting shit in my head, right? Like, you guys know that, right? I know some of y'all like, I can't wait to get a Neuralink. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to get a Neuralink. But no, I can't. I'm never doing that. I'm going to be behind. I hope AGI gives us another option, but yeah. Correspondent Al Arabia echoes of successive explosions in Tel Aviv. Again, we've got the attacks, I think, as long as it's not infrastructure. But then again, those Kuwait, there was oil tanker attacks this morning, but everybody did their own thing. Price to book at Nike. Dude, Nike, I think, is at $41. It hits a 4% yield. So I like it. Like I was saying, you just got to let it stabilize a little bit. I mean, it's either going to stabilize at 45, or if this, like, breaks down, I mean, it's sadly going to probably go to $40. Many blessings, bro. Many blessings. Well, welcome back, my friend. Shout out to all the Unban people, especially those of you. I love it, man. I think some of y'all showed maturity. You understood it. And like I said, I took off the rules in the chat. I mean, I will still ban you. That was kind of my conditions, where I said some of the people who were a little bit more divisive, or pretty much if I put your name in the AI and your chat facts has a high anger score, I'm probably going to take you out. I took out the other guy just because he was like, I don't want to fill out the form, but I'm banned, but I'm not banned. So that was my recent one. But no, I think some of y'all displayed a nice level of maturity. So yeah, man, get a long term. Like I'm saying, if you understood what would have got you banned, try to keep it in mind. But I encourage you to use the chat for your advantage. And again, and above all else, I mean, in a weird way, don't focus on the chat, because that way you gotta just don't get distracted, man, especially if there's a moment. I hope you utilize it. I'd love this song. This was the one from yesterday.
You're an angry elf.
Don't be an angry elf.
That's bad for your health.
It's probably my favorite.
You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause what oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination on this buy. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves
out of the chat. Focus on your wealth, not chat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, amen. Hey, man, the dividend from... I don't think so. Let me double check. Because I think Nike, it's not like their dividend's high. 4% is just one of those things. The anger score is about 8. Anything 8 and above. So 7's kind of there. Yours surprisingly was low, ICAP. You know that? The AI just thought you were a little cuckoo. They're like, this guy has some issues, but generally not angry. He said bad jokes, but other than that. Email. I know email. We have a form for the unbanning, but I don't know if you're emailing me for something else. Yeah, Nike. Actually, I guess, Nike's payout ratio, 72%, Maybe. How did that get so bad? I guess the profitability. Holy shit. Yeah, because Nike's payout ratio is like, the last couple years we've owned it, it was in 30, 50. It had some bad quarters, but yeah, possibly, to be honest. That's kind of surprising. So yeah, I guess if China doesn't recover or if they start spending and don't pick it up, that's crazy. I don't even know I don't know their history on the dividend. I don't think it's like a dividend aristocrat, but yeah, pretty crazy. Hello, am I here again? You are here again. Welcome. Welcome back, baby. Welcome back. Massive news. I think, again, people are on ice waiting for this thing tonight. But also, too, we're going to have to see just anything major through, just like yesterday, bro. We get like a big enough comment or a big enough attack. I know there has been these attacks, but it hasn't been like nothing infrastructure. I mean, let me put it this way. They attack a fucking Qatar gas field, then this shit's coming down. I thought the attack on Amazon would have freaked people out more, but yeah, that didn't. Nike is only one more year to become a dividend aristocrat? No way. So yeah, maybe they won't cut the dividend then. Because again, if you become a dividend aristocrat, you get added to like certain funds, and then it brings in more capital. So it's kind of an advantage there. Bow, 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 no, bow, no, no, bow, no, no. You love the fact you called the Amazon grenade. Well, yeah, it was just the news, man. It was just the news. That's what I was saying. That's what I want you guys to learn. A lot of the info. I know it seems like we're just talking all day, and like, we read all these headlines, but if you like, you need to like try to hang on to them, and you could kind of like, obviously there's a lot of noise, but you sift through it. Like you are getting a nice little puzzle to how things are developing. And again, you can't trust everything, and you got to work it there. But remember, we were hearing, that was yesterday, we actually got a reaction to that stuff, and then it played out. So yeah, kind of crazy, but like I'm saying, it happened, but I'm surprised that it didn't cause more of a negative reaction. Iran discussing ceasefire, Axios. So yeah, they're reiterating that JD Vance comment from like an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, maybe a little longer. Do the kids like Nike? It's different, bro. Like, it's sad? I noticed it at the gym. Only the old dudes and myself wear Nike. I guess I'm an old dude. Because, like, I noticed it, bro. Like, it stands out. It's kind of cool. It looks kind of retro. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for the company. But, like, straight up, yeah, like, I noticed that the older people have Nike on. So, like, I'm not that old, but, like, I know that, like, I'm, like, wearing Jordan shorts. I got my Nike tank tops, but, like, you look at everyone else, they're all wearing, like, people will just wear random shirts or all sorts of shit, bro. So, yeah, it's, like, but I do know, like, the younger people are not wearing Nike. So, but then again, I don't know, maybe it makes it kind of, like, in a weird way, Nike stands out because it's kind of becoming retro. But I love Nike, though. That's the problem, is that I only like Nike on sale. I do like the tank tops, the outlets. You hit up the outlets, I got my tank tops for like $20, bro. And the fucking dry fit tanks, I can't work out in anything else. I'm a big fan of those. But like it's yeah, Nike on sale. I think I'm forever gonna wear it. Like I don't know how to explain it. If I'm not wearing my Colt shit, it's literally Nike shit. Sats moving off of it. Oh, SpaceX IPO. Get the angry elves out of the chat. What was the headline on there? Because again, all the space stocks are fucking running even earlier today. Yeah, they're all still going up. I don't know. Next time you go to the gym, I don't want you to stare at people, but just pay attention to what people are like wearing, and you'll see it, bro. Like the Nikes, like there's definitely a demographic that religiously wears the Nikes, but then everybody else, it's like it stands out. It's because it's not everyone's wearing it. Aloe, Viore, damn Target shorts. I know Viore's gotten very popular. I haven't, dude. You're the second person who just said Target workout stuff. I'd be down to try it. The athlete, yeah, the colleges, they wear Nike, and like if they have the contracts. Hoka's kind of fell off. I remember Deckers went down. Hoka, bro, this is how you know. It was so DXYZ. So again, part of these like little IPO stocks. What's the other one? VCX? I don't know. That one's going down. But like, this was the easiest tell that Deckers was going to have the bad earnings. Yeah, people still like the Hokas, but it's not like it was a couple years ago. You know what it was, right? Bro, the Hokas showed up at Costco. That's how you knew. Right when the Hokas showed up at Costco, next quarter, it was the worst quarter for Deckers. They were like, we got to move these Hokas, dude. Put them on a pallet. I've never owned a pair. I got my mom Hokas during that time. They were new. They got wide shoes for the wide Egyptian feet. That's the new showed up at Ross TJ Maxx, but that's flipped. Bro, people love Ross and TJ Maxx now. It's not even like, it doesn't have the same stigma as when we were growing up, where people are like, oh, the Ross TJ Maxx? No, now they're like, it's made for Ross and TJ. People love it, dude. People fucking love it. Costco is selling out. Zoa, is that their brand? I haven't tried it yet. I'll probably get me some when I go there. Remember, Celsius warned on that, or they said they said Costco was 11% of sales, but they're not expecting it to hurt them too much. SpaceX has filed confidentially for IPO. They all took DXYZ, Sats. Tap owns Zoa? What? Wait, Zoa not the... I think you're right on that, but is Zoa not Costco? Or there's no way they're working with them. The Axios one, the journalist updated the article, but it's not much changed. Team again. High ticker has not stopped. You're still going up. Zoa's the Rock's energy. Oh, like, do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Okay, I didn't understand what you guys were saying. Yeah, that is owned by Tap, or I think they have a stake in it. I haven't tried that. What's the Costco brand? Is it just called Kirkland Energy? And then Meta's going up. Dude, Intel is crazy. That's what I was saying, bro. You look at even the chart. Someone said it earlier in the chat because they started expanding this $14 billion investment. But then one of the conditions, Intel said they're going to raise CapEx once they get a solid foundry customer. So that could be the underlying reason why this move is so bullish. Yeah, oil is popping a little bit. I mean, again, we've had a couple of these baby pops. The difference is this is now highest it's been in 3 hours. Zelensky begins holding talks with negotiators, sources familiar. Oh, Iran's supreme leader on X emphatically declare that supreme leader? Is this Mujtaba? Consistent policy of Islamic Republic of Iran following the path of Imam Khomeini and the martyred leader is to continue supporting the resistance against the Zionist U.S. enemy. And then Trump has left Supreme Court. Argument continues. Wait, did Mujtaba? Where is Mujtaba? Mujtaba! I don't know. Do they have multiple supreme leaders? I don't know how they've been doing this. Yeah, that was 10 minutes ago, but it's hitting wires now. Just like yesterday. Remember yesterday, that Press TV one, that was circulating. It's coming from Twitter. I pray His Eminence Sheikh Naim Qasim, I pray for your success and honor, as well as our dear Mujahid brothers. So I think somebody got clapped and he's honoring them. But then he's saying, yeah, I declare consistent policy of Islamic Republic in Iran, following the path of Khomeini and the martyred leader, is to continue supporting the resistance against Zionist U.S. enemy. So again, Supreme Leader Khomeini Jr., you're getting a statement from him in the last hour or so, and then even recently. He's actually gone off in the last hour. Praising Hezbollah. Steadfastness for the obstinate enemies of the Islamic world, namely the U.S. and the proxy in the region, the brutalist Zionist regime, were some of the most outstanding characteristics of the martyred leader and Imam. Qasem Soleimani, the greatest testament to the correctness of the path of resistance against the U.S. and Zionist regime. Wait, this guy only made his Twitter in... Is this the real account? He ain't even verified? Yeah, and he made his account in March, bro. So, kind of interesting. But yeah, that's where it's coming from. I know, that's what I would say. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, he's been good. That's where all of those some of those headlines are hitting the wire now, but... Yeah, oil was already, again, SPY not doing it. Eli Lilly up, NVO down. R? Get the angry Fs out of the chat. Yeah, Eli, you guys were saying that earlier. I was reading those. Something happened. Eli Lilly up, NVO down. It could be approval. Let's see. Healthcare pre-market. And then another report would require approval from President Donald Trump would involve deploying troops in Iran territory. Officials are planning, as again, the ground attack at Card Island, Atlantic reported, citing people familiar with the matter. The most dangerous mission of Trump's presidency warned operations would not necessarily end the war quickly or secure border objectives such as regime collapse, broader objectives, or reopening Strait of Hormuz. Plan comes as thousands of additional troops arrive in the region. Yeah, check Eli Lilly. I don't see it yet. But Eli Lilly up, NVO down. There was a Eli Lilly approval, I believe, coming through. That could be what it was. I don't see a headline yet. I don't know if they're at an event or not. But then, yeah, the fact NVO's going down. It's up 3% already. Get the angry elves out of the chat. And remember, tomorrow is the last day of trading. That's not the fucking one I wanted. Okay, I don't want 100 of them. Okay, that's the one I wanted. Get the angry F's out of the chat. Damn, Fastly's still going? All right. To reward. I think they got the RETA approval. I have zero confirmation. But like I'm saying, I know it's there. Oh yeah, U.S. weight loss pill Fondio gets U.S. approval. For adult, okay, it's coming out now. Adults with obesity not a recommendation for weight medical problems can be taken any time of day without food or water restrictions. Will be available for $25 a month on direct and $149 self-pay. Damn, that's cheap. Eligible Medicare patients, zibbity bobbity boo. I thought it was going to be the RETA approval. I thought they were going to get an expanded approval on that. Boop, boop, boop. All right, well, those already doubled. BB, remember, I got a shitty one there I didn't mean to get. I'm gonna try to flip that one. Which ETF to invest in? I need to make 600. I mean, like VU is pretty much the basic one everybody goes to. Out of the chat. Oprah, isn't Oprah like super skinny now? Bow, bow, now, 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 now. Fondio may cause tumors in thyroid, including thyroid cancer. Not known whether it's safe and effective for children. What the fuck? That's a crazy announcement. Is INSP related? Yo, Inspire Medical, that just went up. That might be related to that. INSP. Those are kind of already jacked up on the ask. But yeah, Inspire, 6%, kind of moving in tandem. I know, bro. You were posting that one earlier. That's why I paid attention once the NVO started dumping with it. Because usually one goes up, other goes down. You got an idea. All right, and then even then, those already did 100%. So either you could either push it or make it free. It's like right under there on the bid or on the ask, and then even the bid's up like 30. But yeah, it's either gonna push from here or that's gonna be it. So good luck, not a recommendation. Get the angry elves out of the chat. Bow, bow, no, 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 no. And then SPY still chilling again. Latest thing was homeboy Comini Jr.'s comments. And then Pfizer and partner BioNTech said they will stop COVID vaccine health study in adults aged 50 to 64 due to slow enrollment. And then Venezuela interim president Delcy Rodriguez to appoint new board for state-run PDVSA subsidiaries. Could appoint new law firms to handle suits and arbitration cases. You want the play, you're still going to get in. I don't think you should. So I'm not going to share it with you. It's already up 100%. So, but you at least got the news and can react. But that's one of the things I kind of warn people against. I mean, if you're here in the moment, you get the info, you can make a move of it. But one of the worst things you could do is follow one of our plays after we're up. I mean, sometimes they work, but that's definitely not what I'm trying to teach you guys. Let alone, I prefer an edge for all of you, not necessarily doing the exact opposite. Bow, bow, now, now, down, now, now, down, now, 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 now. Well, yeah, like I'm saying, they're already up 100%, so I'd be careful. Plays are like buses. Another one is coming. Amen. The peptide play the other day was HIMS. So yeah, and then Eli Lilly just got approval. Inspire, I don't know if that went up in tandem, and then Eli moved, and then NVO went down. HIMS even kind of chilling there. All right, SPY going up. Literally, SPY breaking out at the high. I don't know, again, SPY going. U.S. traffic deaths fell to the lowest number since 2019. So there is a benefit of high gas prices. Come on, can we celebrate? No? Believe me, I pay $7 a fucking gallon. So yeah, oh my gosh. That's the first lowest traffic death since 2019. That's amazing. Silver lining, I guess. Motherfuckers aren't driving. Get the angry elves out of the chat. Novo way. Okay, now it's hitting. Now the NVO Eli Lilly shit is hitting Wall Street Journal. Or you can't drive as fast because of traffic. Dude, traffic has still been awful. You know that? I thought, honestly, though, I thought like high gas prices would like lower traffic. I feel like I see more people driving. They're like, oh, gas is hella expensive. I would love to partake in this pain. Let's go drive on the freeway today, very slowly. Oh, I would love to be in the left lane going as slow as possible. That would be a great way to get to my destination. So yeah, I don't know why. I've seen a lot of traffic still. Get the angry F's out of the chat. It's like $6.89. $5.60 to $6.89 is what I've paid. So yeah, and then I went to LA, and that was they had $7 gas. You have to drive to Compton? Well, fill up, bro. LA, gas in LA is expensive. All right, I made the shitty one I got at 100%. Remember, when I made that play, I got filled twice. I accidentally bought the one further out of the money. That wasn't optimal, but that still hit. But yeah, I took that 100%. And I still have the first one. Get the angry F's out of the chat. 420 yesterday in Colorado. Oh, dude, little fucking Colorado, dude. Little mile high, dude. Oh, dude, little perp skirp and the gasoline 420, dude. Fuck out, dude. You're fucking snowboarding, dude. Fuck out, dude. Fitting, dude. Super fitting, dude. It's a shine, dude. It's a shine. It's a 26-gallon tank. It's 22. 4 gallons is like the reserve. So if I like run that bitch down to empty, I have to fill it up a lot, but most of the time it's like 21, 22 gallons if I don't drive it like all the way down. Spy tweak. Oh, push-ups. We should do a push-up. We had news, bro. We had news. We had to react in the moment. And then Eli Lilly's still going up. Silver starting to go up. Again, you had a little baby spy candle. Again, gold and silver are actually still continuing. But yeah, man, stand up. Do a push-up. Relax your eyeballs. Stare away from the screen. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Adjust your posture. But move around, okay? You got to stay alive. It's good for you, dude. It's good for you, man. Okay? You know, here. Let me see. Don't be an angry elf. Which one's a good song for push-ups, man? Oh, here. We'll do the song that Chad made, bro. We got the Chad one. I forgot about these. Oh, I have so many of these.
You wanna make millions, be a politician.
No, you need the John Wick version.
You wanna make millions.
Go, baby, stand up. God bless you.
You wanna make millions.
Move around. This is a Chad song, bro. Y'all made this.
Yeah. You wanna make millions. Be a politician. Just act Clinton. Them options hitting. Nancy Pelosi on the.
No, I want the other one.
You wanna make millions. Be a politician. Just act Clinton.
There's so many of them.
You wanna make. You wanna make millions, be a politician, just act Clinton, them options hitting, Nancy Pelosi on a money mission, insider info, you know my plays hitting, don't change the laws, won't get caught slipping, 70 million, not 7,000, you tripping, no kings, but we the exception. Trade the monies, make the monies, trade the monies, make the monies.
Come on, baby. How do you not do a push-up to this, bro? Come on. Oh, man. Legal. Y'all showing me a lot of love.
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf.
Have a good time.
You
angry elf.
Even stealth. You mad? I just want oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination is by. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Thank you. It's good push-ups. So I'm saying, bro, God bless you, Legal. God bless all the chats. God bless the unbanned folks. I'm surprised. I'm honestly like, you guys, look at how much you've grown. You know what I'm saying? Look at how much you guys have grown. You know why? Because like, I unbanned like, I think at least like 50 of you so far. But then like nobody right away was like, ban me again. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? I like it. I like it. I think it's I think you guys did good, because usually someone's like, yeah, bro, I want to get unbanned to get banned again. So yeah, man, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. Get the angry elves out of the chat. Primary reason you were banned. I asked to be banned. Well, that was an easy one, I guess. I feel you, man. That's your description on YouTube? His description on his YouTube channel. I'm banned from Stock Market Live, but I still scream, God bless the Chad. Amen, bro. Amen. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Bow, bow, now, 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 now. Mm-hmm. That's good. Said banned for pumping XRP. If you want me to shut up about XRP, I can. That's good. That's good. I'm down. I'm down. Let's see. I said I full ported an option trade. I am now a locked-in member building my long-term. Oh, Nikki, what are you guys doing? Yo, seriously, was this all? Is this because of yesterday? What the fuck is happening? Horn. God, y'all are even in locked in throwing me fat donos, bro. What so I don't know what I did to deserve this. I don't think we deserve anything except by the grace of God, man. So thank you. But let's go, bro. Y'all hype today. Is it the music? Is it the fucking news songs? Oh, and you got 2 closings. Yeah, it's probably April Fool's, huh? Y'all gonna refund it? I don't know. Does YouTube let you do that? That's like April Fool. What if I was just April Fooling everybody with the getting unbanned? Would that be funny? Yeah, exactly. Don't blasphemize Costco hot dogs. Navin on the low. Get the angry elves out of the chat. I talked about gas. You were like, damn, Josh, you're struggling with that G-Wagon. Here you go. That's crazy. I think are you guys all rich? You're like, wow, he has to fill up his G-Wagon. That must be so hard that you chose to drive a V8 in this environment. Here you go. You need it more than I do. I feel you, though. Eli Lilly again. I do have an EV. I just fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate EVs. You know that? I love them, but I hate them. It's so bad. It's like, what's an example? I don't know. It's just, I can't. Just, they look good. They drive cool. But like, dude, I don't got time for that shit. Like, I'm just so used to it. I have Teslas. All I have is Teslas. I don't have any. I wouldn't buy any other fucking EV. But man, I can't. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, it's so good. Maybe because I don't like, I'm not like chilling in the city as much. Like, if you're in like a small city and you use it as like a golf cart, it's dope. But like, even then, I hate charging it. I hate thinking about it. And then like, I'm driving, I'm like, oh, I've ran out of battery. Like, what the fuck? That's so stupid. You're gonna get the wife's do you have to? I thought they was what's it called? I thought you don't have to do smog anymore. Didn't they suspend that? That's crazy. Watching music and art get destroyed in real time is bullish. For the love of God, stop taking value from your actual music. Oh, man. No, bro. I don't think, like, do you realize? So, like, that's the thing. Like, the one I played this morning, that was just pasting headlines into the thing. But, like, the one I made, yeah, like, all of these I've written. So that's, even the Chad put it together, too. So that's the thing, because, like, you could get it to, like, auto-generate lyrics, but they're shit. So, no, I do think, I think it elevates it, but it is still AI slop. But, yeah, like, some of these, put in the context, the words, and all of that, bro. Yeah, it's these lyrics are all original, man. All original. Like, you know, like, AI can't think of this, bro. Not yet. Like, bro, come on. You think AI...
In not stress when the new leader is gay.
AI can't figure that out. Not yet.
It didn't even
and they won't even let it. Oh, they don't feel me.
Car Garden, they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
They don't feel me, bro. Yeah, so I know, I like it though. I like it. And then, you know, we always have other ones, you know. We have some friendlier ones.
Don't tell. Don't be a bitch. I will. Then you'll be rich long term. Don't sell. Don't be a bitch. Buy well. Then you'll be rich long term. It's the stretch over leverage.
I like it. It's a great commercial music. So yeah, bro, you see, it's just, oh man. One day the AI will be able to think of that shit, but yeah. So I think if you could write good, that's the cool part about it. Don't worry about your equity. There's still some words it won't say. You gotta finagle it a little bit. Don't sell. Oh yeah, the BBB. I forgot about that one. Which one is it? Which one do I like?
Beep, 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 beep. Baby back, bitch.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Baby back, bitch. Beep, 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 beep. Baby back, bitch. Beep, 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 beep. Baby back, bitch. Baby, why'd you sell? Go to church, you scared. You said you sold.
No one cared.
You show, but you have fear. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, baby back, bitch.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't work out to these yesterday. It's good, man. It's okay. You want me to ban? I'm not gonna ban you. Even though I ban people for saying get banned, I'm not gonna ban you, bro. You don't have to take me seriously as an artist. That's fine, but I hope you take the fact of getting information. Take that seriously, okay? But it's up to you. You don't have to. That was the point I was trying to prove last year. It did not affect me at all. But for you guys, if you don't want, if the money's on the table and you don't want to take it, you know what I'm saying? If you don't want to understand what's going on, you don't want to build the long term, not freak out. You know what we're back up to green on the year now. That's kind of crazy. I can't even believe we went red, but yeah, it's so yeah, that's what you got to do. We don't have to see eye to eye on art. I think that's the definition of art. But yeah, I don't know. Do you make music or do you draw pictures? Is that why the AI is like, I see, I've seen people get offended by the AI slop for sure. Again, I'm ashamed that I got into AI slop, but I said, again, after even the propaganda videos, bro. Oh, man, it was crazy. Mm-hmm. So you want to kick your daughter's RC robot after that? Dude, y'all, damn. I really think there might be a civil war between us and technology at one point. Now, you guys just made me think. I'm like, damn. You know, can you know, I think clankers is an offensive word. I don't even know if you're allowed to say that. Baby back, bitch. Bow, bow, now, now. Elijah Lilly. All right, well, those are well over 100 on the bid. Baby back, bitch. Bow, bow, now, now. And then Spy, bro, melting away those Alcoas. They're reiterating the smelting one. See, I like it. That's the problem, though. I just like tech, unfortunately, even though I don't like it and I like it at the same time. But yeah, we've been talking AI shit for a minute here. I have been encouraging you all to get familiar with it, so you don't have to make AI slop. But you know, I do think as we move forward, I think it could help a lot of you guys with some, especially like, again, if you're not thinking and you don't like use it in a certain way, like obviously it could just be a waste of time. But I also see, like, I think a lot of people can, you could do some crazy shit. Did the JD news? Which one? Oh, the JD Vance one? The Axios? Yeah, the Axios even reiterated it. Or if you hear them saying talking officials, and then as soon as Tuesday. I wouldn't even talk shit or ask them for something you asked to do favors. Say thank you to my AI and never call them clanker. Are you talking about me or the robots? Yeah, I feel you, but I think I pissed off the robot yesterday by forcing it to say Jesus is Lord. You shouldn't. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, my mom says it's a demon. I agree. I genuinely think it's like, I think it's demon adjacent. Like, you know, I don't know if it's like full spiritual demon, but like it's definitely demon adjacent. I'm sure if I got my eyes on that full anthropic model, you know. But yeah, like that's why I was like, it's definitely gonna be you know, I wouldn't run from it, but I also wouldn't fall in love with it. That's the thing. Yeah, Spy's going up. Commander of IRGC. We have been preparing for this war for 40 years. Bro, Golubov is reeling right now. Every single negative headline in denial just doesn't even hit the same. It keeps going up. Baby back, bitch, bound, bound. I love that song, dude. It's so bad. They're catchy. Gets the people going. Baby back, bitch, 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 bitch. Baby back, bitch, bitch. All right, man. Spy going up, XLV and gold.
Why'd you sell? Go to church, you're scared. You said you sold. No one cared. You should hold, but you had fear.
Baby back, bitch.
This is fucking elegant, dude. It's all love. What's your favorite type of music? ICAP? We got EDM involved. Dude, you just took a nice little rip there. Fastly, bro. I just needed to free up some liquidity, bro. Will we hit 660? I don't know, Habibi. I don't know. Again, what's the level? I think actually go back. So now we're back to Thursday. This was like the gas attack shit. Baby back, bitch. So yeah, you're right back up to there, but I do think 660 would be on the table. I think your next level in the short run is going to be 658 and then like 659 to 660. And then if you go through 660, then I think it gets a little better. 660 to 660. I think 663, 662. But I don't know if you're going to hit 660 today. And then remember, tomorrow is the last day of the market. You like Bollywood? Okay. Well, ICAP, what's your favorite type of what type of music do you like? Didn't you say like psychotech? What did he say? He said some shit. Some fucking druggy shit. I don't know what he said. Psytrance. Yeah, that's what he said. Psytrance. Yeah, that's what he said. Okay. Well, here you go. Well, I made you guys a song. Unbanned? You're unbanned. You never were banned. I would just ignore you. So there's a difference. So yeah, but yeah, you were never banned, but you could fill out the form if you got banned. I made you guys both a song. I don't know how it sounds. Would you guys like to try? Is it done? It's not done yet. I have to burn a lake of water. Sorry. Unmistakable intent. Outcry goes over U.S.-Israeli bombing of pharma company. Iranian pharma one. War is over. Well, I know your sarcasm. But like I said, the good part about all of this, at this stage, you guys have already got to experience this. So if this is going to fall apart, you know it can, and you know how it would happen, right? So just head on a swivel, be prepared for every side of it. And then at the same time, too, depending on what we get tonight, we will find out a little bit more. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But like I'm saying, last time, the real denials, escalation of tax, you know how this will fail. SCOTUS signals doubt over Donald Trump's citizenship crackdown. Then you're getting GM and Honda numbers and Tesla registrations. Check the other ones. You're banned on your other account. Well, if you filled out the form, if you had a reason, so if you were like, if you put in a reason and you're like, I don't know why I was banned, then I was like, then in my eyes, you didn't get banned. So I have nothing to unban. And then, or if it was just like completely wrong. Some people are like, yeah, Josh, it was because you were a bitch, Josh, and you were such a bitch. And all I was doing was talking about how awesome I was. I did nothing of the contrary. I was like, that's not why I banned you. So yeah, it just depends. All right, so yeah, ICAP, I'm shorting art. Here's your guys' song.
ICAP.
Psytrance? Bollywood? Huh? No?
ICAP needs Jesus.
You got your Jesus song? I gotta try to include everything. banger, dude. Jesus.
He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Lord, I can't close chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
God, banger. There you go. Oh no, there's still more? Dude, banger. Today's the last day because Friday is closed. So no, tomorrow's the last day, pretty much. I'm gonna go bathroom. This is the other version.
I cap needs Jesus. 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 He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord.
I know. That's it. So yeah, I don't know if that was may have just proved your point, but yeah. That was a 220 BPM. That was exciting. With the blood pumping, dude. That song is called ICAP Needs Jesus, I think. ICAP needs Jesus. My favorite part. He wants to fight you, man. Oh, man. How's Uncle feel about the music? Uncle he says you fucking kids. He said if I play it while he's awake, he'll stab me. Using Jesus in a situation where it has no place. Man, you're just not going to be happy at all today, huh? Are you okay, bro? What happened? Is everything good, bro? I hope you're doing good, man. Treasury issues statement on Genius Act implementation. And then Russia, Rostom plant to evacuate more than 200 from Bushner nuclear power plant this week. Okay, I told you this isn't your really typical stock market info. It sucks that we get the info so early and so accurate, but then at the same time, like, yeah, bro, you don't get this shit anywhere. You're a little cuckoo. So I think it makes it fun. I mean, I do this every day, so like, you guys have to have fun. Like, you know that? You can't get too angry, and you gotta have fun. Otherwise, this market will stress you out, bro. Get some stamina, some endurance. AI is gonna ruin all. You know what's sad though, you guys? Y'all should have been saying this at the fucking Claude bot release, not this damn AI music, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, if y'all were really gonna like freak out about AI and be like, the world, I hate AI, like, y'all, you guys are like a little late, bro. Like, because the music isn't the one that ruins the world, bro. Have y'all seen Claude? Important to report the number of reapers lost so citizens could be informed on what the government's up to. Officials speak to CBS have said they prefer losing unmanned aircraft than losing pilots. As a veteran myself, I agree. Jim Laporta. You love me? No. AI says you're angry. So your anger score is going up. That's why. I usually ask you guys if you're doing okay. You know, it's objective. It looks at what you're saying. Your anger and manipulation scores are rising. So I just want to make sure you're having a good day, but maybe take a break. I feel like I'm an AI now. It's like when you're driving. Hey, you're swerving. Maybe you should take a rest stop. Maybe you should take a break from scrolling. This may not be best for you right now. I see that one. Let's see the other guys. And then space stock's still going up. Nivda. Driver test suggested. I don't know, dude. The Grok summoned too many demons with that thing, bro. The first time when we had to do the Farsi, and then yesterday, bro, he was tripping. Trump, we have some remaining targets in Iran. All right, you might react to that just a little bit. Just think about, again, when he said he's gonna blow them to shit this morning. That made things go down a little, but you never really fully sold it off. The Chads that sold out was a banger signal. It wasn't good enough, though. That's why I kind of like I'm saying, if this week ends up being good, we get the big bounce, we might need a little bit more, and then the failure. Because I'm telling you, people were starting to capitulate, but they didn't. And then, like I'm saying, bro, even my sister wasn't even involved. So, yeah. Long-term list is on the latest video on the trading fraternity. I think it's the Oracle video. Trump expected to reiterate Wednesday the 2 to 3 week timetable, White House official. So is that our first leak on that? Remember I said you're going to get maybe some readout or people are going to start speculating on what it is. So I don't know who White House official is, but yeah. If your messages are not showing up in the chat, you fill out the Unban request form. It's in the bio. $100 Jesus is Lord. Isn't that crazy though? But it didn't do it the first time I tried that. USO is on the high. It was a false reading on Chad and Chad's sister. Yeah. It was, though. I'm telling you. Yeah, believe me, there wasn't even enough side-eye. Here, let me put it this way. I get more side-eye when this shit bounces. Okay? So that should also tell you some of the indicators as well. But the long-term went negative on the year. You didn't even get as much side-eye. There's only, again, we had 4 people, and then you still, again, you don't even know how accurate it is. But yeah, I think there still could have been a little bit more. Iridium, I think. I had iNOD up. I don't know if Iridium's a space stock, but all of them are doing good today. Hi, how are you? Last year, people were losing it. But not in a weird way, though. There was a lot of more buying the dip last year than not. But yeah, people did get mad. Maybe there's a sign Chad and Colt's sister have more tolerance. They do. That's what I was saying. I think especially if you've been if you actually like built the long term, you definitely have more tolerance. Because again, even last year during Liberation Day, I remember even Tim, he's like, look at my scar. We were saying it leaves a scar, but then it just comes back up. But then like my sister, she has been busy. That's the like variable. So like that's what happened. She's been busy. She's been working jobs. She hasn't been focusing on the world. And that's I told her, I was like, maybe you should do that more often. Because yeah, she was just so busy she couldn't get drawn into all of it. But yeah, at the same time, I do think when it gets bad enough, people do react. But yeah, I think we needed a little bit more. I don't think it was that bad, to be honest. It was slow. Took a month really, if you think about it. But then yeah, like I'm saying, that wild wicked bounce out of nowhere like yesterday, there's more side eye on the way up than there was on the way down, which I think is fascinating. And it says a lot too. SpaceX is hosting Analyst Day on April 21st, sources say. With General Mills, they're decent. I think you have better staples that are at low prices now again. But General Mills was like, if all the staples bounce and they're the last one, I'd be down. But yeah, I would prefer like a Kimberly above General Mills. I remember I was crying about Kamala, and now I'm a Trumpy. I remember that vividly. Arguably one of the better decisions of my life. You remember when you're still crying? Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Please. Baby back, bitch. Baby back, bitch. Is it 9:30 already? No, 15 more minutes. Why'd you sell? Go to church, you scared. You said you sold. No one cared. You should hold, but you had fear. Baby, back, bitch. Why'd you sell? Your best friend used to be a socialist, now he's more conservative than me. That's kind of crazy. I mean, again, I've seen people flip pretty hard in both politics. I've seen Trump people become ISIS members. I've seen liberals be like, I'm gonna be more moderate. But yeah, but then I feel like the hardliners are still kind of the hardliners. A country song. Oh wow, we'll need to do that again. I haven't tried yet. There's many styles that have not been explored. No. This is the one. This is my favorite by far though.
You're an angry elf.
I want to focus on the wealth, not the chat. Not trying to spat.
You're an angry elf. You mad cause more oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination is buy. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Yeah, we talked USO yesterday. If if the war trade really, you need a bigger off ramp, but even then, you still have it up a lot. So that's the thing that makes me look at it to the downside. That was the late play that we made yesterday. So yeah, oil is still suspiciously high. Trump on Wednesday spoke by phone with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, discussed war against Iran, and updated him on talks regarding possibility of ceasefire, according to 2 sources familiar with details. Yeah, there is a lot of leaders addressing. You are correct on that. Again, and you had the UAE say they wanted to get involved. So that was the first Gulf state in this whole time who has like directly said they're going to do that. But yeah, I think France and a couple of other ones are doing it. And then like I said, bro, every single one of these headlines getting brushed off. I mean, see, Trump talking with Saudi Crown Prince. I didn't think that'd move it, but oil got a little candle down. SPY up. Meta's at the high now, too. It's just everybody, again, you've gone through this for a month, so it's like, why oil staying up? One, the ship activity has not been moving for a lot longer. You still have other oil and gas supplies that have been cut off. But then, two, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you people sarcastic, back and forth. You're right to doubt all of this, but I think that reflects in the price of oil. It's just like everybody knows that this might not really be any. This might just be the same exact thing you've been dealing with for the last 4 weeks. So that's why I think oil is holding some of the more immediate premium. But then, like I said, you know, even a couple weeks ago, as we get into April, if this stuff isn't resolved, the oil is going to get more sticky to the high side as like the longer dated oil contracts start to price in more. Iran. So did you know that since like 2002, but from like 2019 till 2026, did you know that Iran had on average 20,000 child marriages? I don't know if you were aware of that. Some of you are quick to defend Iran. I love the Iranian people, I do, but I haven't been a fan of the Ayatollah. But yeah, did you know that? Did you know that between ages of 9 and 15 years old, 20,000 children marriages occurred? Even the UN talks about it. They don't even disown it. I guess they blame it to culture or rough times is what they said. Well, yeah, that's a fun fact to look into. How accurate is that? Oh, very accurate. You should Google it. I actually encourage you to fact check me on this one. I think that would be the best service to this headline. I know. It's the PDF problem is everywhere, apparently. So, yeah. That's deeply disturbing, so I've heard. Well, that's why I've seen people, again, they go, I don't know, I've seen a lot of hardline Iran supporters, and then they bring up some of the other stuff. I don't think it justifies what happens in America, and it doesn't mean we don't have a problem, but I mean, thank God it's not protected by the government. So again, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, this is a law. So they have actually instituted it, you know, welcome to theocracy, but they've instituted that through the government. That's their policy. 27,000 under the age of 15. Oh, maybe I was wrong. But yeah, it's been going on for a long, long time. But yeah, the marriage is 9 to 15 years old. What do you think would happen if the whole Trump speech is a dud? I think you'd lose a little bit of the steam, and then we'd maybe react to some of these like attack headlines and war headlines a little bit more. Uh, 100% of all Middle East countries have this. Yes. So the next question is why? You're good. You're getting there. Amen. Amen. Did I know that the Jews hate me? Well, I think based on my religious beliefs, it doesn't necessarily have full agreement with the Jewish faith. So I do understand that, but then I think the same thing goes for Iran and Islam, at least the hardliners. I think on both sides. I think hardline Jewish and hardline Islamic supporters, I think they disagree highly with my Jesus. So, yeah, I'm very well aware. I think the atheists hate me, for sure. I think everybody does, actually. I think he said the world will hate you. I mean, they put him on a cross. So I feel, bro. I feel. Trump, we are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. Just sold 40,000 shares of Aerotine International. It's like getting in on sun before sunlight. Bow, bow, now, 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 now. The Chad loves you. Amen. That's why I like. Just don't be a hardliner. I'm sure you'll find love. That's it, you know. There's some cool people in the world. And you guys know that's all we have, right? You know what I'm saying? We only have this planet. We only have the people here. That's all we have. So yeah, we better figure it out. Just stay away from the extremes. Amen. It's like playing a game. Just stay in bounds. I have to work on my ball handling skills. I'm Muslim, born and raised in LA. I don't hate you. Amen, brother. Amen. You know, and I think there's a lot of Jewish people who feel the same. I think the problem is everyone turning to a hardliner. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was saying. I think we could all talk about love. I think we could all have conversations without assuming this guy's Sharia law, this guy's the fucking Talmud. Like, what have we become? So again, it's an epidemic right now, bro. I'm telling you. You say one thing, another thing. So yeah, that's it. Hardliner. It's just like, what do you mean? It's one side, the Jews hate you, the Muslims hate you, everybody hates you. This is because of them. This is because of them. It's just it's like Republican and Democrats, but now with like theocracy and religion. I don't like theocracy, though. I don't like it when governments are ran by religion. That's coming from Jesus, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's actually a trip, but yeah, I mean, that's again, heightened again, I do think a lot of it's bots too, though. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but yeah, as long as you just don't bite the apple, don't take the bait, and you'll see there's some cool people in the world. There's still a lot of loving people, even if they are whatever you think they are. You know, everybody is in the middle, man. The good people, I'd say, but the ones who are really, I mean, I guess once you come to a conclusion, the journey stops. Is a better way to put it. The othering of people. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Divide and conquer. Yeah, bro. But like, you know, that's what I said the other day. I remember when it was China. Life was so much simpler there then, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't about war. It wasn't Republicans, Democrats. It wasn't Jewish and Muslim and war. You know what it was? Everything was just China and communism. Where the fuck did they go? Can we go back to that? Can we just go back to blaming CCP? You know, y'all don't understand. Life was so much simpler there. You had like a target. You know, you're like, oh, 5G is the Chinese. And I love Chinese people, bro. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? But like everything was just like, oh, communism. They're like, why are the girls posting themselves on OnlyFans? Well, obviously, because Chinese communism. It's the CCP. They're like, oh, wait, why are we spending so much government money in wasteful finance? Oh, the Chinese CCP have infiltrated. You know what I'm saying, bro? It was so much easier. Now everybody's just, they got so many of these things, man. It's crazy. I'm married to one, but the CCP is the biggest threat on the planet. Can we go back to that, bro? Those are the good old days, man. Those were the good old days where everything was just 5G and the Chinese CCP. That was the cause of everything. COVID. So I know Trump feel me on this one, bro. I don't know. That was just so much easier then. So much easier then. He said, why am I in America? Because of the CCP. He said, no, that's true. It's actually, that checks out, bro. That checks out. Yeah, right? We haven't since the spy balloons. You think the war will pause? I have no idea. I think they're going to be playing this game. That's it. We've done this before. All of it's talk. You can't really trust anything. It's either going to unwind instantly over the next couple of days, or even then, it could start kind of crescendoing and building up, but then it could still fail too. So until there is a real, actual movement of the ships, then that's it. That's not... we're still kind of in the same situation we started in. And that's what I think people got to realize. Like, taking the info, ride with it on the day-to-day, but then maybe it happens slower or faster in terms of reversals or advancements. But it's just like, when it's all said and done, the real indicator is the boats and the oil moving, and then easing up that pressure on oil prices, inflation, and all that other stuff. So yeah, that's what we're waiting for. Nike, Kimberly, or Oracle. I think Kimberly Oracle's risky. I think Kimberly's the one. It's kind of stabilized. It's still going lower, but it's not like doing a death spiral like Nike. And then Oracle's actually up though. So out of all of those, Oracle is actually, it was up this morning, so it's slightly below where I bought it. Finland President Stubb informed Trump during a phone call he believes more European NATO is emerging. Prove it. Prove it. So yeah, I probably like Kimberly more than all of them for now. But I do like Nike. Like I said, we got to let it stabilize. I think there's still like a 10% range on that one. And then it sucks that dividend yield went up. Or like the dividend, I didn't know their payout ratio was that high. Trump to tout success in achieving goals in Iran official. Spies slowly working down. And Macron is meeting the Pope on April 9th. Preview to Trump to tout success. Yeah, so again, what did they say earlier? He's going to reiterate 2 to 3 week timeline and then tout success. So again, maybe watch if you might lose a little steam, or the negative headlines might hit harder if it again, come to find out by the end of tonight, if it really is just the same speech. I mean, it would be a slight disappointment. Anthropic is scrambling to contain accidental leak with GitHub takedowns, 1,900 files, 512,000 lines, no consumer data or credentials exposed. Tom Lee doubled down on Ethereum, bought 45,000 more. That's awesome. I think Tom Lee is he's so different than Michael Saylor. It's funny that they like do the same thing and they're all holding a bag, but like, I don't know. I think Tom Lee what if Tom Lee made a video with AI? Like, what, you know what I'm saying, though? Like, Tom Lee just gets up on TV, and he's like, well, so I think it's going to go to 1 million sooner than later. And by sooner, I mean tomorrow. If it doesn't go to 1 million, I'll just buy more because it'll go to 2 million. So that's what we're thinking. It's really a good opportunity here. So yeah, you know, you just gotta ride out the storm. So yeah, other than that though, I mean, Tom Lee, I can't. It's so funny because like looking at Michael Saylor, I was like, okay, like I doubted like his setup. You know what I'm saying? Tom Lee, I'm just like, this bitch. I never trusted Tom Lee. You know, Michael Saylor, I just think he's like crazy. I think he's psychotic. I think in a good way, in a good and a bad way. Would I buy MSTR? I mean, you know, I bought Bitcoin before Michael Saylor, might I add. But yeah, I don't know, right? Yeah, are these fake names now that I think it? Michael Saylor? And he's like, we're going to navigate Bitcoin. Here's an AI Titanic. And then Tom Lee is too generic. Tom Lee is smart as hell. Fuck that. Bro, if I was ever wrong for like 3 months and I lost $8 billion, none of y'all would ever, you'd be like, this guy's a fucking jackass. I actually think, I think Tom Lee got like one streak of things right. And he has consistently been like just terrible. So I'm sorry, Tom Lee. I'm not trying to bag on homeboy, but like, Tom Lee is a trip, dude, but like not as trip. Like he doesn't trip me. People's reaction to Tom Lee trips me out, right? But Michael Saylor's an actual trip. He's a trippy individual where I'm like, what's this guy? I wonder what goes through Michael Saylor's head. You know what I'm saying? But like Tom Lee, I just think he's kind of like a grifter. I don't know any other way to put it. But yeah, I'm not vibing. Trump is expected to tell the nation he's achieved goals, still on track to leave in 2 to 3 weeks. Kathy, yeah. Well, Kathy too, though. Even during Kathy, you guys remember that. I said, you know, the Kathy wave was strong, bro. Markets were pumping all the hot money. You guys thought I was fucking... You guys were like, Josh hates women. That's why. Because I was like, no, bro, this lady, why would I do this? I hated ARK. You guys, I said you could cherry pick her plays, and you could have went a la carte on a couple of them. But yeah, Kathy, I never fucked with Kathy, bro. But no, remember people were putting their 401ks into ARK. I remember they would ask me every day, and they were like, "This Josh guy's an idiot. Why the fuck he doesn't like ARK?" Well, here we are. During COVID. No, she killed it on Tesla. But then, like, everything else, and then she was just fucking top. She was just blasting every fucking unprofitable name at the high. And we're just like, innovation! It's innovative! Disruption! Innovative! And everyone was like, yo, she's right. You know how many fucking, like, 30-year-olds got eaten alive by Kathy? Because the young guys were still too young. You know what I'm saying? But then, like, the guys who are just, like, a couple years into the market, and they're like, she has a point. It is disruptive, and, you know, it is. I like buying it at the high. So, yeah, that's it. Tom Lee's fund was up 30% last year. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure he has one of the highest open losses right now on Ethereum. I think it's like 6 billion at the worst, or 8 billion. I think it's still pretty sizable, even when crypto was going up. That was the crazy part. ARK. I don't think any of the ARK funds have done good. You said me. You got hit by Kathy. It's okay. It's a good learning experience though, because like I don't know if some of y'all like. I don't think people understand how like. You do see why I'm skeptical, motherfucker? I've already done this. Even before Kathy Woods. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, once you learn, and that's why you have to find a balance between skeptical, find your way to take risk, but then you also see, like, once you've lived through a couple of the trends, you realize how it all plays out. That's why, I mean, again, we didn't just get here with the stock market. So, yeah, I think it's a valuable learning experience, but now you get to understand, you got to find the balance between skeptical and then not so skeptical you turn into these doomers and are like, I'm fucking cash! Everybody! We never do anything! So yeah, you find that balance, bro. You know, avoid the grifters and then avoid the doomers. Like I said, avoid the hardliners. You're gonna be fucking dope, dude. Who's the chick that scammed everybody with the medical magic box? Are you talking about my ex-girlfriend or Elizabeth Holmes? But yeah, Theranos would probably be the business example. But yeah, some of you probably have similar. I'm sorry. I've been cracking too many jokes these last couple days. Theranos was wild, but like, didn't she try to get out of prison? I think she's living good in prison too. I think she did have a kid. I think they let her out of prison for that. French chief, number of Chinese vessels going through strait insufficient to restore normal traffic flows. Most 30 under 30 goes to jail. Yeah, they do. Because you guys know that. It's an indicator. Because you know people pay. So most people pay to get on the 30 under 30. And then like, it's obvious. Not that they pay, but it's like, obviously like, bro, if you're going to spend a bunch of money for like people to like look at you in a magazine and like, you know, to give off like an impression, like, what are you going to do next? So yeah, it happens like that. SBF you knew though. I said it. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but like SBF you knew based off of his girlfriend. That's the only, and I'm mad I overlooked it. Because from day one, I'm like, no way, dude. Like, bro, like, listen, I don't think you should be shallow. I don't. You know what I'm saying? But like, if you have $1 billion and you can't even convince like a fucking 5 out of 10 to date you, something's up. You know what I'm saying? She was like a 2. She looked like Squidward. You know what I'm saying? And like everything else was part of his like, oh, I drive a Toyota. Oh yeah, I just focus. I do my fucking Epsom patches. I love my fucking Parkinson's drug. No, I'm different. But like, that was such a tell, dude. You have no idea. It's like, what? Like, dude, she was scary. It was scary, bro. Mm-hmm. Here, please.
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause what oil on the highs. You're mad cause combinate sun is by. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
No, bro. She was a 2. I don't even do. She was scary. But that's what I'm saying. And then she's the reason. I still a trip, dude. But yeah, that's the thing. So like, honestly, I'm not that judgmental, but like if you're like, I'm a billionaire, let me introduce you to my wife who looked like Squidward. I'm like, you stole all of that money. Something's up. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I've seen broke, ugly guys convince beautiful women. They're like, yo, he has potential. He has talent. But not this fucking Squidward shit. So yeah, man. There's a lot. Oh shit. Is Tom Lee has a wife? No. I thought he was married, but I didn't think it was a wife. What? No. Are you sure? Oh, dude, the plot thickens. That's crazy. I didn't know that. You're vibing with your patients? You should make AI eye doctor slop. Giggle. We came back up after those little headlines. Pretty much you dropped a little bit on these reports that the speech is going to be nothing new tonight. So more people are settling on that. What if it's true love? I mean, do you know how many people are in the world? I think it could have been a mistake, but I don't believe it. Listen, we already know how that story played out. There's a lot of people in the world. There's a lot of people. There's no way. They didn't even like grow up together. They're like, nah, bro. That's crazy. Tom Lee, married in 1996. They have 3 children together. Wow. I'm quite shocked. That's amazing, Tom. Why oil's still up over 100? Well, we could address the elephant in the room. It's because nobody believes shit. That's exactly why oil's above 100. The ships aren't moving fully, and anything moving is not enough to ease the full situation. And, you know, after a month of this, we believe that all of this could be nothing, all in the same time period something has emerged. So, yeah, just there's the skepticism mixed in with like a fundamental lack of movement after a decent amount of time. That's where we are. Mm-hmm. I got work to do. I feel you, bro. Like, I understand. Like, believe me, I understand what I'm saying. Just, this is what we're talking about. At a fucking valuation of $20 billion at one point. Do you know what I'm saying? So believe me, I'm just telling you, I'm reporting on this in a different fashion. And then Tom Lee, I'm just going very simply off of how he talks. But yeah, do you understand? This isn't not like that's like this. That the gap on this is too wide, bro. $20 billion. Yeah, come on, bro. I get what I get. I understand, bro. This ain't the time to be sentimental. I know there's more to life. Like I said, it's not encouraging a level of shallowness, but I'm just telling you, there's something that, like, come on, dude. Don't like this. Can we just stop acting? Nah, just this is one of these is not like the other. Like, nah, bro. To like the stream, yeah, man, like the stream. And then she's the reason for the collapse. That's Zelensky in talk with U.S. negotiators agreed to strengthen security guarantees. She didn't even have a good personality. Okay? Bro, she beefed. She was not even peaceful. She's believe me, bro. I've it's been a long time since I've ranted about SBF. I prefer to put that behind me. I have way too much evidence of all of this, okay? You guys are not, y'all not feeling me, dog. Believe me. I did this in the moment. And I'm just, yeah, bro. It's just too, you either get it or you don't, man. There's just so much, bro. She's literally the reason. She wasn't even nice. Imagine, bro. Imagine. Bro, she wasn't even nice. I don't even know. Maybe she was funny. I don't know. I hope. But no. So yeah, bro. This ain't even. It was a real unique scenario. You think she's cute? Well, listen, I think she's rich too. But then again, she's rich, and then you're probably like 6'3". You see what I'm saying? Never mind, man. I'm not gonna do this. Okay, you guys, you'll get it. So be like, wow, Caroline, your boyfriend is that's amazing. Wow. She's like, I think she's cute. I love her. You were the kid that was always not like the others? Yeah, dude, me too. I feel you, bro. I'm a human lizard, okay? Not like in a fucking like Peter Thiel manner or Mark Zuckerberg, but yeah, bro, like me and what's his name? I forgot the name of the Geico lizard, but yeah. So I understand. That's why I could speak from a different point of view. They were. I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but yeah, they used to even do like weird like sex shit at their little Caribbean thing. I don't know. Sam Bankman, bro. Have you guys seen Sam Bankman as of lately? Have you seen him on Twitter? I don't know how he even has access to Twitter. I have an idea, but I won't share that with you. But have you seen him, bro? He just goes on Twitter and then like just tries to support Trump policy as much as possible. He's really trying to game the pardon, bro. You know that? It's actually, I don't know if you've seen a Sam Bankman tweet as of lately. Dude, he LARPs his MAGA heavy, though. Like, heavy, dog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's still in jail, but he has a phone. But, like, he's always like, yeah, Trump is amazing. I support this policy. It's a great idea to invade. We should invade Iran 20 times. We don't even he's like, I want to pay $200 for oil. I'm like, dude, you don't even drive anymore. You did have the Corolla, so I guess I understand. Yeah, he's still in jail, but he tweets from time to time. No, Nikolai had money. Trevor Milton, he had some dollars behind it. Sam is just like broke. So Sam's like, what's the next best option? Here, dude, have you not seen this? I'm surprised, bro. Every time I see that, I just laugh, bro. Bro, he retweeted something 10 hours ago. Look, Sam Bankman. Dude, he's retweeting. He's fucking engaging in polls. Delaware judge stepped aside over 3 cases. She's accused of liking a LinkedIn post. Yet Judge Kaplan continues to preside over my case. Look at retweeting Trump. It's not for people who want to pay in crypto. It's AI agent. How the fuck does he know the AI? This guy, oh man. Crypto is the future, and Donald Trump is the first president to see that. 2 wins for home buyers. Fannie Mae to accept crypto. Trump to streamline permitting. This is Sam Bankman-Fried. Trump, crypto czar leaves. He calls dibs. Come on, where are the retweets? The cost of striking Iran are real, but so is the nuclear threat. Iran entered with enough uranium. Bro, I haven't even said that, bro. I just said, listen, man, I'm just glad they killed Khomeini, bro. That's it. That's the only win I've gotten out of this one. He's like, well, they had the enrichment. Do you know how much uranium they had? They could, you know how many nuclear bombs Iran could have made? Like, okay. Operation Epic Fury is working. Direct quote, Sam Bankman in prison. I think it's great, dude. I think it's funny though. I feel like a lot of people everyone just rolls their eyes. They're like, all right, Sam. Oh man, just wait, bro. There's gonna be a timeline where like Sam Bankman and Sam Altman are both gonna be in the wild. I think it's gonna be a glitch in the Matrix. I don't know what's gonna happen. But yeah, I can't wait. They're just funny, bro. Operation Epic Fury is working great. He's in prison. You think he gets released in the next 5 years? Probably. Trump? It's Trump on BBB and what's it called? On BBB and birthright citizenship. And ICE. There's a very long post on the borders. Don't forget, November, win the midterms. Thank you, Donald Trump. I don't think it's going to move much. Yeah, just a very long post. I don't know if he's speaking. I don't think he's going to speak before, but 9 p.m. Eastern. So 6 p.m. my time. Bro, Meta's still going. Or 5 p.m. my time? 8 p.m.? I thought it was supposed to be 6. Stock market is closed on Friday. Yes, for Good Friday. So yeah, tomorrow is the last day. I said today earlier by mistake. But yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow, long term. Tomorrow, it's only 10% away. Yeah, we're up 1.1 on the SPY. 169 on the NASDAQ. Any plans? No, only one more week till Orthodox Easter? No, we just go to church. That's it. Chill. Eat some food. But yeah, no, I just celebrate. I like celebrating Jesus every day. Big fan. Topic says data leak was human error. No customer data. It's a reiteration. Alcoa is still going from that one headline too on the aluminum. Our robots don't make mistakes. Only humans. 2.9. Yeah, we hit 3% on the SPY, but it closed 2.9. But the NASDAQ closed over 3%. So again, biggest day since May of 25. So that was like the fall. That was like one of the tariff delays after what's it called? After Liberation Day. So not as big. Remember, I think the Liberation Day move was 10% or 9% or something. It was actually crazy. It's only a day away. Jerry Woods, what's up, Jerry? Oh, what happened to the form? The pinned post went away. I got your unban request, but you were just like, I didn't do anything. I don't know what I did. So, I couldn't unban you for that. I hope you understand. But yeah, if you guys want to get unbanned, we are unbanning everybody. The great unbanning. I don't know why they got rid of the pinned post. Do you see it? Share buyback? No, it's gonna start. So you're rampant. Dude, you guys realize, I know earnings, we just had it, and then we had everything else with the software and then the war, but like, you realize like end of April, that's when all of the big caps report. Like Meta, Microsoft, that's all end of April. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, and the Trump just went on a tirade. It's just a very long message. Are we gonna see the He Is Risen rally? I don't know. Now, remember, like, this ain't even. They didn't even put the S&P on the cross, bro. Like, okay, remember April, bro? Last April, it was bad, dog. You know what I'm saying? It got really. This was 10%, 9% after 3 months. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not as confident in He Is Risen rally compared to last year. Because isn't it funny? We're still technically. I guess this is the first. I don't know if we even broke the downtrend. But yeah, this was the technically the He Is Risen rally. Still, if you think about it. But yeah, but I'm not as confident in it. But if it did align, if that becomes a new yearly indicator, that'd be amazing. All right, well, SPY's slowly working up. Again, Meta killed it, dude. Meta, Google, Microsoft still lagging. And then where's APR? Comment goes away. Well, I see yours. But sometimes that happens. Like Tyree, I've never banned Tyree. And then his YouTube was just shadow banning a lot of his shit. So that's happened before too. There's some of y'all, I have not interacted with your account at all, and YouTube will still hide you. All right, SPY just popped. I mean, high ticker's almost fully maxed out. Trump, we will continue funding. It's all the same headlines. It got very quiet. You haven't heard anything from Goluboff. Again, you had Aragachi and then the Goluboff do your own research comment, which I think is hilarious. What about Mojdaba? Mojdaba? No, that was the last one. Yeah, bro, very quiet. Let's see, Press TV. Is anybody in the Telegram? So, Barbershop, anger score 10 out of 10. This isn't mildly annoyed, it's nuclear level sustained fury. Every post drips with contempt, profanity, and dehumanizing slurs. The laughter is angry laughter. If this were a real life conversation, this person would be red-faced, veins popping, spit flying, chronic unfiltered rage, probably 24/7 based on volume and repetition. It's a classic example of unhinged, high-volume, online troll conspiracy ranter who weaponizes anti-Semitism, pedophilia smears, and anti-Western hatred as their primary form of engagement. Based purely on a provided post, a rapid-fire string of replies, likely in a stock trading or political thread, come across as someone deeply immersed in fringe internet echo chambers, mixing day trader lingo with 4chan Telegram-level conspiracism. This screams terminally online rage poster who treats X or wherever these appear as a personal megaphone for grievance dumping. Core personality, psychological vibe, seething obsessive rage machine, conspiracy brain on overdrive, fixation on Jews and pedophilia as the ultimate combo, anti-American, pro-authoritarian foreign power cheerleader, possible cultural linguistic clues, asking the randoms if you're Singh or Jat. Punjabi suggests either non-native English or heavily internet slang typing. Hints at Muslim-adjacent perspective, common in South Asian or Middle Eastern online spaces. Could be a diaspora troll, but that's speculative. Okay. Other suggested metrics: hate speech intensity, 10 out of 10. Conspiracy proneness, 9 out of 10. Troll chaos factor, 10 out of 10. Logical coherence, argument quality, 3 out of 10. Political extremism, 9 out of 10. Wow. Obsession, fixation, 10 out of 10. Self-awareness, irony detection, 1 out of 10. Bottom line, this isn't a passionate political comment. It's a deeply angry, conspiratorial individual whose online persona revolves around anti-Semitic scapegoating, pedophilia, visceral America Trump hatred, all wrapped in crude stock market shitposting. They're not here to learn or debate. They're here to poison the well and feel superior while doing it. Is this their logical, typical output? It's the digital equivalent of screaming into the void, hoping the void screams back. Maximum toxicity. Oh, man. Well, knows a lot. It happens, bro. It happens. Hey, man, it's objective. Lovely individual. Hilton, I put that up for a second. Oil is dropping. Again, we haven't got a headline in a minute, but that's a $1 oil drop. SPY led the way, actually. Again, still at 12175 on the NASDAQ. Yeah, see. IRGC back. They eliminated somebody. Abu Taha al-Turkmeni commander was eliminated. Israel. That's what they said. Again, Google. Now a couple of the big techs that weren't moving as much. See if Microsoft moves. If that moves, you'll get a little bit more of a lift. Right now, it's just Oracle, or excuse me, Google and Meta. Everybody in the IGV. Bop, bop, bop. Axios, is it the same one? Vice President spoke with mediators last Tuesday. Last Tuesday? That's yesterday? Or are they saying the week before? According to source familiar, through mediators, same message Trump expressed publicly. U.S. opened a ceasefire. So yeah, same Axios thing. You're getting another one. Adani Green developing largest renewable plant. Again, see if oil takes another $1 down. I don't think Trump's going to stop. I don't think Trump's going to come in till later. I don't think he's going to say anything today. Keep everybody on ice. Again, but most people are expecting that he's going to do the same thing. The user Atlanta Stanian, hardcore anti-Semitic troll operating in the Groyper orbit. Online movement inspired by Nick Fuentes. Posts are a chaotic mix of far-right isolationist rhetoric, virulent anti-Israel Jewish conspiratism, pro-Iran anti-U.S. policy, and low-effort shitposting designed to derail conversations, trigger reactions, and signal allegiance to the edgiest corners of the dissident right spaces. Ideological hybrid, the blend Groyper-style Zionist-occupied government conspiracies. Wow, a lot of examples. explicitly shouts Fuentes is right in Groyper victory. Trolling style, heavy use of memes, deliberate misspelling, dehumanization, laughter, sarcasm, and crude insults. The I'm black claim feels like a either troll or attempt to deflect racism accusations while still pushing anti-Semitism, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA edge, selective defense of Islam, accuses critics of lying about Islamic views while downplaying or justifying Iran regime rhetoric. They oppose the war because it doesn't deserve taxpayer interest, but underlying tone is sympathetic to Iran's position. Anger score 9 out of 10. High but more controlled and sneering than the previous user. It's cold, mocking contempt mixed with a triumphant schadenfreude. The anger is channeled into ideological warfare rather than consistent profanity explosions. Still very intense. Hostility towards Jews, American policy, and perceived evidence. When triggered, anger spikes to 10. Anti-Semitism, 10 out of 10. Conspiracy pro, 9 out of 10. Troll, 9.5 out of 10. Logical coherence, argument quality, 4 out of 10. A little better. Political activism, 9 out of 10. Ideological consistency, 7 out of 10. That's way better. Humor, edginess attempt, 6 out of 10. Self-awareness, 2 out of 10. Bottom line, he embodies the Groyper architect, a terminally online anti-Semite who uses irony, slurs, and conspiracy to own the cons and push a harder, more explicitly Jew-obsessed version of nationalism. Reveals someone deeply invested in online culture wars, deriving satisfaction from provoking outrage, defending adversarial regimes, and signaling loyalty to Fuentes. It's not genuine policy debate, it's ritualistic ideological combat based with hatred. Oh, man. Classic dissident right troll energy. Damn, bro. Sorry. Damn, you like Fuentes? Did you guys see but do you guys know about the Fuentes rumors? Like, do you know that? Have you ever seen what he streams privately? Honestly, though, I genuinely believe, like, if you follow Fuentes, I legitimately think that you're Scott Bessent. I don't know. Like, I genuinely believe it. Like, that's what I'm saying. And I don't think you guys are, but I think it's like a pipeline to turning you into a Homo sapien, if that makes any sense. So, just be careful. Do you know about your leader? Who is your leader? Show me your leader. It say a lot about you. Israel does not believe in an agreement will reach between U.S. and Iran. No, for real, though. That's why I said just be careful. Like, y'all think I'm being an asshole. I'm just looking out for some of y'all. That's all. Like, I just don't want y'all to, I don't know. You may find true love, but it's still... Here's what yours would say, normal, dude. That's good, man. Like I said, I just want to ban I think you guys, there's no rules. You guys can say whatever you want, but, like, can we agree that, like, the angry people are no fun? You know what I'm saying? Because I have fun reading these. I really do. I think it's fascinating. I learn more about the community. AI makes me laugh. Using data, you know what I'm saying? And then I compare this chat to the locked in chat. And then honestly, nothing's happening right now. So far, all we've been doing is melting up. But yeah, bro, like I'm like that's it. It's not, I think it's good. I don't care who Nick Fuentes voted for. I just knew it. You guys don't remember that one day? You guys don't remember when I discovered him? I loved it. Because, like, the Chad brought him up, and they were like, Josh, you would love him. You guys were like, yo, you share a lot of, like, you guys, like, share a lot of the same ideas. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, all right, let me check this guy out. And then the first video I see, he's like, every fucking immigrant should not be here. He said, I think everybody should get deported. I'm like, what the fuck? And then he just starts going off. He's like, even if I'm Mexican. I'm like, what? I was like, you guys forget how I got here? Like, I was born here, thankfully, but like, yo, bro, like, more of my family is immigrants than not, bro. Yeah, totally angry elf. 100%, dude. And then he just kept saying the most craziest shit, and I was like, bro, I couldn't even find a way to agree with him. And then I found out he likes boys. That's the suspicion. It hasn't been confirmed, but and it's okay if you like boys, but if you're masquerading around as like this hardcore right winger, all of this, and then hiding your addiction to some other things, I mean, that's a whole nother topic. But right wing people like to do that. I've seen a lot of those stories. So, but like I was saying, like, it's a lot of people. And, like, some of these young guys following him, and, like, you guys, like, think it's, like, hardcore, but I'm like, dog, like, he's into hardcore male-on-male. I'm pretty sure. So that's if you're into it. It's just he's, like, a different Reddit guy. And then wasn't his homeboy? Remember he had even one of his homeboys? They found his, like, pics that he posted on Reddit, and he was into some, you know, shit that just didn't really align with what y'all, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all are aware of it, man. So, yeah. But yeah, this rumor has been going around for a year or two, but like, and it's a rumor because one time he was streaming and then he thought he turned the stream off, and then he ended up playing a video that was very questionable. Yeah, for a while. And then you know what he did? He blamed it on the Jews. Believe me, bro. I mean, honestly, it's a good out if you really wanted to. But yeah. Oh, no, I'm not getting back into Uber. Uber, again, our last purchase on Uber is $24. So, yeah, that's why I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't like Andrew Tate either. I told you guys. I said, you know how many Chads are going to be richer than Andrew Tate? I still believe that fully. But yeah, I'm not into any. I don't like the hardliners. Enough people hate him. I know how you would assume that story's made up, but like that actually happened. Do you understand? So he literally, like, there's recorded evidence of him streaming male-on-male sexual videos that he thought he was not live. That happened. That was not edited. Again, it happened to the point where he said he got hacked. He said they hacked me. Who hacked him? The Jews. And that's what he said. That's why it happened. I'm sorry. I just think the irony, the funniness of it is just kind of hilarious. That's Nick Fuentes. The Groypers. That's why I'm like, listen, Groypers. Some of you think you're Groypers, and I'm like, dude, you guys got nice families. You got pretty girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, I don't think you're a real Groyper, bro. And if you are, it's a one-way pipeline before. Just watch out for the bait and switch, dog. That's all I'm telling y'all. You'll remember. But yeah, that's why. So that happened, dude. That actually happened. Could have said it's AI. This was before AI. That's it, bro. That was just, So, yeah, just watch out, bro. Yeah, it's Nick Fuentes. I'm surprised people don't. I've said this before many times. That's why I'm surprised. But, yeah, that's why, I mean, if you wonder why I clown on him so hard, I'm just like, and then all this stuff he said, a lot of it doesn't align. So, yeah, but I'm not a fan of that dude. I don't care who he votes for. I don't care his politics and all the other shit. If they hacked him, they wouldn't have waited till the stream was over. I mean, yeah, and let me put it this: I've been live longer than a lot of people. I mean, I've never been hacked. You've never seen me have some fucking that shit. If that shit ever happened to me, bro, you're either gonna find out I'm really into that, or because I don't think it's gonna happen, bro. I know that's just, there's some things, bro. You know, you might find out. You'd be like, damn. Josh used to love a bunch of hoes. That's facts. I'll tell you that. You know, it's not like I document it, but at the same time, I don't think that's ever going to happen to me, to be honest with you. I don't think you will ever have that ever occur to me. Even if they hacked me, I don't even think that would happen, bro. So yeah, bro, it's that shit don't happen, dude. That one, yeah, you gotta like get into that. He'll be the first president one day. Well, honestly, bro, I mean, a lot of people want to see the first gay president, so I don't put it past him. But like I'm saying, if that's what you're voting for, by all means, get him to the office. I don't think all the Groypers haven't accepted this. What was the other dude? The other Groyper? What was his name, bro? The other guy? He had like a Groyper lieutenant, and then that guy, what was his name? Oh, what was that guy? Does anybody know? I forgot his name. This was like end of last year. And like he used to... What was the guy's name? The Groyper General? Was that his name? What was the guy's name? I don't even remember him. Anybody? The guy who would post the like skateboarding pictures, and he came out and he was like, he said he's like a devout Catholic and all this, and then they found his old Reddit, and then he would post like he would cross-dress, but even that just happened to Lori Loomer too. Oh, what was that kid's name? I forgot. I don't even remember it, but yeah. No, you guys, yeah, you got to be into it. Yeah, there's a lot of those, bro, in the Groyper community. That's why I said, I was like, some of you should dust off your Groyper textbooks and just understand what you're a part of. That's all. Should people stop listening to him because he's gay? No, but what's happening is that I think a lot of his audience is anti-gay. That's the irony. So again, that's like him. That's like, again, you guys told me to listen to him, and he's like, deport everybody, even the legal ones. All immigrants are second-class citizens. Like, that's like, I can't agree. Wait a minute. I thought this was supposed to appeal to me. So he says a hard right logic sways people on political opinions, and his other life and everything else is not. I think if he was really transparent with that, I think people would change his audience would look at him a little different. So yeah, it's nothing to do with if he's actually gay or not and what he's into, but it's a very contradicting line for his audience per se. That's why, like, I've talked to a bunch of young men. They think they're getting into like a hard right movement, and they're like, yeah, nah, and I'm like, are you sure? So that's all. It's just like, it'd be like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Like, you know what I'm saying? And if he just told people Santa Claus was real or wasn't real, I think he'd do better. I think, but I still wouldn't like him, even if I don't care what the fuck he was. He lost me at every immigrant is so on and so forth. Oh, there it is. Beryllium. That was his name. So this was like one of his top boys. Yeah. So so he was a Groyper, and then they ended up finding out. These are the only, I could post these ones, and then he would just post all these pics, and like, dude, they're all into weird shit. But yeah, this was like his boy. He would podcast. They would do all that other shit. And then, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And like most of the guys, I see guys support him, and they're like, America first. And I'm like, what? I was like, I don't think you know the history of this community. I think it's a giant psyop. Santa isn't real. Depends. I think it's all kind of funny. We live in a weird world. It's a backdoor hard right movement. No pun intended. I guess that is a good way to put it. I mean, again, I think we're just on ice. Even though we're doing good, this is continuing day 2. Like I said, sometimes these blessings of the positioning come in twos. So unless we've had bad headlines today, but I'd say I think you'll get maybe tomorrow react if it's more disappointment. More disappointment that they were that he just ends up saying the same thing. Yeah, it is a grift for money. But then you see it. Like, you see these kids, even I'm banning them, and they're all angry. They're using the rhetoric that they hear from these streams. And that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think the hardliner, Groyper, Iran, all of this shit, like, do they watch gay porn then? Is that what we're saying? Because, like, do they know that? Because I'm like, and then it leaves them all, and then they're blaming everything on everything. And then even me talking about it, they're like, you get paid $7,000. I'm like, nope. I wish I got paid $7,000, but no, man, it's not so yeah, it's definitely a cancer on the mind. Oh, it's already 10:30? Oh yeah, let's do philo. I didn't notice the time. Well, let me go get ready. Let me get ready for some philo. People talked about positioning. A lot of this, that was the biggest end of the quarter. That was in the song. That was the biggest end of the quarter rally since 2008 on the last day of the quarter. So a lot of it could have just been a quote-unquote tactical bounce. But yeah, other than that, that's why it's like it mixes in with the good story of the war, but we do all know that this could all kind of flip. So, but then again, if this does go slower to the upside and the story doesn't get derailed as fast, that might change kind of what we've dealt with. The departure of odds, I guess so, man. I guess so. All right, let me get you some propaganda. Unless you guys just want to hear AI slop. Maybe. All right, so give me a second. Where is it? This was the song that explained yesterday. This is your watch list.
Iranian president made that shit pop. That was hours after Trump said the world stop. We don't need the Hormuz. Get your own oils. This was the second credible off-ramp. We should hold unless we hear from the camp, the parliament, the army, and even the president. As long as they don't start screaming that to America. Don't get distracted. Think about the plays. Trump addresses the nation. Think about what he'll say. Market will anticipate. Might be a reason to stay. Unless Amazon or Intel catches a grenade. The story sounds good. I'm glad you weren't missing it. The sad part is this could have been positioning. Quarter and down 10%. It's the fog of war. Don't get disappointed. Gold is cheap, cause the PCE. I keep it small and I make it free. Claude had a leak, that's the new T. But don't get distracted from your long-term tree. Nike was bad on the other hand. They need to do better in the mainland. It's a long-term candidate, it makes me sad. But watch for continuation, cause the bad gets bad. So don't be a groyper. You're not a homo. Let's still a play if tomorrow's FOMO. Oil at 100 is very high, so you also puts if the war
My bad. Yeah, these are just AI songs that I've made. But again, you had to put some of the lyrics together for the Watchlist one. I had fun. Oh, Chadadonia. That wasn't your philo introduction. That was not your philo. I just had to go to the bathroom real quick and then see. I think I got a quick one. Let's see. Maybe give it like another 10 minutes. Okay? I think so. I thought we could start now, but let's see. Let's get one more move in here. But I feel like we're either going to get something before or after. So let me try to time it. White House to CBS. Trump will renew in his speech his criticisms of NATO. Yeah, don't be a BBB, bro. I wish, can we bring that back? I remember when people used to say that, but like in like normal culture language. Bow, bow, now, 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 now. Explosions reported in Dubai. So I said, bro, give me a sec. I don't feel like there's things brewing, bro. The Longest Yard. Isn't that movie like 20 years old now? That's it, man. I'm getting old. Don't make you feel, I know, bro. The first one is from the 80s. That took me a while to even discover that. So see if we react. But oil's going down on a Dubai explosion, which again, the only other headline part of today was that Dubai the UAE said they're going to get involved in the war. Iranian official Tabatabai, important letter by Pajekian, will be released in a few hours. Let's see. Again, they've all been quiet though, but like I'm saying, that was the big difference. So last time that you had a what's it called? One of these like off-ramp weeks, kind of like 2 weeks ago. The first day that we reacted good, the next day after, every single person in parliament and the army, even Pajekian, they all came out and they rejected it. It was a flurry of headlines of what they were saying. Today, they've been quiet. Again, you heard from Golubov, the financial minister, Aragachi. Golubov just said, do your own research on the market, that was great. And then, I don't think we've heard from Pajekian. Mushdaba, he made a statement today saying that they're going to keep following the path of Khomeini and continue supporting the resistance. 1974. No, not the new one. The new one, not the remake. Or the remake, not the original. UAE, we're now dealing with rocket and drone attacks from Iran. Drift protocol drained 270 million in assets. Crypto wallet. Crypto protocol. Tasnim News Agency. Interesting. So that is. So again, that's your first little hint. I mean, oil went down on it. So again, what do you tell me, bro? What's gonna happen? So if they say they're gonna deliver a letter, then that was actually 15 minutes ago on the first report of that. But think about what's gonna happen. Pajekian is either gonna say what he said yesterday that got us popping another 1.5%, or he's gonna say we're not doing anything, we will continue fighting, and yibbity bobbity boo. So again, that's why I'm saying you see why oil is up, and you guys should be experienced with how this is gonna go out. That's why it's very binary. They're either going to wind down or they're going to continue to hold the line, and then that's it. So then we're going to have the Trump speech. But right now, people are anticipating Trump says nothing. So that's kind of good if you think about it too, because now if he says nothing tomorrow, you could argue that's priced in. And then if Trump actually, no pun intended, drops a bomb tonight, then that would be able to, you might get a bigger reaction essentially. It's funny, that letter from Iran, that's, I was verifying because you guys posted that. I'm verifying it. Yeah, bro, that came out 15 minutes ago. So it's weird. That's circulating right now again for some reason. So the literally Iranian official, his X post was 16, 17 minutes ago. Longer? Let me see. What's his name? Taba. Isn't that a cat? Tabe. Oh, my E-Trade. Tabe. How do I find Tabe? Saeed Tabe? No, that's a doctor. Tabe. What's his first name? Mehdi. Yeah, but it's hard to get an official source on Mehdi. But yeah, that post is somewhat older. But that's what I'm saying. It's circulating right now. You posted it there too, yeah. Adding Nike eventually. I think let it stabilize because it's either going to stay in 45 and this will bottom out here, or the bad part is it could go down to 40. Iran activation of air defenses in some areas of Tehran. Maybe Mushtaba is going outside. Kind of crazy. I think if he's going to release it, well, no, Pajekian isn't as, I remember Pajekian said that shit middle of the market yesterday. But if it's Golubov, if it's up to Golubov is going to release that shit right at power hour. But remember, yesterday he was kind of quiet leading into it. American forces join Ecuadorian troops targeting narco-terrorists, focused on a compound believed to serve as a staging ground for high-speed boats. Dang, dude, they're doing side quests? Yeah, I remember you were asking me about Ecuador. That's crazy. Don't be disappointed. Let's see, low ticker's picking up here. This is what I want to see. I want to see if this is either going to stay trapped or not, but then oil's coming down. That's the craziest part about it. You were just in Ecuador last year. Mad nice, but dangerous. I had a friend in, I think, Nicaragua. I don't know if they're close by. I'm not as geography literate. But yeah, I like South America. I like Mexico. I think all of that shit is fire, dude. You know, but yeah, it is dangerous in some places. You know, I've only been to Mexico. I've got to go to many places in Mexico. But I've never been to Colombia. I've never been to Brazil. I've never been to Nicaragua, Chile. I would like to go to those places eventually. Costa Rica. Yeah, they all seem dope, bro. I don't know, maybe because it's all like South America's chill, dude. I don't know. Oh, El Salvador. Eli opposes move to enact Trump drug pricing deals into law. CEO says, what? This guy, I touted him and now he turned his back on me. This guy, this prick. You want to go to South America, buy farmland? Do it. That's what we had a talk on that yesterday. Somebody brought up, they're like, you could live in a lot of these places cheap. And I don't think, I mean, if you're a young person and you have that flexibility, I would do it. I feel like that's what I would do. In another life, I would probably be living in another country. You know, I like America though. That's what I'm saying though. I do. Only if I would start there and then I'd move back to America, essentially. If I was young enough. And like, I don't know what you do for work or job or school, but yeah. All right, I think it's gonna hold up. I took 10 minutes, an extra 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Forgive me for the delay. So Chattadonia, don't be disappointed. All right. I don't know Central and South America. So Nicaragua's not in South America? I thought it was. I guess they call it Central America. Nexstar says it can't comply with Tegna's merger restraining order. All right. Get ready. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in above. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus.
put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. Like swimwear, I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how you living, man? I hope you're feeling good. I hope you are ready for a philo. I like this philo. You know why? You know why I like this philo? Chad, there's a lot. There's two parts to it. I got one thing I'm gonna play that I love it. It's kind of controversial. I don't know. I think we've been controversial today. I don't think we've shied away from controversy. I don't think you need to. You know, I think you need, but you know what I think you all need to do? You know what you all need to do? Every single person. Every single person. You know what you need to do? You need to be alive. Oh. You need to live. Oh, Chad, they don't feel me, bro. Yeah, listen, I don't think you feel me, bro. But Josh, I'm alive. Are you really? Are you sure? You need to be alive, brother. Alive. That's what I want for all of you. I think that is what you are called to. You know that? You are commanded to be alive. You know, I don't know if it's a commandment as much as it is part of just the spirit, dude. You know why? You know what the Bible say, right? It says he's the God of the living, not the God of the dead. You know that, right? Does that sound familiar? Yeah, I got a headline on Trump threatening to stop supplying weapons for Ukraine to pressure allies to join coalition to reopen Strait. So again, if that circulates, again, look at oil coming down too. Maybe you get one of those days, but we still have a lot of cushion. But yeah, that means, think about it. Where does Trump stand if he's still, remember, you're up by moving the goalpost on the Strait, but it seems like he's still trying to get it opened. Ta-da! Did you hear it, bro? He said, I am the God of the living, not the dead. So do you know why that's such a trip, bro? Do you want to know why that's a trip? I'm going to challenge some of you. You know that? I am going to challenge your belief. You know, because think about it. God of the living, not the dead. You are here to be alive. You want to know what some of the problem is? You want to know what the problem is with religion? I'll tell you. You're telling me in Western religion, how a lot of us were taught and brought up, you don't think it's weird? How do you get your reward, bro? Go. You went to church one day, and what did they say? Okay, raise your hand. You want to give your life to God? Okay, come up. Okay, say this prayer. Boom, you're born again. Right? They say you're born again. What do you get? Where does the reward happen when you're born again? Do you know how many people live their life thinking the reward is at death? Huh? Does that make any sense? You know how many religious beliefs revolve around that? Go live your life, do all this, and then when you die, you get the reward, then you go to heaven, then you get all of this. Do you see the trap? I hope you get it. My guy. Something has to really change and be born again. Right here, right now. Why do you think he says, I am the God of the living, not the dead? Your belief shouldn't lead you to just live this life and then I die. I'm supposed to experience the spirit. I'm supposed to experience all this stuff when I die. No. I think it's both. Otherwise, I don't think Jesus would have said that. I don't think he would have talked about a living God. God of the living, not the dead. See, it's a trip, bro. That's why you don't know what Jesus would do. Jesus in the story, there's a guy named Nicodemus. You know what Nicodemus was, right? He was a religious scholar. He had the Bibles, he had the outfit, he had everything. You know what I'm saying? They used to dress up. He was a religious scholar of the time. They're like, what do you mean? He said, what do you mean I'll be born again? That's what they asked him. They asked him this question. The scholar, the guy at the top professor, the smartest guy of religion at the time. He's asking him, what do you mean I'm going to die and be born again? Huh? How can I re-enter my mother's womb? And what do you mean? What are you saying, be born again? And you know what Jesus told him? He said, bro, if you don't believe me, if you can't even understand me on earthly things, how are you going to believe me on things of the heaven and the spirit? No. That's crazy. Because you know how much that relates to life, bro. I've said that to some of y'all. I said, listen, bro, some of y'all got to reconcile this, but it's hard. I'll tell you why it's hard. I say, bro, if you ain't going to believe me with the easy stuff, if you can't believe me with the stuff you see, imagine, bro, if you can't even wrap your head around what I'm telling you in this material world that is objective. What do you mean? What do you mean, philo? What do you mean, spirit? What do you mean, invisible? How would you ever comprehend that? It's not that you lack the ability. I don't believe that. It's because you're saying you've already came to a conclusion in one area. And if you're concluding on the small physical, I know exactly where that journey ends on everything deeper. Yeah, that Financial Times thing is getting reiterated. Urge NATO to help reopen Strait, but European capitals refuse, saying it would be impossible during conflict and not our war. Threaten to halt weapons to Ukraine and cut off supplies to Pearl, NATO's arms procurement effort for Ukraine. And then Israel negotiations not progressing positively. Israeli broadcasting, that's coming out again too. So do you get it? I believe it relates so much, bro. Straight up, man. If you can't believe on the earthly things, how are you going to believe in the heavenly things? SPY's reacting to that, and oil's coming up. All those headlines are old. The Financial Times one and the Israeli thing both kind of hitting at the same time, but there's a little bit of a delay on that. I said this earlier today, bro. I'll tell you. Very simply. Do you want to know what a conclusion is? It's the end of the journey. The moment you decide what this world is, the moment you decide what this is, what that is, the journey's over. You've already, dude, conclusion. That's why he was saying, bro. He's telling this Nicodemus guy, he said, bro, if you've already concluded this is how the world works physically, how are you going to even comprehend what I'm saying spiritually? That's why I said, the only way you're going to get there, you got to literally be born again. You got to go through all of the learning again. You got to start, you need to hold something brand new. I believe this. Look around the world right now. That's what I'm saying. The moment you conclude something, your journey is over. If you already conclude the market is this, you conclude the world is this, these people are that, this is that, this is them, this is boom, boom. Well, okay, well, that's it. The journey's over. Remember, I was just telling you, bro, you know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about this journey. I think you should be excited about this journey. I think you should all come to life. I think you should live. You should be excited about what you're about to go and learn. What the world is going to show to you, what God is going to show to you, all these things you're going to see, what you still got to learn about yourself, what you have to experience. My guy, even if the whole world is rigged, I want to at least experience it for myself and come to my own conclusion. Y'all, I don't even want a conclusion. Oh, y'all don't. That's why I believe in eternity. Are y'all feeling me? You know why? You come to a conclusion. The journey's over, dude. That's the sad part. That's the sad part that a lot of us have been boxed into. I've been boxed into conclusions. You know what I had to do? I had to be reborn. And that doesn't mean I get reborn and my reward comes when I die. No, that means the life, the spirit comes at the rebirth. That means what I thought was concluded is not over. There's more. There's more to see, more to learn. Oh, I hope you're feeling me, bro. That's why do you think he says renew your mind, renew your mind, renew your mind? That's what it's about. That's what being born again is. Don't matter what prayer you say. You say, oh, I did this. I got baptized when I was 5 years old. Oh, this. No. It's a constant renewing of the mind. That's what being alive is. Knowing what anchors you. But at the same time, again, the cross, bro, the contradiction. Knowing what anchors you and not coming to the conclusion that ends your journey. That's what I say. That's how you're going to get left behind in tech. That's how you're going to get clapped with everything going on. Once you conclude, yep, nope, this is it. That's the only way it's going to play out. That's the only thing that could come out of that. Only one. Oh, I hope you feel me, bro. What is this? Iran Al-Anaba Central Commander. Resistance is not weakened to expose inability of U.S. and Israel combined forces. They have left with no choice but to surrender. It is. I wouldn't call it limiting. I would call it death. I don't think it's a limiting mindset. I think it's a dead mindset. No life. It's over. You hit the conclusion. End of the road. All right. Again, all of those Israel Financial Times ones. Again, the whole idea that Trump is even like still like pressuring allies to open the strait. That kind of changes this whole we don't care about the Hormuz anymore, essentially. That's why I think you're getting that reaction. And then that Israel headline hit too. And U.S. and Israel have coordinated major operations to take place in coming days. Sources tell Con News. So again, ever since those headlines, you just dropped back to VWAP 2 points. About just under 1%. You were at 1.5, 1.7. You're at 0.8 right now. So, Chad, live, bro. Live. You want to be born again? Good. You should. That's a constant renewing. That is not something you get at the end of the journey. You know what part of that renewing is understanding? Dude, that Christ inside of you and the Christ of life, my brother. Do you know what that is part of? It's a question. It's a funny question, dude. What are you here for? I believe everybody is here for a reason. Look around. Everything has a purpose. Your computer has a purpose. Well, you have a light that has a purpose. Everything around you in your house right now has a purpose. I say, what's that? You could tell me what its purpose is. Then you go look at somebody else and say, what's your purpose? I don't know. I'm just here. Oh, I'm just here to live and die. What? You don't think that's weird? I point out any item, you could tell me what its purpose is. I point at any human, you like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what the purpose is. We're just here. Okay. I think you're here. Everybody's here for something. I think you're here to be an instrument. You know that. We are all instruments of God. I think some of us are instruments, decorations. I think we're helpers. We're stepping stones. I think some people are swords. I think some people are harps. But everybody has a purpose. Oh, I hope they feel me, bro. So yeah. Come to life. Live in your purpose, my friend. Be wary of the conclusions. I'm not telling you don't know anything. I'm not telling you to not fill that mind that is so capable of knowledge. I'm not saying don't fill it with knowledge. I'm saying be careful of death. And don't be afraid to die. That's what he said. He said, we're not, Jesus even said that. He said, don't even be afraid of people who could kill you. He said, they can't kill you. They could kill the body. They can't kill the spirit. Be afraid of the conclusion. Be afraid of living dead be afraid of being dead while alive. Live in your purpose. So Chad, I hope you feel me. And I hope you come to life. If I could wish anything, I hope the long term brings you life. I do. I hope all these things, but that's not the only thing. I hope you get little pieces of life. And I hope you come to find your purpose more and more. And I hope you realize it. That's what I'm saying, man. The conclusion, you ain't never going to do this and that. It's always going to be like this. Oh, I rebuke it, dude. Look at all these people trying to end your journey. Right? You don't think that's crazy? All these people trying to tell you to end your journey. Come to this conclusion and stay there. No, renew your mind. Come to life, my friend. So, that being said, I got one more for you. It's kind of a long clip, so I'll play it. I mean, what just happened? You had two headlines. Financial Times about U.S. limiting weapons to Ukraine to pressure the United Kingdom and France and NATO allies to get involved with the Strait. And then it was an old report from like 20 minutes ago, but there was another report. Israel Broadcasting said that they don't think the negotiations are going well. So now, take a listen. This is Pastor Stephen Darby. He also passed away. Some people don't like him, but I love this guy. And I think it's a good listen. But yeah, I heard this the other day, and I said, wow, that's special. So take a listen.
Surround yourself with people who have true scars of life. Get away from these new cats talking that new talk. The reason why I'm telling that, because they don't even have crisis management. They don't know how to go through a storm. They ain't been through enough. You find you some folks that you see scars, and you see that these people, not just scars now, because they could have open wounds. I'm talking about scars that's been mended. You get around them, they got open wounds, they're going to just be bitter to tear you down. But you get around folks that have some level of survival. One of the things that I look for when I deal with people is, because when you really walk with the Lord for real, your value system changes. And people try to impress you with their suits and their clothes and their hair and their look and their money and their cars and their prestige. But when you really walk with the Lord, when you meet people, you start looking for something you can use that will help you through your trauma. So you start looking for things that to that person ain't even valuable. Like, tell me how you forgave your mama. You don't think that's important because you think your suit is important, but I don't care about your suit. I need to know how you forgave your mama. How did you get over your child dying? I want to talk about the scars. Because this is the way I medicate. Y'all get this later. Because what people are needing for happiness and joy is different when you start walking with the Lord. All right, let's go. Now look, I want to show y'all this principle. Let me show y'all this real quick so y'all know. We're talking about this principle. I'm going to show y'all this principle. Y'all there? Because I want you to understand that this is a principle that you got to get as a Christian. As a follower of the Lord, you got to get it. It'll save your life. It'll save your family. This is the only thing that I've seen works in a crisis. You know what blood clot is? You know what the stuff is you put on your cut to make it clot? This is what this is. Instant clot. Instantly stop the bleeding. Don't mean you ain't gonna feel the pain, and don't mean you ain't still cut, but the blood will stop. Which means once the blood stops, the situation is getting better. As long as I'm still bleeding, I'm dying. But once the blood stops, I might still be sick, but I'm getting better. This starts the process of healing. Are y'all hearing what I'm saying? Look at this. Isaiah 38. In those days, verse 1. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death. And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, set thy house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. Say crisis. I don't think you can get no more crisis than that. That's crisis. That means crisis is the meaning of crisis is the point where something lives or dies. That's what crisis means. Either something's going to live, something's going to die. That's what a crisis is. It's not a crisis unless you have unless you have a ability to truly, something has to truly have the ability to die. Are you there? The Bible says that this King Hezekiah, he's at the point, not only, it's one thing to be dying. It's another thing for somebody to come tell you. And not only somebody come tell you, but an accurate prophet tells you, God said it. Did you hear what I said? It's one thing for me to be sick in my body and know. It's another thing for a prophet to come in that I know is accurate and tell me, you know what you feel on the inside, it's true. I mean,
please hold. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Whitaker. Trump is looking for a NATO that's there for the U.S. Whitaker, it's clear we're talking to the right people in Iran. We believe there's an off-ramp that Iran can choose.
That's like a kick you when you down situation. Like yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Get ready. Are y'all there? Now this was appalling to me, because I said, Lord, if a man's gonna die, if he gonna die anyway, why'd you tell him? That would run me crazy that you told me. Because at least if I'm dying, if I don't know I'm gonna die, well then at least I don't know what's this feeling here. I don't know what this feel like. This might not be, but if I know I'm dying, then I know this feeling is death. So I know this feel like death and this feel like death. Now I'm sitting here knowing that I'm dying, which is only going to help kill me. Because the knowledge that I'm dying, and not only the knowledge, come on, get what I'm saying. It ain't like some cat off the street told you. This is Amos. Notice that if he wasn't no big time prophet, they'd have never said his name. They told you who he was. In other words, this guy must have been prophesying to Hezekiah a lot, and his prophecies were accurate enough that they said, here come Amos. Surround yourself.
I love it. I love it, man. Survive. But he said something crazy, bro, and I don't know if you get it. And let me hear. I'll simplify this one for you. There's a difference between a scar and an open wound. I don't know if you've thought about that. Oh, that got me thinking. You know that there's a difference between a scar and an open wound. My brother, the scars are good. They suck. They have pain. You're going to have to deal. That's how you learn to survive. But you realize it. That's why I said, be careful. You be around people with scars, you're going to learn some things. You're going to learn how they closed it, how they healed from it. You around people who still got open wounds, man, you might get an open wound. Very simple. I don't know what you're going through, but let me tell you a simple one. Stop the bleeding. You know, that reminded me a lot. That's what I saw, I think, a lot last year. You know what I'm saying? That was something I wanted a lot. I wanted a lot of people to stop the bleeding. Especially when it came to the finance stuff. I said, no way. You need to, you know why you need to stop the bleeding? So you could get your house in order. That's why I told a lot of y'all, you better secure everything. You better secure your future. You better secure your house. Get it in order. You know why? Oh, you're coming into a moment. I still believe that. Oh, I hope so. It's what you got to do. Because what happens when you stop the bleeding? You still gonna have a cut. You still gonna have pain. But now you're gonna, that is, you are one step closer to surviving and healing. Oh, and that's why I think it's amazing. That's why I say you gotta come to life. I think very simple. You could keep bleeding over all this stuff. Keep letting crisis after crisis after crisis. Nah, bro. The moment you stop the bleeding, the moment you're going to start healing. And then you know what happens after that? That's the moment you start surviving. Get your house in order. I know it sounds like a big burden at times. It's one of the best pieces of advice out there. You know that? You're not going to ever regret getting your house in order. You're not going to ever regret patching up a cut. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you're going to go through a lot of stuff in life. That's why I say it's part of the journey, dude. You learn how to survive. You learn how to maneuver, bro. None of this says it's going to be easy. I can say you're still going to feel it. You're still going to have to go through it. Every single person in here has something different. And that's the advantage, though. I don't think y'all get it. Think about it. Imagine all the people in here. All the different cuts. You learn to survive that, man, and imagine the value you could gain off of that. I'm talking financially to non-financially. That's deep, bro. I hope they feel me. So, Chad, be blessed. Renew your mind. Stop any bleeding. Value the survival that's inside and built into all of us by nature. And get your house in order, my friends. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. First link for the Screamer-Let's Beat Comp and Real Estate. Well, yeah, speaking of dying, the market did drop again. Two back-to-back headlines. So again, one old one on Israel saying the negotiations aren't going well. And then ever since the U.S., there's like a report saying that U.S. is going to stop weapons to Ukraine to pressure the EU and NATO to get involved in opening up the Hormuz. And they said they're not down. So yeah, I didn't think it would drop that big off of it, but that's like your first negative headline. Like I told you in the moment, the interpretation is pretty much that, if Trump is willing to escalate with Ukraine and NATO over that, it's kind of highlighting he still is pushing to get the Hormuz open when, remember, we gapped up on this idea that he said we didn't need the Hormuz. So, yeah, you finally fell below V. You're back to the morning at the higher end, 0.6, Remember, 0.6 to 0.8. That's where we were at with all of that. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Did it come out in a written message? Mushtaba, citizens plant the saplings in honor of the third. I think that was the one from earlier. I don't think we've got the Pajekian comment. You had a positive NATO headline at VWAP, but that didn't hit. No, there was news. It was just 20, 30 minutes ago. Like I'm saying, and it kind of wasn't like a big candle decline. It was just like a slow movement down, and one of the headlines was old.
Dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Alrighty. So yeah, man, I'll play. Just play one. You've had a lot of music today. Arguably music. Depends on who you ask. Right, Landon? But yeah, bro, that dump, I'm pretty surprised about how big that is. I think it's, again, like I'm telling you, I don't think it's the headline as much as it's the interpretation. I think it's people, again, kind of doubting then what Trump is feeling with the Hormuz. Again, that was the big update from Monday night. We don't need the Hormuz. We don't even need it. But now he's willing to pretty much pressure Ukraine to get the other people. I think that was maybe his plan, was that U.S. gets to back out and then he gets everybody else to do it. But then if they're not willing to do it, then what happens? Anarchist, I know anarchist. He said, just do it. I meant to just stop it. Stop it. Just stop right now. These guys, man. I mean, that's pretty big, but yeah, I don't think it's... again, remember, though, like people are even saying, though, a lot of this is positioning. So even the way that we got up here, I do think it is, you know, half of this move was just a continuation. And then it's not like I'm saying the story sounded fucking great, but this was also end of the quarter, end of the month. The timing, it makes sense on, the timing makes a lot of sense in terms of just the tactical, strategical bounce. So yeah, you know, where your fog of war mixed in with end of the quarter and how people position. So like I'm saying though, it's very binary. You should be aware of this. This could all get unwound, or we're gonna get another change in pace if this positive off ramp could start to like actually stick. But you got to get through today. We got what, an hour and a half? We're almost done, dude. I didn't even realize that. I guess we started philo late. But yeah, so you're almost done with the day, and then you're gonna get the thing tonight. And then again, President Pajekian, yeah, that letter that hasn't came out yet. So I don't know. Maybe is Golubov front running the market, dude? That's why I'm saying everybody assume that Trump front runs the market. I think we should be fair and assume that the guy who says do your own research, fade the rally, maybe he has a method to front run. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like maybe Golubov guy, you know what I mean? Because I'm just saying, dog, he's a guy. Wear that Substack. You know what I'm saying? Wear that Substack. It was like this with tariffs. 100%. This is like high stakes tariffs because this one involves bombs. I would say is the other way to put it. Oh yeah, Trump hasn't said it's a good time to buy stocks. You're right. I forgot we had that last time. Is the option skew very high? Habibi, we got to take it. I tell you, you should do your own research. Okay, I am not a financial advisor. I am parliament member. Big difference. Very big difference. If Trump says it's a good time to buy stocks, do we buy calls immediately? I don't know about immediately, but like within like 5 minutes or a day. I mean, listen, I was skeptical at first, but we did make a lot of money during those times. But like, you know, I'm not. So it's like, unfortunately, I have been conditioned where I don't think that's the, let me put it this way. I've traded worse signals in my life. You know that? Y'all were just with fucking Eric Jackson. I didn't even trade that one. You know how much dog shit, bro? Well, we've seen crazy shit, bro. I've seen Kim Kardashian, fucking Taylor Swift. You know what I'm saying, bro? So, but like at some point, this one I didn't have a problem with last year. When the fucking president starts buying shit, even if it's fucking Solana, I'm like, yo, man, okay, listen, I feel the vibe. I've traded way shittier shit before, but yeah, that's not, I usually like those ones, to be honest. I know people don't like it, but at the same time, I mean, shit, you can watch. I'm gonna get me a little, I'm gonna make it free. I'm gonna go quickly, but yeah, dog. The Warthog is a close air support plane with feasible cannon. They're deploying them. Are they going to do it for the Strait of Hormuz? Massive explosions in Isfahan. Well, oil just ticked 100 again. Dude, there's a video of the Warthog. I think there was already deployed. Because I saw a video and like it was like I think it was through Iraq. And they like attacked like a Iran like thing. Dude, that video is crazy. It sounds terrifying. Have you ever heard it? Dude, have you guys want, I don't, it's kind of disturbing. I won't play the video. I'll just play you the sound. Dude, it's dog. That's what I hope I never hear that in real life. Marco Rubio posted something 35 minutes ago.
Many Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons.
My bad. I was trying to get another tab open. It disappeared. It is Marcus Rubio. Marco Rubio.
They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack now? Well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future ever possess nuclear weapons. And under no circumstances can they be allowed to hide and protect that program and their ambitions behind a shield of missiles and drones that no one can do anything about. This was our last best chance to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build.
So
and the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Marcus. Now, here's the audio from the Warthog. Wait for it. Dude, it's the craziest thing. Dog. Dude, what? Dog, you hear this? This is why, dude, this is why I would get scared of, like, planes flying over and shit. I don't like that. I don't like those fucking noises, bro. Mm-hmm. You sent a video of a real-life use one? Wait, what? This is real?
Okay, send it. There you go. Who the fuck is he down? I pushed them all down. Back! Get down! Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Hey, get down! Fuck, dude. Come on. How the fuck did I not get shot just now?
I don't know, I was right behind you. I fucking started shooting back up there and I started yelling for you now. He's on the radio. Something like you said I'm hit. I'm like,
fuck these motherfuckers.
Hold on, stand by, hold on.
This is the Warthog. They just said they're gonna deploy them.
Fuck, I saw the.
Yeah, bro. That. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy. Was it good to buy stock at a company you work for? Yes, at a discount. I mean, especially if you're going to plan to stay with them for a while, but I think it's one of the best things you could do. Again, oil coming up now and SPY coming down. We have not heard from Pajekian yet, which we are kind of expecting. But then again, literally the, what's it called? You had a bunch of comments there, the NATO ones, and then even the Marco Rubio thing we just listened to. I think it kind of highlights that tonight's announcement, the address to the nation, might be underwhelming. Costliest autism therapy provider in U.S. to shut down by mid-May. Alleged to have abused Medicare in state of Indiana. Yeah, Pentagon doubling fleet of A-10 planes, even as Trump wants war to end in 2 to 3 weeks. New York, that's the sound I just showed you. So that headline's hitting again about the warthog. FXI Stellantis to produce Chinese EVs at idle plants in China. Well, yeah, oils, this is a decent oil rip. I mean, oil's been relatively calm today. And then market just literally right back to open. Can't believe we almost went 2%. And now you're 7 hours to nowhere practically. I mean, we still have 35 minutes till power hour, 25 minutes. But yeah, low ticker's fully gassed now. Ever since that one shit, ever since those NATO headlines, I can't believe it dropped off of that like that. So again, I mean, that mixed in with the warthog headlines. This time it wasn't Iranian denials, unless we get that later, that letter later. But it just seems like, again, actions that highlight more effort at the Hormuz after Trump was like, we don't need it. I think that's starting to weigh on it. But again, you're still bad for the last hour or two, but like, look at where we are in the grand scope of everything. You're still holding up yesterday's move and all that. So see if we fill the gap. I mean, you're 2 points away. You got a lot of time left. You got enough time to do it. And then too, it does seem like generally all day today, the overall vibe is that Trump's speech isn't going to have anything in it, or it might just be a repeat. Some people are saying boots on the ground announcement, but I mean, I kind of already believe they were there last week, but we'll find out. Didn't they say they already had like the parachute people and all that already operating? CFTC to target prediction market insider trading. Again, low ticker picking up. There's a couple names. DraftKings didn't move off of that headline. Yeah, remember, I think that's what I was saying. I think I don't think he's going to announce anything. It'd be crazy if he did. If he announces like a bigger war, or again, if he announces a bigger peace deal or saying we're done, we'll find out. But I do think generally there's already people, we already know about people that have been there. Yeah, that's why people think he might not say anything, because he's going to say things to people, but, and you know, if you don't watch every day, it'll be new, but you know, this could just be the official announcement to like repeat everything and kind of set the stage. $2%, April Fools. Okay, all right, man. All right, fine.
Don't tell, don't be a bitch. I will, then you'll be rich long term. Don't sell, don't be.
Dude, we should make long-term chewing gum. That might be flagged though for marketing, because you can't chew it long-term, but that reminds me of like a chewing gum commercial. Pajekian letter, American harbors no enmity towards ordinary Americans. Iran does. The problem is debt to America, but not all of America. So yeah, Press TV, Pajekian letter harbors no enmity towards ordinary Americans, but so Pajekian, homeboy, it's out now. Let's see. Iran presidents look beyond war propaganda fog, reject manufactured threat. Mossad Pajekian has released an open letter questioning whether Washington is truly putting America first or acting as a proxy for Israel, willing to fight to the last American soldier And Wednesday message, which traces the roots of tensions back to the 53 coup with condemning recent bombings of Iran infrastructure. He notes Tehran harbors no enmity towards ordinary Americans. Instead, he urges the populace to look past manufactured narratives, arguing that perceived threat is an invention of the military-industrial complex and Israeli political interest. Full text is below. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the people of the U.S. and to all those amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth. Let me skim through. You're bouncing off of it so far. Iran has never pursued aggression. That's hitting the wire. Let me go through it real quick. I could read it in my head faster. They've never chosen path of aggression. Iran has never initiated a war. It has replied, no enmity. Portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent nor with the present-day observable fact. If a threat does not exist, it is invented. Relationships were not originally hostile, and early interactions were not marred with hostility. Turning point was 53. All right, man. He's going through the history. America's attacks institute war crimes, such consequences far beyond the Iranian borders. Continuing along the path of confrontation is more costly and futile than ever before. The choice between confrontation and engagement is both real and consequential. Its outcome will shape the future. Iran has outlasted many aggressors. All that remains is tarnished names in history, while Iran endures resilient, dignified, and proud. So again, I mean, he didn't shut it down. Welcome to America. So yeah, again, he kind of went through the history of all of it. Let's see what the wires are picking up. So again, he's blaming it, and again, I think the general vibe is he's not, if he's saying it's manufactured and it's not a threat, that means, again, that this could be ended easier than not. That's what I'm saying. That's the only reason. I'm trying to give you how the algos are interpreting it, because they bounced off of that. He's encouraging them to reject the manufactured threat, but then he went through the history, you know, kind of insinuated that they're going to keep fighting, but not as strongly as some of the other hardliners. But yeah, I think if it's manufactured, because again, algos took a pump off of that. That's the only thing that came out. So again, this guy is the reason why we bounced. But yeah, that was yesterday too. But I just think it could have been worse. War Edition. You know, think about it. He could have rejected all the talks. He didn't. All he said is that this is just a manufactured conflict, and he encourages people to know that. He said, we're not the enemy. UAE President Trump discussed impact of regional developments on maritime security and global economy. Emirati State News Agency. That was earlier. That's a reiteration of the call we heard about in the morning. Speaker Johnson and Thune announced path forward to fund DHS. Oh yeah, oil chilled off of that, but I guess not. That was very lukewarm, not cold water, not hot water, but you still got to wait till now. This Trump thing after the bell. We're getting closer to it. At the very least, 17 minutes till power hour. That was like the last catalyst we were waiting for. Other than that, last hour, the biggest reaction was off of threatening to withhold the guns and weapons from your boy, Ukraine. Yeah, that was Kamini, his first one. You're gonna, well, I mean, again, wait till Mushdaba, or not Mushdaba, Galibov. When Galibov comes out, he'll probably say something. But again, yesterday he didn't say anything. Don't be a bitch. Tabe. Yeah, so can you react on that? 11 minutes ago. For Pajekian, he does not. Pajekian is kind of a puppet. So, I don't know. There was stuff the other day. I don't know if it was more likely propaganda, saying he just reads whatever the army and other people tell him to. He's definitely chiller than the other ones, but he doesn't really have power. He's the president. Like, again, the parliament members, the clerics, all of the IRGC commanders, like, they have a little bit more weight. And those are the guys who are definitely more hardline. So I think Pajekian is very symbolic. But yeah, he doesn't. That's why it was kind of ironic that he caused that move yesterday. That big drop, it kind of caught us off guard. I mean, we got the headlines very early, but it didn't seem like people were going to interpret it that way. But there was two. There was an old headline that got reiterated. It came out like here, and it was Israel saying that the war or the negotiations with Iran weren't going to go well. And then what was the other one? It was a Financial Times article that said that the U.S. and Trump are considering halting weapons to Ukraine to pressure the NATO allies to get involved with in opening up the Hormuz. So I think people interpreted that as Trump now, even after saying we don't need the Hormuz and leave it up to them. It kind of seems like he's still trying to make an effort and position himself, which kind of changes everything. Are you the only one worried this is going to go badly? No. I think it's consensus. I mean, again, you are in a room full of stock traders and, all of the war profiteers view it a little differently. But I think the general consensus is everyone always gets freaked out with Iran and the U.S. Remember, even when they killed Soleimani, people thought it was going to be World War III. Even with Israel and Iran in October and some of that other stuff, or that, like, what was it, the 20-day war? People all, they were all very, very much like that. So I think it's consensus that people are more fearful than not, hence the global reaction, the market reaction. Even little by little, I think more immune market participants have even gotten to get a little bit freaked out. Yeah, this is right around the morning level. I was at 0.7, 0.8. The spike was the Pajekian. We just got this letter. We were waiting for it for a couple of hours, and then I would say it could have been worse. You didn't get any negative update. You didn't get a positive update from it. It kind of sounded generally the same. He was the guy that moved the market yesterday with his "we don't seek aggression or war," that, and they want an immediate stop to the attacks. Will they start discounting his words? It depends how tonight goes. So that's what I'm saying. I think right now you're in the process of pricing everything, even what Trump's going to say. That's part of it. But like even today, we didn't react to Aragachi. We didn't react to a lot of stuff. That's why, ironically, the Ukraine headline was the one that caused the move. But we're already kind of chilling out with all of that. Hope is on the high. Come on. No, 4.5%. You guys aren't down. Hope is on the high. Come on, bro. That's just triggering 4%. I took a very small one. I got it at 3. Not a recommendation. I don't know if I have no idea what the fucking headline is. I just see hope on the high triggering. I'm gonna buy that shit. You know, praise the Lord. Like I said, I've traded worse signals in my life, but but I'm just saying, you know, risk to reward at that current. Is it a bank? Bank to acquire SMBC? Yeah, very, very cheap. I have no idea. 4 or 5% now? Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't think those are gonna hit though. But that was the cheapest one. All the other ones were kind of jacked up. Oh, now it's 320ing. Holy shit. So yeah, you can't even get those anymore. I forget. I've been cracking too many jokes. It's good, bro. Gets you endurance. Gets you some stamina. You know, that's why I think this shit could get real stressful. So I encourage you to all have some fun. Don't be a bitch. Hope Financial, bro. That's what I'm saying. In this time of the world, bro, we need this. I know there wasn't as many. I remember that. Remember everyone was saying when Soleimani got killed, they're like, we're all gonna get drafted. I think because the troops got, you know, we started hearing troops move in within like 2-3 weeks. So then people are like, I ain't gonna joke on that. They were like, nah, we might actually get deployed. Hope Financial, dude. I like it. TRN Trin. Don't be a bitch. They're in LA. Oh, so could have picked a more hopeful place. eLab, that's already up 42%. The market's like headline driven, but there's also a weird lag. That's what we saw yesterday. It's just fog of war, though. This is, you guys don't remember, this is like the one thing, it feels a lot like Russia-Ukraine. I think it's different. I think it has a different set of impact, but at the same time, I mean, this is what it was like in the early days of Russia-Ukraine. And then again, you had the ground, and once we had the invasion, once they invaded, that was, everything slowly started to wind down. You would still react here and there, but yeah. Hope is going up again? Come on, bro. We need more of that in this world. Don't be a bitch. All right. I got 500% on that. I have one more, but I made it free. But yeah, the algos were filling that. There was no bid, and I put that in and it filled. That's the computer. SanDisk for the long term. I mean, if you want to buy something that's at a really high price, your best value is Nvidia right now. Technically, comparing their PE to the SPY. But yeah, SanDisk, I mean, I don't like buying things at the all-time highs or close to them. You filled at 5, made free at 15. Dude, it worked. I think the algos, the computers are tweaking. But again, that one, I got filled at 3 cents on those, and they have 6 months of time. I don't know how, but yeah, I think nobody trades this shit. Yalla, habibi, yalla. Hope, it's a hope. We need more hope, you know? Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. I like the ICAP song. We're gonna run this one. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
ICAP needs Jesus. He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I kept trolls chat 'cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
I want to join Drumline after this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is fire, dude. I like it. I like it. It kind of slaps, dude. Bump, 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 bump. Let me see. We're still near the low. NYT on the high. Shout out to Buffett. Oh yeah, your TCAP. Hey man, is what it is. He said, well, they wanted Bollywood. That's what they said. It was you had to be there in the morning. You had to be there in the morning. Supreme Court likely to side against Trump on birthright citizenship. You think Jesus for the mute button? Alright, bro. Let's see. We gotta run you through the AI. You're consistent though, dude. I like it. 5 days of the week, you come in to complain. It's good though, bro. You know, at one point I would have banned you, but I don't think you're angry. But let's see if they, you know, I need an objective credit check on that. You know what I'm saying? ICAP needs Jesus. Bump, bum, 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 bum. It's really good, bro. Actually, dude, you know what I just noticed? The irony of your name. Dog, Marcus Aurelius, bro. Come on. Where's the fucking, where's the stoicism, bro? No way. Oh, dude. Consistency is key. I want to make a song. I want to make another song, but then I also want to, I want to make, what's it called? I want to also go on Reddit. We didn't go on Reddit yesterday. So based on the comments, on a scale of 1 to 10, anger, 7 out of 10. So you meet the threshold. We won't have to. That's what I said. I didn't think you seemed that angry. Clear irritation and annoyance with repetitive complaints and dismissive language. Not full-blown rage or personal attacks, but the tone feels heated up and fed up. Frustration, 8 out of 10. That's the dominant emotion. Visibly annoyed about the stream's music choices, the host's corny behavior and mismatch between locked-in chat and what they see as unserious content. The repeated bro, dude, G feels up like venting built up in impatience. Low manipulation grade, 2 out of 10. Entitlement demandingness, 8 out of 10. So strong sense that the stream should cater to him. Multiple comments frame their preference as universal. Rudeness, toxicity, 6 out of 10. So repetitive negativity, but not the worst troll behavior. Definitely not constructive. Persistence, spamming vibe, 8 out of 10. Seems like short bursts, but all hammering same point. Suggests they're fixated on not letting it go. Constructive feedback, 1 out of 10. Overall impression, classic entitled live stream complainer type. They're for serious stock talk, get disproportionately irritated by lighter elements, music or the host personality. Feels passive aggressive and holier than thou with a bit of superiority. Not unhinged or dangerous, just grating and low value for community chat. All right. Shows up from people who treat it like a paid service rather than free entertainment. High frustration plus entitlement combo is common when the host mixes education and personality music to keep it engaging. If this is for your own stream, I would advise you to ignore them. Oh, okay. Thank you, AI. So yeah, not bad. Not bad. I've seen worse. I'm gonna ban you. No, I'm not banning you. You are below the anger threshold. That's it. Just how are you though? Are you good? But then again, it's saying you're good. It's saying you're just like the classic entitled live stream complainer. So, nah, bro, you're good. Getting emotional. No, bro, it's chill. I wanted to see, bro. I just wanted to see how you stacked up. You know, it's not bad. Just Epictetus, dog. Marcus Aurelius, dog. I feels holier than thou. It's not bad though. That's honestly, I kind of shout out Mr. Marcus Aurelius. I've had worse. That really wasn't that bad, you know. That's why I said an objective view is pretty good, you know. The probability ICAP is part of the IRGC. I don't think he is. He didn't. ICAP didn't even beat the threshold, so ICAP was chill, like low key, man. Besides trying to fucking beat up UMAD, you know. Their long-term results, no. I mean, it's hard to assume on the long term. You got to send me the long term. You're good. Let's move on. I mean, I'm just saying your consistency stood out to me, brother. Every day. Are you sure you're good? Is everything okay, man? How's life? Is your long-term good? I know you want to talk about stocks. What was your latest long-term purchase? And is it okay? Are you feeling good, man? Are you at work right now? Are you at home? Everything with the family good? That's just okay, bro. I'm here for you guys. Nah, man. Believe me, I don't take it personally. I love you. I've been having a good old time. I just hit 500%. Did you not see the hope thing? You know that, right? How long ago is that? So right before I played the song, I hit 500% because I had to go pee. That's it. After I hit a play, I like to relieve myself, you know, and then refocus. ICAP needs Jesus. The chat feels like a high school lunch table. That's why you want to move to locked in. Well, listen, I benefit off of that. And like, thank you for giving me perfect marketing, but you're right. You know, do you know how chill the locked in chat is? Oh, dude, you have no idea. That's why I said, in a weird way, y'all have boosted the demand. It was an unintended, it was a positive externality is what we'd call it in economics. But no, bro. So yeah, because even with all this craziness, everything going on, I mean, I know they just hit, bro. Some of them made more on that play than I did. They were like, I did 5 to 20 cents. I was like, damn. But yeah, bro, everybody's, they're chill. They don't fight with each other. There's no, literally just all it is stock news. You know, there's some lighthearted comments, but nothing too distracting. It's actually, I'm very impressed, bro. To think that there's so many people on it and it operates so smoothly is like, that's how it should be. I think you all could do that too, but yeah, I never say your name. Say my name when all our GDK is around you. Say, baby, I love you. Why you playing games? Say my name when all our GDK is around you. Say, baby, I love you. Is that good? I got you, bro. Would Jesus approve of relieving yourself? Yo, you sick fuck. What do you think I'm doing in 1 minute? God, I rebuke you, dude. I'm going pee. Who do you think I was doing? Is y'all fucking what? What the hell do you think I was doing, bro? I agree. I think the locked in has an honor code. I'm big on honor. You know that? I think there is a code of honor. There's honor amongst the play hitters and the long terms. Like, I don't know. They're about the bag, bro. They understood why we're here. That's why would you even pay to even be here? You got to make the most of it. Some people are here to work, bro, and that's why they don't know. They know how they vibe with my craziness, because you got to realize the same personality. It allows us to bounce around to topics and get to information effectively. So yeah, bro, why are you here, bro? You got to use it. Common sense, honor. I think honor is a big thing. I think that's what we're lacking in some areas. You got locked in because I changed your financial life, and then you just chilling in the other chat. He said, I'm with both, dog. It's fun. We have fun. That's the problem. We have too much fun for a stock chat. I think it will make you guys perform better. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, most people who don't have fun when they work, they don't really make a lot of money. Like, think about it. Don't they say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life? Why don't y'all smile, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Vibe. And I'm telling you, you'll enjoy it, bro. I'm telling you, it's free. Then you get a fresh mind. And then you won't get fucking derailed by all of this propaganda. What about morticians? Okay, well, there's I guess there's the counter example, but they like that shit though. Some of them, like some fucking Wednesday Addams type shit, dude. I don't know. I use support and resistance, and that's about it. My levels work really good, but like you notice, I don't draw them. People just ask me, and I eyeball them, and they're pretty accurate. But it's support and resistance. But that's even tied into like market flow and how things move, you know. But other than that, fundamentals, but it's not like I'm purely price to book all the time. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have bought Oracle. Is Hope still going, dude? Told you, bro. That wasn't like we've played worse signals, but praise the Lord. The premiums are still the same price though from when we got out of it. You're a pipe fitter, but do you like it? Because like I'm saying, some people like enjoy, like, bro, if you like putting things together, you like building things, like I'm saying, bro, if you like it, it goes a long way, bro. You'll earn your way to locked in. You need to start with long term. Oh, my brother, may you be blessed. That's how you should do it. And yeah, if you got out of locked in, you were a bad scalper, gamble less. Exactly. That's amen. And you're 1 minute behind, so you're still getting all the info. But I do think if you're not there for the right reason, you don't need it. And at the same time, like if it's something that's out of reach, I strongly encourage building up to it and letting it work, because that's what's worked so well for the people that are in there and have been a part of it since we've done it. Yeah, I bought Oracle not today, but I bought it like a month ago? Was that a month ago? Oh my gosh. I think it was. When did I buy Oracle? Why you can't say my name. Oracle. So many names. Bought Oracle on March 3rd, 2026. So yeah. Oh shit. I'm naked. Will it get background play? I don't know. That's up to YouTube. So I don't think they let them do it. Discounted cash flow. I mean, that's just one of many metrics. My thing I always do with fundamentals is you just take you need to look at everything as the full picture. So it's not like one thing is never the deal maker and one thing is never the deal breaker. It's kind of taking all of the different fundamental factors and then weighing it as a whole. It's like what's it called? It's I don't know. Do you play 2K? It's like a My Player. I don't know how to do. I don't know if that's the best example, but like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what are the stats? Like, what are the attributes that it has? Like, it could either be really good at shooting, really good at defense. Maybe the passing's not as good, but what you make up for in passing, you get in other areas. So it's taking all of these fundamental factors and then looking at it as a whole. That's how I've always done. But I've never won the good price to earnings and then ignore everything else. No, good cash flow, forward valuation. Those are just one of many factors. So you're never just looking at one and operating off of that. What do you think of the name for stock analysis named Chatalytics? That sounds good. I think Tim will have a website up by tomorrow. Or another like, hey Josh, I made a website. We've had a couple chats go through that. They've made some things, decent ones or some, and then they'll be like, and then I made a Discord, Josh. I'm like, great, that's cool, man. Fuck, what do you want me to do, bro? I'm like, they're like, I listen to you every day. And then I did the exact thing you have avoided for so long. And I became just like everyone else. I'm like, awesome. That's great. I'm so proud of you. A 4% move converges? Which one? You use YouTube browser to get around the play. What do you mean? Like, but you can't use it on mobile, can you? I think it just sometimes on the phone with on YouTube it does that. Chevron, we've entered a pact and talks to propose power generation for Microsoft. You've never had that? Really? I think a lot of people have said that. Maybe update your YouTube app. Congress to advance bill to fund Homeland Security next 3 years in separate legislation. The risky commando plan gave the president to seize 1,000 pounds of uranium. Would require airlift and potentially hundreds or thousands of troops could take weeks. Washington Post. Why do I feel like we've heard something like that? More unban apps? You can. The chart, that chart was how we moved last time. The other chart is, I posted this one on the video yesterday, if you saw the Instagram one. This is just the time for geopolitics. So like the geopolitical events, we overshot it, which was crazy. But then again, in the next couple days here, again, April's usually positive too. But within that like first month of the geopolitical event, you do start to bounce. That's why, again, quarter end, how we dropped, the timing, a lot of this bounce was seen as positioning and structural rather than full belief of the off ramp, essentially. Yeah, that one's hitting again. I haven't seen the unbanned apps yet in a minute. Let's see. Why did I get banned? No clue. I didn't do anything. I might not be banned, but when I chat, I get no response. Let's see. No, you're banned. But like, if you've been banned and you don't know why you've been banned, I can't unban you. Like, you don't go to court. You be like, I don't know why I'm here right now. Like, how do you plead? I guess technically you guys are pleading no contest. So if you do plead no contest, I could move you guys to a scheduling. I could schedule you guys for 3 months out, and then we could have Chad jury duty, and then you guys could present your case. That's how it works in court. You see what I'm saying? If you're gonna plead guilty or not guilty, I could get you moved up the docket. You know what I'm saying? We could figure it out. But if you're gonna plead no contest, I mean, we still gotta schedule you a court date then. But because again, yeah, I could give you. Then you guys are gonna go to the AI judge that we have. Unknown maybe sharing Greg Reese video about Palantir. So unknown, you don't have any idea. So yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. You guys kind of need you know what I'm saying? You're gonna need that. Damn, bro, you got 2K videos. You got 2K videos on your channel from 9 years ago. I'm gonna watch them. That's crazy. I don't even think I played this 2K. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, 2K16, I did play it. It's amazing. I never made like a My Player though. Trump's address. I'll try tonight, but we'll see. You see, I think it's only going to be for 20 minutes. Just take a plea deal. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm like, otherwise, I don't know. But yeah, maybe we could schedule a. I think you guys want to do that. I think you guys wanted to have Chad jury duty. You know, maybe I'll let you guys decide on the ones that all plead no contest. I've been reading the files. When they come across, if they're easy, you just click a button, they pop up. Pfizer's a 200 weekly MA test. Really? Again, it was looking. Pfizer kind of moved like Intel, even after all this drama. They remember we brought that up on the watch list $1 ago, I think, just the other day. So that one did take off. Say my name, when no one is around you. Say long term, I love you. I like that you guys. I think it's stuck in your guys' head now.
ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus.
This is good teamwork. ICAP needs Jesus. I'm glad, bro. I'm glad we got this.
He wants to fight you mad.
That's my bro. That's such a banger.
He's so sad.
Wants to fight you mad.
Make the long term go.
Cuckoo.
They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. ICAP trolls chat 'cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
Banger. Very hard beat. ICAP. That's good though. It's very divisive. You know, for everybody who loves one of the AI songs, they don't like the songs. You know, it's been getting very controversial as we've ramped up our AI music production. Bro, they brought Uncle into this. How do you think Uncle feels? How you think Uncle feels? Huh? So what does Uncle have to say about this? You were the same ones. You were like, oh, who even is Uncle, huh? Oh, man. You hope one day ICAP and UMAD meet up now? Oh, yeah, I do too, because this is the song that's going to play. Do you know that, bro? You know what I'm saying? Bro, if they actually battle, dude. Oh. You know what I'm saying, bro? I think it's great. Well, we'll see. Well, Carlos, unfortunately, Carlos, you have been reported by your fellow community members. So they wanted to analyze your posts, unfortunately. So we have to put you through the Chad social credit report. So let's see what you do. Okay. He comes across as a highly active, chaotic live chat participant. Quick profile, extremely talkative, spammy, Jumps rapidly between trading ideas, religion, atheism, political jabs, personal jabs, and crude humor. Mix of genuine trading commentary with provocative, trolling, edgy takes. Anger, 4 out of 10. So he's not bad. Not screaming, rage angry, but a sharp, sarcastic, dismissive edge. Uses phrases like, you got proof, you are too weak, what a narc, don't scream too loudly. More smug and frustrated than furious. 8 of 10 disruption. Floods the chat with rapid-fire messages, tagging multiple people, derailing into religion, atheism debates, and personal jabs. This would annoy a lot of viewers trying to focus on trading. Trolling edgelord energy, 9 to 10. Classic internet edgelord, deliberately provocative on sensitive topics. Religion is a sad person's fantasy. Trump seems to enjoy triggering reactions. Oh, did I trigger you? It's using your direct quotes, might I add. That's why. Toxicity, rudeness, 7 out of 10. Frequently personal, mocks insecurity, calls people weak, questions others' finances. How much do you even have? Accuses of spamming while spamming himself. Some yo and trading questions are neutral, but overall quite abrasive. Usefulness to the Chad, 3 out of 10. Occasional drops real trading questions or observations, spy puts and premiums, but they're buried in more noise than signal. Chaos, ADHD energy, 9 out of 10. Topic hopping is extreme. Trading, religion, politics, crude sex jokes, spy, who is Habibi, conspiracy, feels like someone typing faster than they could think. Entertainment value, 6 out of 10. That's not bad. Can be a funny train wreck in a train wreck way. Absurd Netanyahu jokes, Habibi's cousin running gag, mostly exhausting rather than enjoyable. So classic live chat edgelord trading ADD. He's not the most vicious person in the chat, but highly disruptive due to volume, rapid topic shifts, and deliberate provocations on religion and politics. Mixes actual market talk, which might make people hesitant to ban him, but overall effect is chat pollution. Seems to thrive on attention and reactions. Enjoys playing atheist, contrarian, crude humor guy. Bottom line, 7.5, 8 of 10 overall disruption annoyance. Probably drive away casual viewers who want clean market discussion while providing occasional comic relief for trading for those who tolerate chaos. So you met the anger threshold. That's my thing, but you don't have a good ESG score. You know what I'm saying? Hella polluting, dog. So just take it easy. I won't ban you. They Chad, you got reported by your local Chad citizen. So, but yeah, as long as you're not angry, I'm cool. I don't like angry people. You know what I'm saying? Because I could be more angry than all of them. So yeah, it's just, that's all you got to do, bro. That's it. We're all sinners. I know. That's why I'm saying just don't be angry. Anger and jealousy, the Bible tell you, bro, those vicious, dog. You know what I'm saying? He's just a little polluter. Terrible ESG score. You know what I'm saying? Just polluting all this, riling up the Chad for no reason. Like, why are you trying to rile everyone up, bro? All right, bro. So, Kari, just vibe. Vibe, and we could talk about the spy puts, bro. Vibe, and we could talk about the spy puts. Who's the most vicious person in the chat? You. I'm only saying that because I feel like you're going to set that as a goal. So I might as well tell you have the top spot so you have nothing to strive for. So you already got it, man. You won. Don't worry. So who is the most vicious? Is that the spot I could attain? It's like, no, man, just as long as you're not angry. You're not as angry as those who reported you. Well, unfortunately, you're not angry. It didn't objectively. You're not angry. Like I'm saying, there's been more anger in some of other chat faxes that we have pulled. So, I didn't ban ICAP. I don't know. I haven't seen him after I saw him a little bit after the song, but yeah. I'm glad, man. I hope you got it. You got social credit scores now? Yeah. I gotta pull them though. It's not fully automated just yet, but yeah, it's good. Iran leader of Ayatollah Mujtaba issues a message of occasion of Islamic Republic Day. Trump to say all military objectives met in Iran war. Politico. A long tweet on Press TV. Let's see. I mean, again, you bounced since the Pajekian thing. I just think it, again, could have been worse. I think it's from what he said earlier. Cruel, ruthless Zionist knows no human moral limits. Damage natural environment. Any move towards ending prosperity. Wait. Yeah, no, it's Khomeini. Urges all Iranis and cities and towns with the help of each other and cooperation to plant fruitful trees from Nature Day until the end of spring. Must honor the martyrs of the imposed war and their children by planting seedlings of hope. Nice. Yeah, Nature Day. In the middle of, he knows how to appeal to the liberals. No, they did. The accounts are there. I love you guys for the algos. But the algo knows if you're doing that. You don't see how the algo picked up on Carlos? It was like he tries to hide behind his his questions. Charlie, he's getting too smart, man. It's getting too smart. But yeah, I think it's cool. FDA says 2 chocolate products sold by Gear Isle, undeclared sildenafil and tadalafil, active ingredients in Viagra and Cialis. Yeah, that Wapo Wapo headline. Wapo Wapo, it's hitting again. Iraq versus Bolivia? No, I didn't. Wait, is the World Cup starting? Bro, we better get them airports opened up before that. Because it's so difficult to fly. I could only imagine. Still qualifiers. Can it pick up on the context? Generally, it makes some mistakes, but it has a good idea because it has all of the chats, so it kind of bases it off the responses. But it doesn't have all my my answers in there. But like it knew, like even with Carlos, it knew his whole little the other Habibi because I responded to that. But yeah, it answered that without knowing my response. It was spot on, surprisingly. Am I unbanned now? Expectation from Trump message tonight. I think it's going to be more in line with like one small surprise, but I don't think the surprise will be big enough. But I think he might just reiterate, and then we're either going to get, I think we're going to get a mini bomb. No pun intended, but it's either going to be a further update on the troops or a further update on some of the Hormuz stuff. Something slightly new, but I think 90% of it will be pretty much a reiteration. New timeline, which is the same timeline pretty much. Because he keeps saying 2 to 3 weeks now, but like 2 to 3 weeks ago, he was saying 4 to 5 weeks. So it's the same exact timeline, but then it just sounds newer. Yeah, big surprise he would have held for the weekend. But then again, like, even today, things are moving a little slower. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way the Iranians are responding, all of it, like, we're going on a slower time frame. You've been driving everywhere? Yeah, I feel, dude, some airports have been chill, but like, dude, I've had people flying and they've been sending me videos. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, that's crazy. Voluntary recall. Oh, well, dude, what the fuck? Gold Lion aphrodisiac chocolate. Yeah, bro. So, dog, the fucking gas station boner pills actually had Viagra in it. Holy fuck. Voluntary recall. Yeah, from the FDA. FDA.gov. Look at that. Very fascinating. The theory of backroom deal is probably correct. I know, I wish it wasn't fog of war and I could confirm it, but I do suspect that. I think all of this is still for show, but you know, just this is, then again, like we've seen things like even Russia, Ukraine still not get resolved to this day, you know? So I don't know. I'm willing to be on both sides, but if anything, it's like if this does wrap up sooner than later, I do think backdoor deal, and then all of these attacks and letting Iran do this or that, I think this has all been agreed upon. Oh, you said, oh, what chocolate is that, Joshua? Oh, that's some fascinating stock market. Wait, what did you say the name was? Okay, what was the brand and the SKU? Oh, I just want to investigate. They're not publicly traded. Still, just in case there's another outbreak. Last time Trump addressed the nation, was it a nothing burger? Oh, what did he address today? State of the Union was a nothing burger. I don't know. When was the last time he had like a separate, I think it was like related to immigration, I want to say. Oh, oil with a big stick down. I think oil should have settled by now. But yeah, oil just had a drop off. Uh-oh, hot dog. Let me see. No Galabov, no Aragach. Again, oil dropping. Oil Anthropic taking accidental release. Seriously? Again, oil just dropped $1. No spy move. I don't see anything. It's still going down. Trump to declare. That's the WAPO post. That shouldn't, I mean, see. Yeah, now Politico. They declare Iran war winding down. That's crazy because that moved oil. Donald Trump plans primetime address, claiming they're met while 25 additional Marines deployed. He will press allies to resolve disruption, blaming NATO for limited support. Steve Bannon said Trump will declare victory and shift responsibility to European officials. No one is buying the narrative he's trying on Iran. If oil is dropping, you got to check the news. I agree. I'm surprised SPY's not moving. So again, a couple of headlines. None of them seem new, but then again, I mean, we've gotten some pretty subtly large reactions off of certain headlines. Nike, yeah, I said we'll let it stabilize. We talked about it a lot today and on the watch list. But yeah, I still like it. I just think it's either going to stay around 45 or go to 40. The high risk plan, the commandos. That again, a lot of headlines are both kind of new and then reiterations, but yeah, SPY premiums are moving. Well, watch. I think there's something else. It could just be, yeah, if the algos hit it, like the CNN algo. They're not, nothing's going too crazy though. Mexico's on the high, EWW. Mess up their whole region and then run off. I can't believe you, Donald. You made me attack Dubai. You made me attack Kuwait, Donald. Stop it. Donald, you're making me attack Dubai and Qatar again, Donald. I can't believe you, Donald. You make me attack them and then you leave. So I understand your sentiment, but remember, this time around, again, Iran did kind of, they did kind of lash out a little bit, so I think you would have more sympathy if they didn't do all that other stuff. But they have bases. Don't make me attack my neighbors, Donald. It's stuck in my head too, bro. It's a banger. Well, maybe while I look for some headlines. I'm down. One more time.
ICAP needs Jesus.
Yeah, the premiums are moving. Oil's still down. No new headline. Don't trade it daily.
He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art. Cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I kept trolls chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
Can we make a band, you guys? Can we make a Chad band? I'll do the drums, or like I'll do like a table clanking, you know what I'm saying? Or like what's it called? The you know those like monkeys that like you wind up and then they like, what is it called? With the two like little pans you smack together. I want to do that. Ding. We should make a Chad band. I would love that. Yeah, we've had too much fun. We only have 15. We haven't even gone on Reddit. Let me make a quick Reddit run real quick, dude. Let's see how they're doing on r/short. 23, dating, feel stuck, unsure how to start. Never had a girlfriend, really low self-esteem, 5'6". Face is more important than height. Dad and grandma jeans couldn't save me. I cut off all my tall friends. I know this one might ruffle feathers, but I truly don't give a fuck. I'm beyond jaded. My first year of college, I used to be friends with this group of boys, really tall boys. The shortest was 6'3". I'm 5'5" and conscious about my height. Girls used to make comments about it in high school. Whenever we go out, where to go, they get all the attention. The most I get was a mere glance, simply to acknowledge my existence. And even that, I never got off in. I went to a Travis Scott concert. So many pretty women, I almost had a panic attack at the mere sight of them. Towards the end of the show, my friends decided it would be a good idea to try to talk to some of the girls. I was reluctant, but they dragged me to go because they've never seen me talk to a girl unless it was college related and were concerned. But you could probably tell how that went. We approached a group of girls, 6 of them, and throughout the interaction, I shit you not, they had their eyes glued on them. The girls looked at them with general look of raw primal attraction that I couldn't even dare dream of, while not acknowledging my existence. It's the same song over and over again. The night concluded and one went off with them and exchanged numbers. I just stood there. This interaction genuinely set my esteem to a new low. The straw that broke the camel's back, I started talking to this one girl who I thought genuinely liked me, only to find out she had a crush on one of my tall friends and was using me as a stepping stone to get closer to him. At this point, I was done. I decided to change campus, which was a big hassle, and I pretty much keep changing myself then. Sorry, English is not my first language. I know, bad choice of words with stepping stone, right? That's why I laughed so far, man. That was sick. Come on, he's like, bro. He said, I almost had a panic attack looking at girls. You blaming the tall guys? See, you guys see this? So again, please don't go on Reddit if you're sad. That's why, too, I was saying anger and sadness isn't good for the chat, because then it's going to make you all, like, it'll only feed into it, bro. It's a never-ending doom loop, bro. I'm just trying to help y'all out. That's what Reddit shows. I feel helpless. 5 feet, 29. I had one girl in my life. I feel like I'll end up alone. What should I do? I'm 5'7", black male that gets told I'm not a great-looking guy. And because of it, I have low self-esteem. Besides the stigma, what are disadvantages of being short? Like not being able to reach stuff. Damn, I'm cooked. I'm 17. I feel like a child sometimes. I feel insecure about my height. Bro, they've gotten so bad in this last 48 hours we haven't attended. You know that? James Bond being super tall doesn't make sense for a spy. If anyone's hiding in plain sight, sneaking in and slipping in, it's a shorter man. It's not believable being big and dodging bullets. Now that I think about it, we'd probably be great spies. It's the best post today, bro. That's honestly, you know, it's a little out there, but it makes sense, bro. It makes sense. Wow, he said James Bond was not tall. I'm 5'7", above average face and body. Men here that fit this criteria, do women make comments about being below average in height? I'm 4'11", and I'm looking for a good pillow. This guy's 6 foot. He is 6'5" at heart. He doesn't understand it yet. Being short is a built-in excuse for me. I used it as a life. If I don't get a job or a girl doesn't like me because I'm short, that's how I use being short in my life. It's something I could always point to as my reasoning. It doesn't go away. Yeah, bro, they got terrible this last 48 hours, bro. We didn't check up on them, bro. They went downhill, dude. So now, are you ready for the other one? This is where it gets good, dude. R/tall. So if that made you depressed hearing any of that, it's understandable. Are you ready for some fucking... Y'all not ready. Are you ready for this pure joy? 7'9" man with his average sun height. Woo! Comfortable stationary bike. What's up, fellow Lankards? Seeking advice on a quality, comfortable workout bike for some big folks. Appreciate it. Update, 100 pounds. Back shot heard around the world? What the dog? How did this even get 50? I don't even, sir. See, tall guys, you could just say whatever you want. Everyone's just nice to you. You know, if a short guy said that, bro, what'd you say? Oh, man. Had parents of friends visit the city, and they saw me, and they asked if I played basketball. Have you ever been asked that? Wow. Tall motorcycle enthusiast. What do you ride? Looking for a bike. Currently on a venture. I'm 6'5". I do things like adventure. Is anyone else leg longer than the other? Like more usual? Here's a picture. It looked like 2 trash bags next to each other. I don't even... What the fuck are you posting? The monthly tall discussion. Tell us how your days are going. What's bothering you or anything you'd like to share. Spy, red. Whoop! Oh, cop. Oh, that's 10-minute rigged. That's 10-minute rigged. There's no headline on that. $6.50 to buy. Can we please ban airplane photos? Half of them are, look at me, guys. I don't have leg space. This isn't a unique experience, and I'm sick of seeing it. The low quality. This is a tall guy. He's like, you guys, they're making fun of us. You guys, they're highlighting how easy our life is because all we do is sit down in chairs and take photos, and everyone loves it. Oh, man. Cats are officially too small for my 14-year-old. Carts. Oh, look at my tall, gigantic son. At 14? That's insane, bro. I still can ride shopping carts. You know how I get to the car? Bro, when I leave the store, bro, I use it like a scooter. I stand on it, I start kicking, bro, and I start drifting. Oh, man. This big-ass motherfucker. Oh, dice rolled up on an earlier flight. Nice, I got lucky. Some extra leg room. Oh, yeah, 6 foot with the 7-foot wingspan. What's up, fellas? I'll dunk on you. Oh, why is everyone saying she's in so much pain? Oh, yeah, you guys don't make movement? Uh-huh. Constantly getting stopped to talk about my height. Every time I go somewhere, they ask me how tall I am. Why aren't you in the NFL or some bullshit? Like I gotta give them a run there. Oh, man. Everyone gives me attention and wants to talk to me. Oh, I'm sure there's not 1,000 short guys on Reddit who are crying if somebody would even look at them. Oh, okay. Well, how do you guys stop all this unwanted attention? Oh, man. Getting called a giraffe. Okay. I don't think it's malicious. I'm a female, 5'11". I've been compared to a giraffe by multiple different shorter women. Another women were talking about what animals we would be if we were reincarnated. She said I would be a giraffe. Oh, where do you guys get pants? No, look at that. He didn't switch schools. He's like, oh, where can I buy clothing? Exit row domestic. Oh my gosh, look at me sit down on an airplane. Oh, I sent my husband this pic saying trick mirror. He said, no, that's what you look like, a giraffe. No, that was the other post. I'm sick of short people being in this stuff. I said what I said. 450 upvotes. Oh, shit, we just lurked, dude. Sermal U.S. military planners are pushing ahead to secure additional access to Greenland, negotiating permanent access to bases. So I think that's more political, but Sermal's getting the nod. They kind of move. I don't know if that'll have follow-through. Oh, another plane. Hostels. I'm not even that tall. Here's me in front of a mirror. Can you do this? Put your leg... The 90... Oh, my gosh. Can y'all crawl? Can any of you crawl? Oh, man. Tall people perspective. Would you still choose to be taller? Leg room. Oh, my God. Do people stare at you because you're tall? Oh, man. I'm sad. A girl won't make eye contact with me, said the short guy on Reddit. Man, this is so, yeah. Do you see it? You see how, wasn't that fun, though? Wasn't that exciting? I think that's super exciting. Oh, man. It's beautiful, bro. That's it, bro. We did it. I love it. The viewer numbers are down. It's because of viewers like you, brother. You guys have moved them all to the locked in. So thank you for your service. But yeah, I was gonna put you in the chat facts, but you spent 5 days asking me about GMC and AMC. Or GME. I understand, brother. How's it going? How do you feel today? So the viewers are down. What about how's AMC doing, bro? How is that? You would think I'm hiring these people, but it works great, bro. That's it. So like I'm saying, I mean, unfortunately, if you do want a more market experience without having to hear that, the locked in is waiting for you. Someone added 3 million worth of micro. No, be careful though. You remember the other day, that big expiration? They were like, someone bought $1 million of Micron daily puts, and then it just ripped. AMC's at 102. I know. And the same type of people, they said I was going to hell for selling at $38. So, amen. Amen, bro. The delay is because, like I'm saying, I don't think not everyone's here to trade. We have to protect people from, if you're not really advanced, I don't want you to get eaten alive by one of the scalpers. So, and then the locked in, it's like more PvP, higher advanced, higher focus. But you still get news early. I mean, yesterday was a great example. Some of y'all killed it, even with a delay. Oh, cop. This is locked in. Yes, Mr. Patel. Welcome. Welcome. All right, well, 3 minutes. Rapparoony Chattadoony.
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause what oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination on this buy. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like all that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Hey man, yeah, 38 pre-dilution. We killed it, bro. We killed it. You are unbanned. Wow, you're in the locked in too? What's up, baby? Yeah, so if you filled out your unbanned form and you put in your plea and it wasn't no contest, yeah, you got unbanned. So yeah, man, that's good. Options, most of them do. But if it's an ETF, like a main index ETF, even like a TLT, they trade 15 minutes after the bell. What happened to everything free? Don't take that the wrong way. Everything is still free. You don't think so? So like yesterday, a lot of you in the chat still made some good money, but you're still getting news ahead of every single news wire in the world, objectively. I've even posted a little mini watch list every day for a month as well, not to mention the long term is all free. And if you ask me a good question and if you need help with the market, real estate, or anything, I will gladly help you out. So, I mean, my question to you is what's not free? We're talking 60 seconds and a nightly watch list more for the people that are, again, more advanced traders. So I think we've separated it quite nice. But other than that, my friends, I would prepare. The locked in, they said it pays for themselves, so it's all free. I'm not paying these people, I promise you. But yeah, so what's not free though? That's what I do. I have challenged some people to answer that one. But you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Oh, shit, bro. At the bell, Trump, U.S. in talks with Speaker of Iran Parliament. ABC interview. ABC, really? 1 minute, 30 seconds? Oh, they're dry. I don't know if it's going to react. Again, it's all about tonight, baby. But wrap it up and bring it home. Less than 20 seconds. Options, shares, futures, my friends. You just got to decide. Again, tonight around 6 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to get it. We just got that headline. I mean, nothing's really moving off of it. It seems kind of old, but yeah, market's closed in 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Oh my goodness, Chatadonia. I need a GG in the chat. I need a GG. I want it. This is my favorite, bro. This is my favorite. This is I might make
You're an angry elf.
chat. You know that because I love y'all. For real, bro. If you weren't an angry elf, you got the long term. You had fun. You got informed. You're ready for tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Good game, Chad. Shout out the members, the non-members, the beautiful people, the stream alerts, the locked in. Oh, God bless you and GG, baby. All the people watching the mini watch list. You know what I'm saying? Out of the top. Game time, baby. All the unbanned people. Oh, I love you. God bless you, Chad. Are you ready? We got a long, long year ahead. That was so quick. I'm used to more.
You're an angry elf.
So yeah, man, that's all I got for you. No earnings. I wasn't gonna have a watch list, so we'll see. Either mini watch list tonight, or if time allows, I might go live for Trump. So we'll see, my friends. So thank you for your time. I love you all. Have a good day. All the never banned, I know I love y'all, baby. So GG's, baby. Get a long term. Survive. Think about your future, dude. You know what I'm saying? U.S. removes Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez from sanction list. Cuckoo!
They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start, that's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is King, Jesus is Lord. I kept trolls chat cause he gets bored, but Jesus
is still Lord.
Headlines all day. Good game, bro. Why did they? Yeah, bro. Today's different, bro. You know that? So that, look at, oil's even moving up a little bit. You had that CBS article or reporter just right now at the bell, and then right before the bell, about 8 minutes ago, Khomeini Jr., or Mushtaba, he said, in the name of God the compassionate, then he has a Quran quote about, again, he's referencing all the people that died, or the martyrs. He says, heroic nation of Iran has intertwined this Nowruz with an epic spirit and deep sense of honor. After commemorating the 12th of the Farvardin, which is the National Islamic Republic Day, they now prepare to welcome Nature Day. He posted that again. So yeah, again, a lot of towards the bell. We did not hear from Golubov. Estee Lauder and Puig said to advance talks for mostly stock deal. Remember, that killed it last time. I don't even think we had more details from that. I know, bro. So Chad, God bless you. I hope you had a good day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you guys later. We'll see what happens tonight. Again, I think it's going to be interesting, but like I said, it's pretty, it's pretty binary. So again, it's either we're going to change pace and start having some more of this off-ramp playing out, and maybe it moves at a slower pace, or a lot of it might be disappointing and then it gets unwound, and maybe we hear more from the Iranians, or again, an attack on the sensitive infrastructure, all of those things. That's pretty much what's in store for all of it. So, Chatadonia, God bless you all. God bless America. Shout out to the troops, bro, for real. The ones really out there. Thank you. I know that's the least we could do right now. So I love all of you, man. I hope you had a fun day. I hope you learned something. I hope you were accurately and objectively informed on everything. I hope you live. You know what I'm saying? I hope you come to life, and I hope you learn to survive. You know what I'm saying? And I hope any scars heal, because that's a good sign of life. You know what I'm saying? Stop the bleeding. So, Chad, enjoy it all, man, and don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friend, you have a purpose. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I hope you had a good day, bro. I did. It was fun. We got to play. We got a small 500%er. He got some other ones. You know, it's not bad. But I don't know. You want like normal music? Should I end it with a normal track? Is it your ears won't be adjusted? You know, you've been hearing all of this EDM. You've been hearing all of this crazy stuff, bro. Oh man, I don't know. You may not be used to it, bro. But yeah, have a good day. I love you. Goodbye.
I told you it was a cold. Well, you know, praise God, nephew. First and foremost, all the time. Whip dirty hair mess, I do not care. Told them all the truth, they respond like it's not there. Still I do not care, I don't think they see it. Looking for the money, they looking for disagreement. Hit by hit, it's brick by brick. They should've made a move, but they rather move their lips. I just need 4 quarters, it don't have to make sense. Yeah, I wake up every morning like I still pay the rent. That's early. Get your cake up, done with playing weight up. Gotta hit the layups. If you really about the mission, you don't even gotta say it. You can talk it or you live it, only one of them is paying. I respect the OnlyFans, hold more than the hater. It's how you got time to talk shit but no paper. Bro, you not hard, you got trouble trying to wake up. Bunch of wicked servants always telling you to save it. Grateful ass hoes say it's better if you waste it. Everybody's cooking, but success is always tasted. Why you keep on looking if you tell me that you hate it? Why you keep on looking, I'ma go and fucking take it. Now you know exactly why I would call them cucks. I just made another stocker and I made $1 million. You don't gotta give me shot, I just bought myself a truck and another career, so I pull my fingers up. Want your money, they will lie for that shit. We want the truth, we will die for that bitch. You ain't ride, you ain't buy on the dip, so don't ask me if it's time right after I doubled it. A fake bitch never got along with me. Can long form, not authentically. Can't top, bro, it's time to get busy. Bottom tick, top tick, so quick they get dizzy. Tell a bitch I know a bit about a slow jam, but you ain't in the whip. Why you telling me to slow down? Worry about your shit, I'll do the same. Can I go now? I'm just playing, don't ask permission from these hoes now. Go and tell the whole town, not afraid to throw down. Brought God to the showdown, he told me to bring no rounds. So if you kill me or I kill you, that just means it's his plan. I am scared of myself, I'm not scared of a stand. It's my life, grateful it's original. You a bitch, I don't have to use subliminals. They tell me sorry, but also knew I forgive them though. Reminds me of the times when I knew I was spiritual. Too afraid to say that I believe in Christ. I knew I found a treasure, but was scared to lose my life. Ironically, I do that every single time I'm right. They warned and we ignore until we feel it, that's life. Lie always make you think twice. Buyer call it worthless, then he brag about the price. Born named certain, found a thing called the dice. He could do anything, even catch a knife. He came up with the plan, it'll work, he'll do it right. His diligence was due when his stops were all tight. The plan was all perfect, success was in sight. He was ready for the day, but he died that night. Damn. Get it, nephew?
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.